It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, April 17th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. Oh, that sounds horrible. Why does that sound so bad? Oh, it's so great to be back. Why does that sound so bad in my ears? Frank was trying to warn me. He was trying to warn me that it was going to sound bad. He didn't tell me it was going to sound this bad, Frank. Why did it pop like that?
It was just really loud. Tell me if it sounds better.
Doesn't have that like crispiness to it, you know, like that extra Frank touch.
We'll get it going.
I'm so happy to be back. It's so great. The last time I sat in this studio, in this chair, in front of this camera, in front of all of you, next to my things, my tchotchkes, I believe they've been referred to as, was March 27th. March 27th. And yes, if you've taken a bit of a break from the program, you're like, wow, Helwani is slacking. Helwani doesn't have the goods anymore. Helwani isn't bringing the heat anymore. March 27th, that was like 4 plus 17, 21 days ago. But rest assured, we don't take breaks around these parts. We still did shows. We still did shows from Los Angeles. We did a couple shows from Montreal. I mean, we were doing shows all over the gap. We don't take breaks around these parts. We even pre-taped the show, much to the chagrin of all of you. And guess what? We'll do it more often just to piss you off. The point is, we've been away, but we haven't stopped doing shows. I've been away. I haven't been here. I've been to a lot of great places. And I feel like even though we've done shows, it still feels like this, you know, space-time continuum is different than that one, right? Like I almost feel like I need to recap everything that I did, even though, why does everything sound so weird? Are you messing with me right now? Now, like, my ears are all messed up. What's going on, Frank? Is everything okay?
Everything's great.
What was that just happened?
I just turned it up a little
Oh my gosh, it was like all hollow all of a sudden in my ears. I'm trying to have a moment here about my return, and maybe this is when we, you know, do you think this is what we should do when we're rehearsing? What do you think?
Yeah, it'd probably be a good
and we did
tell me,
rehearse
like,
this
hey,
time.
does it sound right?
It sounded fine. It sounded absolutely fine when we were rehearsing. So I'm curious what the difference is now.
Are you good now?
Feels like a scale of 1 to 10, like we're at a 6.
Oof.
No, I'm talking about your performance.
Oh, keep going about how much you missed us.
Anyway, it has been great. It has been fantastic. It's been nice to go home. It's always great to go home. It's always great to be with family. It's always great to be with friends, see familiar faces and places. But there's just nothing like doing it here because there's a few things, if I may go a little longer on all of this, that, you know, come into play when you're remote, i.e. internet connection makes me very nervous. On Wednesday's show, for a brief moment there when we were talking about Jake Paul and Nathan Diaz, I think I stalled for a moment, and the thought that came through my head was like, we still have like 3.5 hours left. What if this show doesn't happen? What if the internet craps on us? Luckily, I think it all worked out. There's audio quality, although, you know, given what we're dealing with today, not much worse, if not perhaps better. There's video quality, there's audio quality, there's connection, there's lighting. Lighting's a big one, right? The lighting was a little bit, you know, it had the nice lights. I think they're called recess lights. Is that recess lights? I'm not sure. But, you know, it was coming. So everything,
talent, confidence,
all that. But everything is nice. Everything is secure here. I got my desk. I got my Prime. There's only like 5 left. I got a few new tchotchkes. I've got this Jack Tank Shore shirt right over here. Can we take a look at that? It's on the desk right over here. Maybe that camera right there. There it is. Look at that. I got a beautiful Jack Tank Shore shirt, courtesy of my nemesis in darts, Mr. Tank Shore. What about this? Can we take a look at this? Courtesy of my friends over at Plastic Cell. Oh, finally we get the Israel Adesanya. I mean, look at this. What number is this? I don't even know what. But this is hand painted, hand sculpted. I mean, I wish you guys could see the detail. Look at this. Wow. Look at that. Doing the, what is this? Is this like an anime thing? Tell me. Someone's going to hit me up in the Slack in a second. Yes, it was done in the Naruto episode 468 back when they were on, Cartoon Soup or some bullshit like that, right? Oh, look at this. Look at that. Look at that. And then not only that, that's over there. That's over there. Or was it Adult Swim? Anyway,
man.
Look at that, Dame Dollar. Look at that, Frank. Look at that, Dame Dollar with the microphone in his hand. Oh, 2 different color shoes. I mean, this is amazing. Shout out to Plastic Cell. So we got a bunch of new stuff. I'm very happy to be here. Oh, even got these Biggie Tupac. I mean, it's a lot. And we have a lot to get to. I was in LA. I went to WrestleMania. I don't know if you guys heard. We talked about all of that. Went to the premiere of the Catching Lightning documentary on a Tuesday in LA. That was tremendous. If you're not watching that on Showtime, definitely go out and check that. Then I went to Montreal. There was an ice storm. Did a couple shows. Jake Paul's fighting Nathan Diaz on August 5th. There were a bunch of fights. Izzy's still the champ. We talked about all of this. So let's get into today's program. We have a lot to discuss. I got a lot of things to say on today's show, and I got a lot of people to talk to as well. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. In fact, we have 3 sponsors today on the program, which means we are just rolling in the dough. Shout out to DraftKings Sportsbook. They've been our OGs. They've been our rocks, our foundations since we started this endeavor back in August of 2021. We're approaching, guys, almost 2 years since we've been back. That is amazing. Anyway, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today if you haven't already. And Lord knows there's a plethora of things to get into right now as far as watching and partaking are concerned. NBA playoffs in full swing. Here, Greg, did you catch game 1 of the playoffs?
I missed it.
You were busy with basketball. There was football, and there was a bunch of stuff going on. Boxing, I think. Maybe MMA. I think there was a bunch of stuff. Anyway, game 2 tomorrow. Knicks Cavs. First time ever that my team plays Rick's team in an important game. So this is very exciting. No real bet on the line. Nothing of that sort. Just bragging rights. NHL playoffs begin this evening. That's very exciting. New York on fire. MMA, boxing. Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia this weekend. Bellator in Hawaii. Apparently, other promotions can't get to Hawaii, but Bellator goes to Hawaii like every 6 months, so that's exciting. And what else? Baseball in full swing. So there's a lot to get to. DraftKings Sportsbook, shout out to them. Also, shout out to Squarespace. And shout out to the big George Foreman film that comes out April 28th. I shall tell you more about that later in the program. Now, back into the show, we're going to be joined by Robert Whittaker, who, of course, is one of the best middleweights on the planet. Dare I say the second best middleweight on the planet. And unfortunately for him, he's fought the current champion twice, Israel Adesanya, and lost twice. Now, Izzy's looking for an opponent. Feels to me like they're trying to return sooner rather than later. Is Robert that guy? Feel like it might be a long shot. But as long as he keeps winning, I mean, Izzy got, 4 cracks at Pereira? I know 2 of those were in kickboxing. If there's no one else, there's no one else. And they did it with Joseph Benavidez and Demetrius Johnson back in the day. Anyway, and also Rampage Jackson and Vanderlei Silva, even though 2 of those were in Pride. We'll talk to all that and more with Robert Whittaker back into the show around 5 o'clock. Going a little longer today. Why? Because we feel like, we need to give back because, if I'm being honest, Frank's gotten a little too comfortable with the schedule, and I feel like he needs to work a little bit more. So
I have plans after the show, right?
Yeah, 5:30. You can catch up with those. You guys going to a movie tonight?
It's on a need-to-know basis.
How was Mario Brothers?
I'll give it a 7.
7 out of 10.
Yeah.
So 1 notch above your performance so far
average.
today. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
You know what?
7 out of 10. What about GC?
Yeah, I'd go 8.
8?
Yeah, I'd go 1 more up.
Wow. 2 above his
Nice
performance.
reference to Mario there.
Oh, 1 up?
Yeah.
Did you get what I was talking about? I think it was on the show we were talking about it when I said there was an old school reference to the original cartoon.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
The commercial.
It's the Mario Brothers and Plumman's the game. I love that. That was my favorite part. Then I went to sleep after that.
You're like, I'm ready for a nap.
I was like, I got what I needed. Anyway, prior to that, we're going to be joined by Gillian Robertson, the Canadian-born fighter who had a great performance on Saturday. Big win for her. Another submission win. She moves down to 115, and same old. She's like Chris Carter back in the day for the Minnesota Vikings. All he used to do is catch touchdowns. All she does is get submission wins, regardless of the weight class. This one a little bit controversial. Piera Rodríguez saying afterwards she didn't tap. Talk about all that and more. Rob Font is going to join us at 3:30, talk about his big win over Adrian Yanez 2 weekends ago in Miami. What a big win that was for Rob Font. Man, he was on a bit of a skid, comes back against the blazing hot Adrian Yanez. Everyone's saying best boxer in the bantamweight division, this and that. Rob Font stopped him relatively early in that fight. Zak Cummings retired on Saturday, the MMA veteran who trains and lives in Missouri. Got a home game, had not fought in 3 years, injured back and all, goes in there at 205 against Ed Herman, beats him, retires, and then seconds later, Ed Herman retires. I do believe that's the first double retirement in UFC history. So we'll talk to Zak Cummings about that great moment. He was serenaded by the crowd. Everyone loved it. Big hometown guy, big babyface pop. Someone who didn't get a babyface pop was Bill Algeo, who had one of the best heel promos in recent UFC history, went on the microphone and cut this great promo on Kansas City, who I personally hate as well as a city, only because I'm salty and they beat the Bills every time that it really matters. They seem like lovely people. I don't think I've ever actually been to Kansas City, but I heard they have a nice light district situation. Their baseball team is cool, Kauffman Stadium, with the waterfall, but never been a big fan of their sports teams, and especially the Chiefs these days. Anyway, Algeo got on the microphone after his big win and cut this great promo saying, I'm not going to retire in this dump. It was like shades of Andy Kaufman circa 1978 in Memphis wrestling. It was tremendous. Olivier Aubin-Mercier won once again in the PFL. He continues to roll. He beats Shane Burgos in Burgos's promotional debut for the promotion on Friday. It was pretty much one-sided throughout last, I don't know, maybe the last round, definitely the back end of the round. Burgos, took things up a notch, but it was too little too late for Hurricane Shane, who loses in his PFL debut and also in his first fight since moving up to 155. So we're going to get to all of that and a hell of a lot more. Very, very excited to get into things today. But we must talk about the big story of the weekend. Of course, I'm talking about Zhilei Zhang defeating Joe Joyce. Just kidding. Just kidding. I do want to talk about that later in the program. No, I'm going to talk about the main event off the bat. In Kansas City, it was a massive, massive fight at 145 pounds between Max Holloway and Arnold Allen. What an important fight, especially for Arnold Allen, who had never fought for the belt, who had won 10 in a row, who is the only fighter not named Tony Ferguson to have a double-digit win streak in the UFC and not get a title shot. Of course, Tony fought at least for an interim belt. Arnold never even got to sniff an interim title shot. And so he put it all on the line after, the likes of Piera Rodríguez and Josh Emmett just fought for the interim belt. And, of course, Alex Volkanovski moves up to 155. Arnold Allen puts it on the line against the best featherweight on the planet, arguably not named Alex Volkanovski. I know Patricio Pitbull will have a thing or two to say about that, but certainly in the UFC. And, Holloway's coming off that loss to Volkanovski back in July and obviously looked a step slower than Volkanovski, but I think we forget just how good Volkanovski is. And so this was a big spot for Arnold Allen. Win this fight, secure your spot as the number one contender, fight the winner of Yair and Alex Volkanovski, which goes down July 8th in Las Vegas. As of right now, I'm told it's going to be the main event. We also know that Brandon Moreno versus Alexandre Pantoja going to be the co-main. And so a lot was riding on this one, in particular, in my opinion, for Arnold Allen, but also for Max, who was playing up all week. Y'all must have forgot, I'm not done. I'm still here. In fact, has a new management team. Everything was new for him, right? It was a fresh slate. It was a new chapter. He's with Tim Simpson, who's had quite the run himself. Tim, in the last month, has had Leon Edwards, has had Israel Adesanya, and then has Max Holloway in main event fights, massive fights. And in the end, it was vintage Max Holloway. Now, it wasn't necessarily vintage Max Holloway in the sense that he, poured it on with output, but precision was impressive. Striking obviously was impressive. For the most part, it was a kickboxing match, and it leaned more towards a boxing match. It was a lot of striking and not much else, not a lot of ground activity. And Max Holloway won that fight. Now, I do want to say something right off the bat because I think that this was a bit of a controversial take, at least to some, not to me. And I do want to apologize. I want to apologize right off the bat because a lot of you were very upset with my scorecard on Saturday night. Now, I also do want to say before I apologize, I've been, on Twitter since 2008, and usually for the main events, I like to score the fights. I don't know why. It's a pretty silly activity, especially since I'm not a full-time judge myself. But like, why am I doing this? Everyone's watching. Is there anyone at home being like, oh, let me see what Ariel thinks, as far as the scoring is concerned? Who knows? But it's just something I've done really dating back to when I got on Twitter, because it seemed like the perfect use of Twitter. And I don't know how many times I got it wrong per se. Like, yeah, of course there's one here or there, but so wrong that all these people were writing to me. I mean, the engagement on this tweet was fantastic. I mean, it was an incredible tweet in terms of engagement, because I got so many people telling me that I'm the worst, that I should die, that I know nothing about MMA, that I should go back to basketball. That was a fun one that I saw. Stick to basketball. Oh, wow. I haven't heard that one before. Anyway, I do want to apologize, because my tweet after the fight read as follows. Let me just pull this up real quick, because I don't want to misquote myself. I have it 48-47 Allen, 48-47 Holloway, very possible too. All comes down to that fourth. And so I want to apologize for that, because a lot of you were upset. As of right now, 1K comments. Is it possible? Wow. This is an amazing ratio right here, New York Rick. 1,084 replies, 55 retweets. Is that one of the most lopsided ratios of all time? That's got to be up there.
That's a bad ratio, right?
That is a bad ratio. Yep, 100%. Anyway, so my apology is this. That scorecard was wrong. Mea culpa. My bad. I got it wrong. A lot of people wanted to tell me I got it wrong. A lot of people said, no way, 48-47 Allen. And you're right. There's no way it was 48-47. It was 49-46 Allen. I apologize for nothing. That sounded a lot better in my head when I was like practicing it, but the microphone is so bad right now that once I raised my voice just a little bit, it all went to shit. What do we do about the microphone situation, Frank?
Have you considered not screaming into it?
I'm gonna. I've been screaming since we met. Yeah. I scream.
I have to dial it in. So if
what does that mean?
Changes in your ear.
What does that mean? Dial it in.
Like I'm fine tuning how much it sounds in your.
How long does this fine tuning take? Just out of curiosity.
Well, when I try to make a move and you're like, well, what are you doing in my headphone?
Oh well, that really was. I mean, like even there, it was like it used to be so. Let me try to play with this a little bit. 48-47 Allen. No, 49-46 Allen. Okay. Yell it. No, 49-46. No, you see there, it went crazy again. Anyway, a lot of you were very upset. And the part that I think that you guys missed in that tweet was 48-47 Holloway, very possible too. Did you miss that part? Did you miss the part where I said it's very possible? Meaning this could really come down to one round. Now, a lot of people were very upset saying, oh, this was so one-sided, it could have been 50-45 for Max Holloway. It was that one-sided. I think that's absolute hogwash. One judge, Chris Lee, scored it 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9 for Max Holloway, and only gave Arnold Allen the fifth, which everyone on Twitter did not give to Arnold Allen. Why? Because they said that he got knocked down in the final seconds of the fight. Guess what? According to UFCstats.com, that wasn't recorded as a knockdown. Now, are they always 100% right? No. But if they're not calling it a knockdown, I'm not calling it a knockdown, all right? And if anything, it was a flash knockdown in the last like 3 seconds of the round. Not sure if that's enough to win the round, okay? Travis Busking, 10-9 Holloway, 10-9 Allen, 10-9 Holloway, 10-9 Holloway, 10-9 Allen, 48-47 Holloway. That's what I said. I said that's very possible as well. Sal D'Amato, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9 Holloway, fifth round, 10-9 Arnold Allen. What are you guys so mad about? All right? First of all, every single judge gave the fifth to Arnold Allen. I don't know how you can give the second to Max Holloway, quite frankly. I thought that he clearly won the first, clearly won the third. Fourth was a little bit dicey, that to me. Second was Arnold. Fifth was Arnold. I mean, this is not as one-sided as you guys are making it out to be. I'm sorry. One guy here, 50-45 or 49-46 for Max is the only acceptable scorecard. What are you, crazy? Only acceptable scorecard. Now, right man won fair and square. I watched it, but I still maintain that it's 48-47 Holloway. I'll go 1 and not more. 1, 3, 4. Holloway 2-5. Arnold Allen. And that's that. Tremendous performance from Max Holloway. He looked amazing. He was not slow. Arnold Allen is one of the best featherweights in the world, top 5, without a doubt. And I really, obviously in the Parlay Pals thing, I picked him, but he was the underdog according to every single book on the planet, slight underdog. I thought that this was going to be his coming out party. And in the back end of the fight, 5th round, I thought, the way he kind of put his foot on the gas, like he did against the likes of Calvin Kattar and Dan Hooker, and I know those aren't the same type of fighters as Max Holloway's. I thought we were going to see more of that early on, but Holloway is just so damn good. And so the big takeaway was Holloway is so damn good. He isn't going anywhere. The UFC needs to be careful about who they book Holloway against at 145 because let's be honest, if you put more contenders against him, you're just going to be killing off these contenders for the foreseeable future. It's a very dangerous proposition. Afterwards, he said he wanted to fight Korean Zombie. They've never fought before. They've been in the featherweight division for ages, but their stars have never quite aligned. Zombie this morning posted on his Instagram that he would like to fight him. There's a rumored fight card in the early fall, late summer in Australia, and there's some talk of maybe running it over there. That would be incredible. I would love to see that fight. Now, I think Holloway at this point is probably, a couple levels above. But again, you can't put any of the young upstarts in there because you need to build those guys for Alex Volkanovski. And you don't want another situation like you just had with Arnold Allen, who had 10 wins in a row and now has to, build himself back up. Now, is it a big build back up? No. You lose to Max Holloway, nothing to sneeze at. 1, 2 wins in a row, you're back into that same spot. But it is a setback for the almighty one, and I feel for him. 10 in a row should usually stamp your ticket to getting a title shot. There are guys out there who had 2 wins in a row and got a title shot. Yuri Prochaska comes into the UFC, but sometimes you're in a weight class where the stars don't align for you, or you're out and you're not as active. There are a whole bunch of things at play here for Arnold Allen, but he seems to be handling it well. He seems to be in good spirits. And it's a big learning lesson for him. Going 5 rounds, going into the championship rounds against a guy who has lived in those championship rounds for so many years. Nothing to be ashamed of. If you're going to lose, if you're going to have your streak snapped, if you're going to stop short of getting a title shot, might as well be against, arguably the greatest featherweight champion of all time, or at least up until we met a guy named Alex Volkanovski as of late. GC and Rick, how did you guys score the fights? Because if memory serves me correct, I believe New York Rick even had it the same as I did initially. Am I wrong?
I did. Still have it that way because I haven't rewatched it.
Well, there you go. I'm not so crazy after all.
I had it 2, 4, and 5 for Allen. But I've since seen a lot of discourse, obviously, about 5 being a max round based on that knockdown. And 4 was extremely close, in my opinion. Could have gone either way. I scored it at the time for Allen. But I haven't rewatched it. So my card was 48-47 Allen.
Can I just say something before I ask you, GC, about your scorecard? A lot of people like to point to that knockdown, right? May I remind you that in MMA scoring, the number one criteria is damage, right? This isn't boxing necessarily where if you get a knockdown, it's an automatic 10-8, okay? So if you are losing, if you thought that Arnold Allen was winning that fight, or that round, until the last 5 seconds when they had that crazy flurry and he gets flash knocked down and he gets right back up, then Arnold Allen won that round, in my opinion. He won that round. That was a flash. He did the damage. He did the majority, if not all of the damage in that round. The one knockdown doesn't negate all of that. This isn't boxing. I know it's confusing with the 10-point must system, but that's what I want to say about that. How did you score it, G? Oh, go ahead.
Let me just say, it doesn't, but the implication is that a knockdown is a very damaging blow, right? Like, typically that is a more severe and damaging blow than what had come before it.
But they're not all equal, as you know, right?
No, they're not all equal, but thus why in boxing it is a 10-8 is because of how damaging that blow is. So agree with that.
He also rocked him seconds earlier. Arnold rocked Max right before he got flash knockdown.
So. I'm not going to lie. In real time, with like the flurries that were going on, I thought Arnold Allen just slipped. I didn't realize until watching a replay of it that it was a knockdown like it was. So I gave Arnold Allen that round. Live scoring it, though, I mean, we were talking throughout the entire fight. I actually made the argument that you could give round 2 to Max Holloway as well, the way that he came on at the end of it. You guys shut that down. I had it 3-1 going into the 5th, and then I scored it Arnold Allen 5th round. So 48-47. I would have been shocked, honestly, as they were listing it, if they had given it to Arnold Allen. I thought, with how decisive rounds 1 and 3 were for Holloway, and the closeness of rounds 2 and 4, and then with the flash knockdown as well, to not give any of those to Max Holloway, I thought would have been ridiculous. So yeah, I scored it for Max Holloway pretty decisively.
4-1 or 3-2?
On first live watch, I had it 1-2-3 Max Holloway.
1, 2,
was
3.
iffy about 4, and then 5 Arnold Allen. And then rewatching it, I gave 2 to Arnold Allen, 4 to Max Holloway, and then I don't know what to do with the knockdown in 5. Right. Either way, I had Max Holloway winning any way you flip it.
Can I just say that the dumbest things in MMA, specifically when it comes to scoring, not especially, specifically when it comes to scoring, are that should have been a split decision. Dumbest thing.
Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
You're showing your ass on that one. And number 2, that fight was this without supporting evidence, right? Oh, that felt like a 50-45 or 49-46 fight, just presenting a scorecard without scoring the rounds, without explaining like which rounds went to which person. It's like, that was like a 50-45 or a 49-46. Well, you should have an answer. There should be one answer if you went back and actually looked at the scorecards and scored it. And you should have an answer for that. You should know what your score is. I hate that. I think it's so dumb.
It's that one, and to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. You got to win the rounds decisively if you're the challenger. That drives me insane.
You literally don't.
It's just one guy you literally have to be a guy. The judge sits down there, and let's say it's a 5-round fight. You have to win 3 out of those 5. You can win them by the skin of your teeth. You don't have to be the man to beat the man. There's no Ric Flair involved in any of this.
That's it. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open to the wisdom of the masses. Like I would imagine that if I rewatch that fight, I'd probably score it for Holloway. It just seems overwhelming that most of the scorecards came in for Holloway. But my first watch, I had it for Allen. And to the point, 1 and 3 were pretty definitively max rounds, right? I don't think anybody's really objecting to that. 5 felt like definitively Allen until the end. But again, on a rewatch, that might look a little bit different. A lot of Allen's punches were missing on Max or were being blocked on Max throughout that fight. So I think you need to rewatch that one. And 4 felt extremely close, and 2 felt extremely close to me. So it could have gone a million different directions.
I rewatched the fight, and round 2 was like a tale of 2 rounds. Like Arnold Allen started out so well, and then Max Holloway for the second half of the round, performed so well and was landing much more than Arnold Allen. So it was just kind of like, it was tough to split, man. I mean, 2 and 4 were incredibly close.
And by the way, I'm not sitting here and saying like the wrong guy won or anything like that.
No, you literally said the right guy won just a moment ago.
Yes. But but there's it's not as clear cut. There's nuance here. There's debates. There's little moments. It's a 5-minute round and things are happening. And no better example than that 5th round, right? Where I thought Allen had that in the bag. And then you have this moment where you're like, was that enough to overwrite everything that happened in that 5th round? I don't think it was. I don't.
Yeah.
People are just like, oh, he got knocked down. He loses that. That's not how it works. This isn't boxing. This isn't kickboxing. It's not how it works.
Had it gone to Arnold Allen, though, I don't think I would have said robbery, but I would have thought that was a bad decision. I would have thought, I thought that Max Holloway won. And Frank was talking about it when we got here today. Like, the volume of Max Holloway is just so crazy. Like, it doesn't feel like he's doing this much work. And then you look back at the stats, like round 4, he actually outstruck Arnold Allen 29 significant strikes to 12. Like, it's just... And the volume from him is crazy.
And that was a low volume Max. That wasn't even like Calvin Kattar Max.
It's crazy to think
that was Max turned down to 7. But yeah, he's
also the chin
sick.
On Max Holloway is just crazy. Like, that might have been his best weapon in this fight. Like, anytime, like, it felt like Arnold Allen hit him with multiple huge shots that would have rocked just about anyone else, and Max Holloway just unfazed, ready to roll. I mean, it's impressive. The durability of him, the volume of him. I mean, he's still Max Holloway. It was a great performance by him.
We talk a lot about like guys who have great chins. I think his is obviously Pantheon. It might be number one. The thing that's different about him than a lot of others is like he doesn't even show it on his face. Like obviously people have hit him hard before, and obviously he's been hurt, but like he looks like he didn't even get touched, which is just an incredible thing. And it helps. It definitely helps in situations like this where we're talking about judging. If a judge sees Max Holloway just standing there like it was a breeze instead of a massive left hook, that helps. That helps your case as a fighter who goes to a lot of decisions. So, yeah, like legendary.
A couple of those left hands, like even with the crowd in the arena, sounded like explosions through my TV. And I like... Max Holloway was just unfazed by it. Another thing that Max Holloway did really well was the body kicks. Those were, he was really working those well.
I have to say, after the performance that we saw, after the fight that we saw in July of last year against Alex Volkanovski, and just to see, like, remember that? It was like a little bit hard to watch towards the end.
Yes.
It was 50-45 Volkanovski. It never looked like he was in the fight. It was uncomfortable. And, you know, I think he had to make some changes behind the scenes. And I think there were some people behind the scenes that were kind of hinting at, you know, maybe it's time for him to come back July, 9 months later, and look like that against the guy on a 10-fight winning streak and go the distance.
It's crazy.
It's pretty remarkable.
I think that narrative, if it exists, is a disrespect to Alexander Volkanovski. Like, I think he's just that good. I don't think.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said on Saturday. But you're watching it in the moment, and you're like, you know, you kind of forget, and then you separate, and then you see him against anyone else, and you're like, oh shit,
yeah,
it's Volkanovski. He's
Max,
that damn. Like, he's just
that good.
a different
and Max
level.
Is still the dude. Max is still the guy, and he's that damn good. I don't think that was the best Max Holloway. Like, I think it was a damn good Max Holloway. I don't think it was the best Max Holloway. Is it possible? Like he's lost a half a step, a quarter of a step, sure. Like I'm definitely okay, like accepting of that possibility. But he's still number two. Like don't get mistaken. When it comes to featherweights, the dude's still number two. And it's Alex, Max, and then drop.
Who
left
wins?
This one.
Who wins? Max or Patricio Pitbull?
I think Max. Now, I don't think
Max.
Pitbull's out of that fight. Also, like the reach advantage that Max would have over Pitbull would be like silly. Like Max has some real physical advantages in that fight.
Right.
I left this fight thinking of Max and Yair. Like stock up both guys. Like to me, that was the performance from Arnold Allen that like we didn't. I honestly didn't know how good Arnold Allen was because the last couple have been funky in a certain way. This tells me where Arnold Allen really is in the division. Max is the measuring stick, and not in a like gatekeeper way, more like a title gatekeeper. He's like that first line of defense until you get to Volkanovski. I left this fight thinking Max Holloway's still the dude, and Arnold Allen is legit. Like Arnold Allen is the truth, and we saw this with Yair. After Yair fought Max, it started to be clear, like Yair is ready for that next step, and now he's fighting for the undisputed title at some point. So I don't think this is anything for Arnold to be down about. I think this is the step that you need to see, okay, I can compete with the absolute elite of this division, the best of the best of the best, and now I'm ready to make another run at it.
Initially,
Yair lost to Max Holloway in November of 2021. Like we're talking about what he's the interim champ 15 months later, and now he's gonna get to fight Alexander Volkanovski for the undisputed belt. Like I don't think this sets back Arnold Allen that far.
So initially on Saturday night when I saw Max talking about Zombie, because you look at the featherweight rankings and you're like, who does he fight, right? Because you have to be careful about who you put him in against. Like if you put him in there against Ilya Topuria, yeah, big fight for Topuria, but what if he loses to him? Now he goes, down a few pegs. And I saw him talking about Zombie, and I was like, I don't know if I like that fight because of how Zombie looked in his last fight. And then I remembered, oh yeah, his last fight was against Volkanovski. Same thing, right? Looked like he was levels below, didn't seem like he was in it at all. Towards the end, it was a little bit uncomfortable. Volkanovski himself seemed like he didn't really want to punch him anymore. And now that I see how excited Holloway is, because he's not really that kind of guy to really poke his finger in someone's chest, and how excited Zombie is, and he put out a video today in his gym saying, let's do it in Australia. Now I feel like that's the fight to make, regardless of how Zombie looked in his last fight against Volkanovski over a year ago, by the way. So it probably will be about a year and a half until he fights again. Maybe that was needed. He is slowing down. I don't think he has more than 2 fights left, to be honest. And then considering how, Max has looked on Saturday, so he is back. I love that fight. Rick, what do you think of it?
Love that fight. I don't think it's going to be a very difficult fight for Max Holloway. If I'm being transparent, like I really don't think Zombie has the tools to make Max Holloway sweat or work very hard. But I think both of them wanting it is enough for me. And as far as the Max knocking off contenders thing, one, if you're not good enough to beat Max Holloway, then you're probably not going to be good enough to beat Alexander Volkanovski. I'm sorry, that's just the reality of the situation. And 2, one day somebody is going to beat Max Holloway. Another featherweight other than Alexander Volkanovski is going to beat Max Holloway, and what a win it's going to be. Arnold Allen, I think, was close. I think this was a fight where Arnold Allen got close to it, and one day somebody's going to be able to conquer that mountain and beat one of the best potentially the best featherweight of all time, if not one of. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that idea. I don't think that everybody wants to push Max to 55 because they don't want to see him knock off the contenders. It's like, we don't, who's he going to fight? The contenders are going to have to fight him. That's just it. He wants to be in that division. And if an opportunity opens up where Volkanovski loses or goes up to 55 and captures that title and vacates the belt, the world is now Max Holloway's oyster again. So I'm okay with it. Leave him in there. Let him fight who he wants to fight. And somebody's going to have to beat him. Somebody's going to have to beat him if they want that opportunity.
I mean, he's only 31, which is crazy.
Crazy.
Like, it just feels like he should be way older. In terms of the Korean Zombie matchup, though, I'm a big fan of it. I'm with you, Ariel. Like, well, whether it's going to be a close fight or not, I think there's potential for it to be a super fun matchup.
Oh, I especially in a place where like an Australian crowd. I mean, again, I saw you had the Kansas City lunch or breakfast, whatever. What was that?
Dinner. Just a nice little barbecue.
Is it like now you're getting into it, right? Like these random fight nights in these places. Isn't it fun?
I love it.
By the way, you don't get Zak Cummings. You don't get Zak Cummings at the Apex. You don't get that moment at the Apex.
Yeah.
You don't get these like regional moments. And of course, we're back at the fucking Apex this weekend.
2 weeks in a row.
2 weeks in a row. Jeez Louise. You don't get these nice moments. You don't get Bill Algeo on the microphone. Think about the moments that are created just because we're here. So a crowd like the ones that we see in Australia, and who knows where in Australia will be, but they're always amazing. Sydney, one of the best crowds that I've ever experienced in person, would be a great spot for a fight like that. Is Hawaii close to Australia? I know South Korea is, sort of.
So why? Yeah, ish.
I guess because it's on West Coast, right? Like to get from here to Australia, you have to go through LA. So I would imagine it's closer, right?
It's either closer or nearly equidistant. It's. I was on a Twitter thread that how difficult it is to actually judge distance based on a globe because of the spherical nature.
Wow.
And kind of some facts about some interesting things you might not know.
You were on the thread?
No, I was reading a Twitter.
Oh,
thread
okay.
Like I'll give you an example. The width of Africa is larger than the width of Russia. But like if you think about a map, if you think about a globe, you wouldn't actually like know that perspective. Anyway, saw a Twitter thread about it. But yeah, I don't even remember the original question. How far was it?
I think you're talking proximity from Hawaii to Australia, like in terms of Max Holloway.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Still a pretty expensive flight.
Oh, sure.
About $1,000.
Yeah.
10 hours and 50 minutes from Honolulu to Sydney.
Okay, I mean that's closer than New York to Sydney. Maybe it's the 11th island. Who knows? By the way, consider this: the last time Max Holloway lost to someone at 145 pounds, not named Alex Volkanovski. Do you know who that person was?
Is it Connor?
Connor in 2013. Yeah. That was the last time Max Holloway lost to anyone in the featherweight division, not named Alex Volkanovski. The names since then: Will Chope, Andre Fili, Clay Collard, Kira Corsani, Cole Miller, Cub Swanson, Charles Oliveira, Jeremy Stevens, Ricardo Lamas, Anthony Pettis, Jose Aldo, Brian Ortega, Frankie Edgar, Calvin Kattar, Yair Rodriguez, Arnold Allen. That is insane. Freaking who's who.
It's insane.
That is a who's who. I feel for Arnold, though.
By the way, the loss we're qualifying it as like last time he lost to a featherweight not named Volkanovski. The other loss at 55 was to
Poirier.
Dustin freaking Poirier. Like
Interim title
the dude is amazing. Like Max Holloway, his career is going to age very, very well when it's all said and done. The significant strikes and total strike statistics, the pace that he's putting right now, I don't think those are ever going to get touched by anybody ever. Like I don't think it's ever going to be close. It's going to be Kareem. LeBron finally caught Kareem. It's going to be that times a million. Nobody's ever going to catch Holloway in terms of the strike numbers that he's putting up. He's special, man. And I said this on Saturday. I tweeted it. When Max Holloway fights, it's an event. And you can't say that about every single time there's a headliner for the UFC these days. There's fights where you're just like, okay, like this is the headliner, but okay. Max Holloway, when he fights, no matter where it is, Kansas City sounded like Hawaii. Like wherever he goes,
they were chanting for him. Holloway,
yeah, chanting Holloway.
He's the man. He's the freaking man. Max Holloway's the
walking
man.
out to Hawaiian kickboxer, young and down. One of the great walkouts. Like I said, I feel for Arnold. I wonder who he fights next. The one that comes to mind is Josh Emmett. Just fought in February, 4 against 5, at least as of right now in the UFC rankings. Feels like that makes sense,
going
right?
Up against Topuria in June.
Who's that? Oh, Josh Emmett? Is he?
Josh Emmett Topuria, I believe.
I think that is book. I'm okay with either of those guys against Allen, though. I think he's right there. I think he stays right there.
Where's Giga Chikadze at?
Dude, where is he at, man?
Yeah, that's a great
June
question.
2022.
Yeah.
Against Cater. January 2022.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 15 months since we've seen him fight. This was the first card of the year last year. And I've heard no news about him.
Yeah, I see an article here, MMA News, Giga Chikadze continues search for next opponent, February 2023. So he was supposed to fight in September of 2022 against Sadiq Youssef, but nothing since.
Giga Arnold Allen, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Oh, that would be fun.
Sign me up.
I hope Arnold fights. He fought just a few months ago. Like that, I think that was the problem in terms of wanting to give him a title shot sooner. He was fighting once every year or so because of injuries and whatnot. And you do wonder if this fight happened in that London arena, the O2 Arena last month, that London card. Is the result any different? Where Arnold is the big favorite or no?
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I'm going to say no also.
All right.
So it was I thought it was kind of cool to see the crowd really on Holloway's side.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's top 10 most popular fighters in the UFC.
Yeah.
Right now. So yeah, a great main event. You all scored it wrong. NBD.
Yeah.
NBD. The vitriol blew me away.
I thought it was crazy that I was in the minority in our group chat scoring it for Holloway.
Yeah, I was waiting for Rick to jump in there and be like, "Hey guys, just to let you know, I scored," but there was no save.
No, yeah, you were like,
you're ranking for 20 minutes.
You're talking about on Twitter.
On Twitter?
On Twitter, yeah. Can you jump into the thread for a sec?
No, I was gonna jump in and add to the vitriol.
Oh,
you're crazy.
Did you like? I liked my follow-up tweet. I thought it was a pretty good one for,
what'd you say?
Subscribe to my SoundCloud.
Yeah, subscribe to your SoundCloud. What does that even mean, dude?
Well, I feel like every time someone has a fire tweet, they always follow.
They plug something. yeah. New song dropping April 22nd.
Yes, this is
it's typically not when they're getting ratioed.
I know, but I was trying to make light of this situation.
How many quote tweets were there?
Oh my God. It was this fucking guy. Die.
Yeah.
Die.
I mean,
whoa, chill.
The amount of anger that people have. I also love that, a couple other people I like that are prominent in the sport. I want to say Brian Campbell also was like, nope, I scored it for Allen as well. There were a few people that agreed with you.
Yes.
I honestly didn't know it was that shocking till later, till I started seeing a lot more scorecards.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
be
know
honest, when they were going to the scorecards, you guys were like, Allen is about to get his hand raised.
That was one where I was like, whatever gets read out here is going to be
I was shocked.
Fine. No,
I
was not
no
shocked.
way.
I was not.
As the second, I was like, this is Holloway. I feel like this would be a bad decision if it was Allen. The second I heard 49-46, I was like, oh, this is Holloway.
Yeah, even 49-46, I was not. Then I knew Holloway had won, but I was not 49-46. I was like, yeah, that's a regular. That was your scorecard. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I was going to when Brian tweeted that to me, I was going to say, save yourself, Brian. Delete the tweet. It's not worth it, dog. It's not worth it. We're going to talk more about that fight and the rest of the card. Some of the other big winners, Edson Barbosa with an incredible finish of Billy Quarantillo. He called him out. Billy Q did, and unfortunately didn't go his way. A lesson for him, but a knee out of nowhere. This guy throws knees like jabs, Jose Aldo-esque, and he finished him in the first round. Edson Barbosa, the ageless wonder, still winning, and what a big win for him. He improves to 23-11 as a pro. Unanimous decision win for one. Not Dustin Jacoby. Azmat Zakhanov over Dustin Jacoby. Solid fight there. Iwan Kuchilaba defeated Tanner Boser via first round, ground and pound, TKO. Nice moment seeing DC and Iwan squash their beef afterwards. Pedro Munoz defeated Chris Gutierrez via unanimous decision. Rafa Garcia defeated Clay Guida. More on that fight to come. Bill Algeo, more on his win over TJ Brown. What about Brandon Royval? Was all fired up after his big win over Mateus Nicolau. Zak Cummings, as I said, defeated Ed Herman. Gillian Robertson defeated Piera Rodríguez, somewhat controversial. And a few other results that we can get to later on in the program. Those were the main ones. Let's get to our first guest of the day. Like I said, got a long show today, so we'll be sprinkling some thoughts throughout. But the big story on Friday night was Olivier Aubin-Mercier remaining undefeated in the PFL. Last time we saw him was in late November here in New York City. He won the lightweight tournament, comes back in his first fight of the 2023 season, defeats the new signee, the shiny new toy, Shane Burgos. He's about to head off to the airport. Let's say hello to OAM. Hello, Olivier. Salut, mon ami. Comment ça va?
Comment ça va? Ça va bien?
Ah, ça va très bien, Olivier. Et félicitations à vous. Le gros victoire vendredi soir. I'll stop there, Olivier. You know, it's still a little bit rusty, but not bad. And I know you have to head to the airport, so I'll make it quick. Can I ask you, were you know, I spoke to Shane about this last Wednesday. I was surprised they signed him to a big deal. It's a whole big to-do. They put him in there off the bat against you. Now, I'm watching on Friday. I'm like, okay, I'm hyped about this. This is exciting. But in order to build someone up, I don't know if the best move was to put him in there against the reigning champ. Were you surprised when they did this as well?
Yeah, I was surprised they gave me Shane. I really thought they would not give it to me at first, but I feel that they changed their the way to see it. You know, last time with Pettis, I think they tried to let's say make a little path for him to make the final, and it failed. It failed, and I think this time they tried to the opposite. You know, they just make the best fight in the beginning, and they did the same with Lock Name. They did the same with Razor Blade. You know,
yeah.
they put them against the new signing of a PFL, and it didn't play out.
No, it did not. It did not. It was rather one-sided. Maybe the back end of the third made it a little bit interesting, but it was a very easy fight to score, 29-28 in my opinion for you at worst. And so I'm wondering, is there any part of you when you get a fight like that, when you get an assignment like this, you're like, oh, I want to squash the new shiny toy? Do you think of that, or is that just something like us in the media and the fans think about?
I need to squash the shiny toy.
Yeah, like this guy isn't going to make a name off of me. I'm the guy who's been here. You know what I mean?
No. I thought about that. You know, and I mean, for sure, it was kind of nice to. You know, the plan was not me to win. You know, they wanted Shane to win and make a big thing out of it. You know. And it was pretty funny because I had like a conversation with all my friends, and they were always sending me like how every champ of the PFL were like on posters and everything, but always Shane was there.
Wow, really?
So yeah, that was pretty funny. But I mean, it's all good. You know, I'm okay with that. He's a bigger name than I am, so like I can understand. But it was sweet to have a win over Shane because of that, you know.
Did you mention this to them? Hey, where am I on the posters?
No, I think I was more. I don't know. I just think it was funny. I was more trolling about that, you know. But maybe I can send it to you. A lot of people send that to me. Actually, it's like a poster, and there is all the champion but me, and there is Shane Burgos.
Wow. What the hell? And you were one of their best stories last year.
Yeah, I think so, but that's okay. I mean, like I said, I think it's more funny. Like it's shameless, you know. It's so funny that like, okay, like you did that.
By the way, correct me if I'm wrong. Was that your first time fighting in Las Vegas as a pro?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
It was my first time.
What was it
Yeah.
like? Did you enjoy it?
Crazy, eh? Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, Vegas, you know, it's an interesting town. It's a little bit crazy, you know. It's everything that's wrong with the world is here, you know. But I find it like pretty interesting. I like it. Maybe not for too long, but I still like it. Yesterday, I went with my parents in a restaurant, and I think I drank a little bit too much because I don't remember half of the night. And yeah, but it was fun though. It's a lot of fun, but not too much.
Wasn't your first time there, period, right? Like you've been there before.
No, I went to the PI when I was with the UFC. I went there like a couple of times, and it was always fun. But like I said, it's just too much. You know,
Yeah.
you cannot stay here for a week. You have to stay here for 2-3 days, and like I stayed here for a week in a little hotel. I decided to go to another hotel because it was too crazy. The link was too crazy, too many people.
Yeah.
So I went to a little hotel just beside, and like a lot less people, and I enjoyed it. You know.
Yeah, the move for me every time I go there, like this weekend as well, never stay in a hotel with a casino and all that stuff because it's too crazy. You're trying to go down to get a bottle of water and you have to go through like a gazillion people just to get to the little store or something like that. One last thing on Shane. Do you think he made a mistake going up to 55?
I heard he had a lot of trouble making 145. And I don't think he's gonna be able to do the tournament at 145 because it's 4 fights, you know, in a year. So I don't think so. But he used a lot of like his size when it was at 145. I don't think it's gonna be possible at 155. So let's see what happened. You know, we saw a lot of big 145 they did really well at 155 after a couple of fights. You know, if you think about Poirier and Olivier, I think you just need to adjust a little bit. You know?
Speaking of location, I saw afterwards you cut this nice promo saying, all right, it's time. We need to come to Montreal. I could sell at an arena in Montreal. I'm one of the few guys on the roster that could do that in their hometown here at the PFL. Just to be clear, were you talking about the Bell Center when you like? Do you think you can sell at the Bell Center?
I don't think I can sell the Bell
Come
Center,
on.
but
Why not? Why not?
maybe if I have some help from some friend, maybe. You know, if Alex Morgan, if Mick Dufort help me sell the Bell Center, that would be good. But alone, I don't think so. But some Videotron, things like this, I'm pretty sure I can do that. I mean, even here, funny story, like there was maybe 20 Quebecers that I didn't know they were coming to see me in Vegas.
Wow.
So there's 20 Quebecers coming to see me in Vegas, and they see me as the main event, you know. So they're like, oh, we're gonna come later, you know, to see him fight.
Oh no.
And they arrive at the arena.
Oh no, because they did the main card first.
Yeah.
Oh my
They
god.
did the main card first.
Oh.
So they came into the arena like pump up. Yeah, we're gonna see our boy fight. And like they were told like, you know, he just fought. Like he fought like 10 minutes ago. And he won. And they were like, oh fuck. Oh no. So they bought tickets for nothing, but one of my friend Mike Ward, he was there, and he saw them, and he told me about the story. So I went down and I went to see them to say thank you for everything.
Oh, that's
but
nice.
but fuck, I was feeling so bad. I was like, oh my god, you came here to see me and you missed my fight.
That was weird. Yeah, because of the TV, they did the main card first and then the prelims after. Oh, poor guys. Nice of you to go see them. By the way, Quebec Combat Sports on the map. You saw Sami Zayn in Montreal in February, and Kevin Owens. Did you watch WrestleMania when they won the tag team titles? Did you see that? That was incredible.
No, I didn't see it, but I saw he used some catchphrase from Quebec.
Yes,
The
tabarnak.
tabarnak.
Yes.
God damn it.
Everyone's copying you. I even saw T-shirts. Is someone selling a Quebec is back tabarnak shirt? What the hell?
Yeah, what the fuck is that? I mean, like, he's selling it. It's crazy. And like, again, it's all fun because it's like I didn't ask them to do that, or they didn't ask me to do it, but like just to see a freaking Instagram page called Quebec is back tabarnak, I'm like, oh my god, okay. I guess you have to find a way to make money. You know, I'm wondering how many T-shirts they sold. Like what? Like 3, 4, maybe.
Hey, it's better than nothing. Well, why don't you sell your own? Sell your own merch.
Oh, I have my own merch.
So have a Quebec is back tabarnak one.
Yeah, I can send it to you.
You have one that says Quebec is back tabarnak?
Yeah.
I need to buy that. Oh, that's incredible. Is yours nice? Is it nicer than the one that they were selling on the?
Of course, it's so nice. I'm gonna send it to you. Like,
all right.
Just for you to see.
I look forward to that. That's incredible. So is there any chance in Canada this year? You think? What are they saying to you?
I think there is chance, but I do think maybe Quebec need to put some pressure.
Okay.
You know,
the
fans maybe they need to go spam their page.
Okay.
To help out a little bit, but they said there is some chance, but it's not looking that great. So let's hope let's hope the fans make them change their mind. You know.
And do you have your next date yet?
Yeah, I do. It's in Atlanta, but I don't remember the date. I think it's in 8 weeks, something like this.
So you have to go through this all over again with the 4 fights if you want to get to the finals. I saw Brendan Loughnane talking about this. Like it takes a toll, right? Do you feel like your body is up after doing it just a few months ago? Do you feel like your body is up for this?
Let's see. I don't know yet, but like I had some conditioning coach to prevent the injury this year. So let's see if it works. But yeah, it's gonna. And you know what? It's more than 4 fights a year. Like I just did my 5th fight a year.
That's true. Yeah.
3 days ago. So that's kind of crazy when you think about it. But yeah, it's 3 more to go. Yeah. 3 more to go.
So like now, I mean, your next fight is 8 weeks away. How long of a break do you take?
I'm gonna take I think a week, and then I'm gonna start slowly. But I stopped doing. I don't do sparring anymore.
Oh, at all?
No, at all. Don't spar anymore. No big glove sparring. I do small glove, more touch and grappling, but no crazy sparring anymore. And I think it's the way to go when you fight in PFL. And it may be the way to go when you fight. That's it, you know.
Yeah.
But I really see improvement in my physical ability, and I got a lot less injury because of that, you know. And even the headache, no more headache. So it's good.
Interesting you say that, because Max Holloway, who fought on Saturday, has been talking about that for a long time, and he's had success. And I was just going to ask you, you know, ever since you've left the UFC, I think it's 7 in a row now, and you've looked amazing. You win the PFL tournament. What I was talking on Friday with the guys here, like even watching you in there, it's like you're a different guy. Like the confidence that you have, like the way you conduct yourself, and it feels like you're a different guy than the one that we last saw at the end of the UFC run. Can you describe what is the difference between the fighter we're seeing now and the one from a few years ago?
But like you said, I think, I mean, I'm more confident. You know, I have more. I feel I'm more a tactician too. I always had problem in the UFC for some reason with my fight IQ. You know, I really took bad decision when I was fighting in the UFC during fights, and I think like during the COVID, I had to watch a lot of fights. And to study a lot of fights. I had a lot of time to just get better, you know, not fight, just get better. And I think that really, really helped. That when you're in the UFC, you know, you always have to fight. When you don't fight, you try to recuperate, and then you feel so much pressure that you don't really get better, So I think with everything that happened in the last couple of years, I had time to get better. I had time to study fights, and I had time to understand what are my strengths and what are my weakness. And I think we can see that now. I think I'm a really complicated man to fight right now.
Absolutely, 100%. It shows and it's paying off. I told you I'd let you go at 11. It's exactly 11 a.m. over there, Olivier. So,
my man,
safe travels back home to Montreal. I was just in Montreal for the last 2 weeks. I went to Julep right before I went home. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's heaven on earth, if you ask me. I don't know if you feel the same way. I don't get the spaghetti like George, but the Julep, to me, I would take a shower in it if it was acceptable. I love that Julep. So enjoy if you need a celebratory drink. Thank you very much, Olivier, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much for having me again.
Always. There he is, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, the Canadian gangster himself. I appreciate his humility. He says, listen, let's not get crazy about the Bell Center. That's the home of the Montreal Canadiens, but he is quite popular in Quebec, in Montreal, and it would be damn great to see him fight back in Montreal and Quebec combat sports on fire, of course, with Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens winning the tag titles at WrestleMania, and OAM winning the PFL tournament. Now, he has his own shirt. Quebec is backed up on that. He has that. I feel like we need that. I still have the Canadian Gangster fanny pack right over there, courtesy of my friends at Reebok. It's right over there in the corner. So great stuff from him. Now, I said at the top of the show, Bill Algeo, his post-fight interview, promo, Saturday in Kansas City with DC, one of my favorites of all time, in particular because I hate Kansas City sports. It was incredible stuff because he was also, giving a little nod to all the retirements, but also was, Andy Kaufman circa 1978, just crapping on the local crowd, which you never see anyone do. Usually you're trying to curry favor with the local crowd. In case you missed it, here's what he said to the crowd after his big win on Saturday night.
I'm here with Bill Algeo. Bill, what a fantastic performance. That is your 6th submission. You guys went after it from the very beginning. Is that what you're expecting?
Absolutely. First things first, my man Jimmy the Genie has told me this. Everything's going well. I got a beautiful wife. I got a beautiful baby boy at home. So I want to make this official announcement that I ain't never retiring, baby. Woo! They're going to have to drag my carcass out of here.
Okay, now it gets
Bill,
good. I like this now.
Like Michael Bisping said,
DC tries to get it back on track.
Elbow. Was that
And he
something
craps
you
all
guys
over
saw
them.
in
It's great.
training that would allow for you to hurt TJ Brown?
Not at all. He was hitting me a whole bunch, so I had to get him in that short range because I know he's coming forward. All right, listen, I would never retire
This is the best.
in a dump like Kansas City.
Yes.
All right, I look around here, and all I see is a bunch of crack-wearing, Uber Eats driving, Bud Light drinking, down in all the Lincoln Sons of Guns.
Oh, that is amazing. And a little nod.
Performance and an even better promo. Y'all better boo Bill Algeo.
Oh, that was tremendous stuff. That is amazing. Let us say hello to Senor Perfecto himself, Bill Algeo, who's joining us right now for the first time. Hello, sir. How are you? Well done, not only on the fight, but on the promo as well.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to be on here.
It's great to have you. By the way, DC said it like Algeo, and I say Algeo. Which is the correct way to say it?
It's Algeo, or if you're my UFC driver, he had a Lego. So I get all variations. But
Okay, so
Algeo.
I was saying it correctly. I just wanted to make sure there. DC was the one who butchered it. Yes.
Mostly.
Okay.
I got something to take up with you too on that julep, man. That julep's disgusting.
What?
I do love Montreal. Montreal is a beautiful city. It's a beautiful place, but yeah, the julep could be a little better.
You had the julep in Montreal next to TriStar?
Yeah, of course. I've been there plenty of times.
You think it's disgusting?
I mean, anything's good, I guess, after getting whooped up on that TriStar and getting some sugar in you. But no, it's not the best.
Have you ever had the spaghetti with meatballs?
I have not.
Good, don't have it. That's GSP's move. I wouldn't suggest. Have you ever had the poutine there?
Yeah.
Tremendous, right?
That's good.
Okay, fair enough. All right, we agree on that. By the way, why do they call you Senor Perfecto?
So I had a another, I guess you'd call it like a wrestling promo done where I made it myself, where basically I'm making every single putt. I'm making a perfect shot in darts. I think I won in chess or something. So after that video, everybody started calling me Mr. Perfect, but that's already been done before. So I wanted to put my little twist on it. Plus I'm married to a Puerto Rican woman. So I started saying Senor Perfecto after that.
Okay, I love that. First of all, are you a big darts guy?
Yeah, not bad at it.
I'm a big darts guy myself. I only throw 180s though over here. What about you?
181s. I don't know. I don't know enough to make fun of it.
We have a darts board here. If you're ever, in town, we need to go one-on-one. Okay, and what's that?
The game cricket. That's all I play.
Cricket. Yeah, I just do 3 versus 3. I do 3 shots. You do 3. Let the better man win.
Okay.
But here's the thing. It seems like you're giving a nod there to Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig. But then I heard in the post-fight interview or press conference, you're not a pro wrestling fan. Is that correct?
No, I mean, I was back in the day growing up. So I liked Mr. Perfect. I liked the $6 Million Man or whatever it was.
$1 Million Man.
$1 Million Man, yeah. And then Razor Ramon, all the classics. I have been watching it now as an adult. I mean, I've been pretty focused on this sport.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm a big fan. I was giving a shout out to Ric Flair and his retirement, but I think he did it in North Carolina where he's from, and he sold it for, like 5 to 10 minutes. I didn't have that kind of time, but I thought it'd be funnier instead of, playing to the crowd to start making fun of them and just see where it goes from there. I wanted to make sure I asked my cornerman if they were selling glass beverages out in the audience because I have to keep that head on a swivel out there. I
loved it. I loved everything about it. And even like the Uber Eats driving, all that was tremendous. Did you think of that on the spot?
No, we kind of, that was the edited version.
Okay.
So we kind of just made ourselves laugh all week, just kind of saying it like that. Hair sniffing was in there. We had a couple different shticks.
And when you walked out, which we didn't see, like when you walk out of the cage and go to the back, anything happen?
Basically, like I wasn't sure what kind of reviews I was getting, and then I had my gloves still off, so I was acting like I was going to throw one in the crowd, and they started going nuts for it. So as soon as you start off on freestyle, the crowd went crazy for me. So I won them back. So I had them. I made fun of them. I lost them, and then I got them back. Because I threw out a glove, I threw out another glove, and then I threw out my shirt too.
Typical Kansas City fans, right? I mean, you throw something free their way,
hands are always out.
Yeah.
Hands are always out.
Unbelievable. Now, and the beef is because you're an Eagles fan?
Correct. Yeah, I was going to start an Eagles chant, but I was afraid they wouldn't be able to spell it.
That is amazing. That is incredible. Are you a diehard Eagles fan? Is that your team?
Yeah. I've been born and raised around Philadelphia area, so that's my team. It's pretty much the only sport I watch.
Okay, yeah, right, of course. Tough loss in February, but it was. I'm a big Bills fan, and I hate Kansas City. So you doing that was just tremendous. You like the Bills?
I've been to a Bills game before. Yeah, I've crashed some people at some tables.
Yes, it is a great time. Well, what a performance! Not just the post-fight promo, but the fight itself.
Thank you.
I mean, that to me was as impressive as it gets from you. But you've been having impressive performances as of late. The last one stumbled a little bit, but prior to that, on a bit of a run. How would you describe where you're at? We were just talking to Olivier about his confidence right now. Feels like you're a very confident fighter when we're seeing you out there. How would you describe it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the skills were there. The better fighter doesn't always win every night too. So you still got to go out there and do it. And I was doing good against Philly until I got my arm broke, and then it was like, okay, just in survival mode. But other than that, it's been a pretty good run the last couple of fights. So I'm hoping to keep that momentum going. And even the losses I had were close, but they were entertaining. So at least I know I'm bringing some value either way.
Did you know in the Feely fight that you broke your arm, or did you realize afterwards?
It totally snapped. So yeah, I knew right away. It was the first 10 seconds of the third round.
Did you need surgery?
Yeah. I got 6 screws and a plate.
Oh damn! See, and that was only in September. Well, I guess that's not that long ago. 7 months. How long did it take to get to 100%?
I'll let you know.
Oh, it's not 100%.
I mean, I still feel it. It's annoying, but that's why I go with southpaw a lot more. I try not to get kicked there.
Oh wow! So you still feel like even so in training for this fight, you were feeling it throughout?
Yeah. So it's.
Oh, do we lose him?
We'll get him back in just a second.
I think it's Frank's fault. Frank, is that your fault too?
I'm going to take responsibility for that. I pulled the plug.
Sometimes
His phone might have died.
Oh, okay. Sometimes it rejiggers. But in the UFC, since coming to the UFC, lost his debut to Ricardo Lamas. And of course, a lot of people will remember him as the guy who Brendan Loughnane fought in the Contender Series, who, Loughnane shot on and Dana White was upset about. Went back, fought at CFFC against Tim Dooling, won that fight. Oh, looks like he just left. Lost to Lamas, beat Spike Carlisle, lost to Ricardo Ramos, so 2 Ricardos there, but then beat Joe Anderson Brito, beat Herbert Burns in a great win for him on Long Island, and then had the Feely fight in September, injured his arm, as he just said, comes back against TJ Brown, and submits him in the second round. Phone might have died. That's not good. So we'll look to reconnect with Bill Algeo, not Algeo.
Here he is.
He's here.
Coming back on.
All right. We'll get him in a moment. A nice win for him. And yeah, there was the Zak Cummings retirement. There was the Ed Herman retirement. Clay Guida faked the retirement to wish his mom a happy birthday, which upset Dana White very, very much, which seemed like a bit of an overreaction, especially since it was his mom. And I don't think Dana realized it was his mom because he was talking about how he just kind of wanted to give some person a shout out. It was his mom. I mean, mom deserves that, right? I mean, if there's one person you should fake your retirement for just to give them a happy birthday shout out, I feel like mom qualifies. Mama Guida, legend in her own right. So I feel like we could chill out about that one. But he was joking about that. But it ended up being not only the promo of the night, but also the fight of the night as well, which I thought maybe they would, I don't know, maybe to one of the main, co-main was fun as well. Didn't last very long. Maybe give, I thought maybe Edson would get, did he get a bonus? I don't remember. There were so many damn fights, like 14 fights. But I was happy to see, 2 of the younger guys get a fight of the night. Fight of the night bonus. His third in the UFC, his third post-fight bonus, second fight of the night bonus, got one for the Ricardo Lamas fight back in August of 2020. Also got a performance of the night bonus when he beat Herbert Burns. Remember, that was the one where Burns suffered a knee injury in the second round of their fight on ABC in Elmont, New York on Long Island. Do we have Mr. Bill? All right. I shall keep talking. Yes, the promo referenced, where is it? I would never retire in a dump like Kansas City. I look around here and all I see are a bunch of Croc wearing, Uber Eats driving, Bud Light drinking, sons of guns. I ain't never retiring. Woo! The Croc wearing. I wonder, any Croc wearers back there?
I've owned a pair or two.
Socks or no socks?
Typically no socks.
I feel like socks with Crocs have become somewhat cooler these days.
I mean, they're comfortable. They're light. They're easy to slip on and off. You can go sport mode in the back, so you make sure they don't fall off.
What is sport mode? Oh, with the strap?
Yeah. Strap up, strap down.
You put the little pin things in the front?
I never have, no.
No, you're not big into that?
Yeah, I currently don't own a pair. Maybe I need to re-up.
Yeah. I feel like it's a big thing with kids, but maybe I'm wrong about that. We have Bill, but audio only? I might have to cut a promo on him for this.
Maybe. Here he is.
Bill, are you there? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm back. I think we just put little man to sleep, so I think his baby monitor is chewing up all my Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. It's all good. I understand. As a parent myself, this is your first child, right?
Yeah, he's 5 months yesterday.
And how's that? 5 months yesterday, I think you said?
Yeah, 5 months yesterday.
Let's just go. Let's
Give
just
me 1 second here.
we'll just
Hey,
let's just call you.
that
On,
baby monitor off.
we can just call him on the
Turn
phone.
the
No?
baby monitor off.
Yeah, it's a little bit choppy. Maybe we'll just call your cell.
That works too.
Do you want me to use my phone?
I don't know.
Hmm.
No, it's louder.
Maybe we could cut his mic.
Yeah, I don't
while he's
know.
Figuring this
Can you
out.
guys hear me?
Just call a cell.
We got it.
All right. We'll call a cell. I remember those days with the baby monitor. And now the technology is fantastic. You can get it on your phone. I don't know how much it eats your Wi-Fi over there. By the way, cutting the promo on the croc wearing Uber Eats driving and then the Wi-Fi goes out because of the monitor. I mean, what do you guys think? Is that a burn or what? I feel like someone in Kansas City can then be like, "Yo, just up your Wi-Fi, bro. Up your strength or whatever it is." Am I wrong
Maybe
about
they're
that?
interfering with them.
Oh, you think someone from Kansas City is interfering
Just
with this
saying.
interview?
Just throwing out ideas.
No. I like what you're putting down. Interesting factoid, by the way, about Bill Algeo. Started martial arts at the age of 14. Started his wrestling career 0-14. But then 4 years later, went on to become All-State and captain of the wrestling team. This was in high school, started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at 18, and then ran a BJJ program at Penn State University, where he was going to school full-time and got a BA in accounting. Penn State also was a member of the Penn State boxing team. We don't need to do the interview. I can just tell you all about him right now. He was partaking in amateur MMA bouts, went undefeated as an amateur, and then turned pro in 2011. So it's been a long journey for him. His actual pro debut came in 2012. Bill, you there? Bill, are you there?
What?
Bill? Hello, Bill. What is going on? This is like if we were doing an interview with someone in Singapore. He's in Pennsylvania. Thank God. Could you imagine if this was happening last week when I was away?
Right.
That would have been
We're talking to him. 1 second.
flipping my lid. Still to come, Rob Font, Zak Cummings, Gillian Robertson, and Robert Whittaker. Stay tuned for all of that. Plus, we're going to recap the weekend in bets. It's a tough one for the Parlay Pals. I hear like the static of the phone call, but I don't. Bill, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
This is an all-time debut appearance on the program.
Yes, we're going through every medium we got.
I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. I don't know if you heard any of what I was saying. Is it true you started 0-14 as a wrestler when you were in high school?
Yeah, I wasn't very good at all. I was just trying not to give up 6 points, so trying not to get pinned. But yeah, I was coached by a guy who graduated the year before and was there like half the times because he's a 19-year-old kid. So it was more of a just get tough and instead of like learn how to actually wrestle.
And that didn't deter you. You kept at it, and then you became you were all state, and then I think did you win a championship as well?
No. Just all state wrestler, which in PA is a significant thing.
For sure. And then jiu-jitsu at Penn State and boxing at Penn State as well.
Yeah, I started teaching jiu-jitsu up there. I was the only purple belt in the state college area at the time. Now you got, world champions up there. You got, what's the name, just opened up the American Top Team.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more MMA up there now. But when I was there, I was the only purple belt, so I taught jiu-jitsu, and then I would do the boxing team just to stay competitive.
How about the disrespect for Bo Nickel? What's his name?
Yes. Well, I get them confused, man. There's Jason Knopf. I saw David Taylor. They're all training MMA now.
They are. That is true.
But Bo Nickel's doing the best right now. But they're all very, very good.
An infamous fight that you were a part of was the Brendan Loughnane Contender Series fight. You got into the UFC. He didn't. Was there any part of you that was like, I need to not be known as this guy? Because I feel like for the longest time, like you were the guy that everyone said, including myself, like, how did he make it to the UFC but not Brendan? Brendan won the fight just because he shot in the final seconds. Did you feel any kind of way about that?
Yeah, I mean, I felt for him. Like, we put on a great fight. I thought they were getting that fight for a discount, and they were. Because now he's doing pretty well for himself. So I guess all things considered, he shouldn't be too unhappy with the results because he made a ton more money there than he would in the UFC, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, I was confused why he didn't get the bid. I get he went for a takedown at the end, but I'm not an easy dude to finish, so it was just get the W. And that was a war. I made him piss blood. He made me not be able to walk for a few days. It was a good fight.
Wow. We were talking earlier about being a father. So was this your first official fight as a dad, right? Like since your son was born?
Say the first part of the question again. I heard the dad part.
This was your first time fighting since your son was born, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So first time doing a training camp with minimal sleep.
Yeah, what was that like?
It's just different, man. It's just you don't have as many luxuries as before, where I can take a nap every day and sleep 10 hours no problem. Now it's just sleep when you can get it in, and your whole attention is just different when you get home, when he's awake anyway.
But more motivation, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. More motivation to do well, make money. I mean, all the above. I mean, that was lacking before, but now it's just more pronounced.
Heightened, yeah. Is it true you don't train jiu-jitsu anymore?
No, not really. I teach it, but I train it, no.
You said that in the post presser. So like when why is that? I mean, your jiu-jitsu is great. You teach it. Obviously, you've earned that. But to refine your skills, to talk, strategy, game plan stuff, never helps to train it?
Like we'll mix in the wrestling and throw some rear naked chokes and stuff on that, but I already know how to do that. That doesn't, once you learn a rear naked choke, it's not that hard to figure it out. The more important meat and potatoes is getting to someone's back and keeping them down. I'm not going to be throwing up triangles and arm bars off my back. I'm looking to get up and strike. So that eliminates basically 95% of all jiu-jitsu. And then, even getting up is more wrestling based than jiu-jitsu based.
Sure.
But I still have some submission things, but that I can pull out of a bag if I need to. But I'd like to, the Jose Aldo approach of, he's got amazing jiu-jitsu, but you would never even know it because he's such a good kickboxer.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good call. Do you spar?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Okay, because we were just talking to Olivier, who says he doesn't spar anymore. And so when do you go to TriStar, or did you go and not anymore?
No, not anymore since COVID. They got really crazy since then, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
But I would go maybe once a year, just get a good feel for good guys and see where I'm at and get the confidence up. I train with Arnold Allen up there. Actually OAM as well. Quite a few guys.
But everything's back to normal. You can go, no problem. There's no restrictions anymore.
Oh, no. Well, they still ban jiu-jitsu tournaments, and they still have weird rules like that. But
okay,
we'll see. I'll have to get back up there. I do love that town, especially when it gets nice out. It's gorgeous.
Oh yeah, it is amazing. And I'm sorry. I saw your Instagram post about your mother. I'm very sorry that you and your family are going through that. My condolences. And this obviously your first fight since her passing. You obviously didn't show any emotion in the post promo, and you kept it light, which was fun. But I'm wondering if you felt like you were fighting with a heavy heart, if you were thinking about her a lot throughout the week, how you were dealing with all of that.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely showed some emotion in the one interview, like right after the promo. It just kind of hit me. I'd kind of been only thinking about this fight, which was kind of a luxury, where I didn't have to accept reality for the most part. I mean, I'd gone through that week of hell with her in the hospital, but then it was like, okay, just focus on this fight. But man, she was and is my biggest fan when it comes to this stuff. She would watch the weigh-in, she'd watch Twitter for anything that could happen. She would read all the articles. So it was tough. As soon as this fight was over, it started to kind of hit me, and the airplane ride home too. It was just like, man, she's gone now. I mean, she has been, but it just hits you different.
Yeah. My sincerest condolences. I'm a mama's boy as well, so I understand where you are coming from. Yeah. And I can't imagine that's easy. You have a lot to be happy about with your son now, and all the attention that you're getting here. Are you going to keep this persona? Like, are you going to drop promos every time now, or is this the one and done for you?
We'll see. I've tried to get on the mic and call people out before. It hasn't really done too much. So maybe now I'm getting some more interview time with guys like yourself. Maybe the post call outs will start to have more weight to them. But we'll see. I'm fine with making fun of every town I go to as well.
I love that. By the way, who do you want next?
I've called out Chase. I've called out Giga. Billy Q's on my radar too. We were supposed to fight, and now that fight makes more sense too. So we've got a handful of guys. It's more so like when.
And when do you want to fight?
I'm thinking like first or second week in July, or if we're not going to do something this summer, then like September, October, something like that.
Okay. All right. We'll keep it up, man. All the best to you. Great to have you on. Congrats on the birth of your son, and congrats on a great fight.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right. There he is. Bill Algeo. Big win for him. 17-7 now. Has won 3 of his last 4. And again, the performance was great. The promo, in my opinion, was even better. And kind of joking about all the people who are retiring. And one of those people coming up in about 5 minutes' time, Zak Cummings, who we'll tell you about in a moment. But I do want to give a shout out very briefly here to one of our new sponsors. There's a new movie out called Big George Foreman. Have you guys heard about this? I'm very excited about this. It's about, guess who it's about? It's about Big George Foreman. Yeah, it's about Big George Foreman. One of the all-time greats, oldest heavyweight champ in boxing history. By George, he did it. Shout out to Jim Lampley. And the film comes out April 28th. Let me tell you a little bit about it. It's a new film called Big George Foreman, and it tells the true, unbelievable story of the great George Foreman and gives a look into the boxing legend's life inside and outside the ring. Watch the never-before-seen story of one of the greatest comebacks of all time. After winning the Olympic gold medal and heavyweight title, George Foreman retired in 1977, but he returned to the ring 10 years later, fighting his way to the top to once again win the heavyweight championship at 45 years old. The film is a story of triumph, second chances, and overcoming massive obstacles. George Foreman is played by Chris Davis, whose boxing training lasted for over 15 months to learn all the fight moves in the movie and perfect Foreman's style of fighting. And I'm a huge boxing fan. I remember when he won the heavyweight title. I remember that Sports Illustrated. I actually kept the Sports Illustrated. And I remember the call on HBO Boxing by George. He did it. Of course, George Foreman was a great broadcaster, great businessman. Foreman Grill even has a connection to MMA, was once a trainer for Derek Lewis, the Black Beast. Does anyone need me to tell you about George Foreman? I love these types of movies, these biopics, and it's exclusively in theaters beginning April 28th. It also stars Forrest Whitaker as his boxing coach and features recreations of some of Foreman's most iconic fights on the big screen. Again, it's Big George Foreman, exclusively in movie theaters, April 28th. Tickets on sale now, rated PG-13. Check it out. By George, Big George Foreman. What a legend. I'm going to go see that. I'm big into movies now, guys. I don't know if you know this about me. I went to see the Mario Brothers movie.
Oh, yeah. What'd you think?
I thought it was great. I thought it was like an 8.5.
Interesting.
You know? I want to look up something here about, retired after his loss to Jimmy Young in 1977, came back in 87. Look how many times he fought in 87. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights in 87. 88, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fights in 1988 as a 39-year-old. 89, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights in 89 as a 40-year-old. 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights in 90. Then he fought Evander Holyfield, lost for the heavyweight title. 91, only fought twice. 92, just fought once. 93, starting to slow down at 44. Then he fought Tommy Morrison for the vacant WBO heavyweight title, lost that fight at 44 years young. Then he fought Michael Moore and knocked him out. It was like a or was it a something like that. Knocked him out in the 10th round at 45 years young. won the WBA and IBF heavyweight titles, and still fought afterwards, beat Axel Schultz at 46, fought at 47, fought at 48, and then fought at 48 years and 360 years young in Atlantic City. His last fight was back in November 1997, the 22nd of November. Fought Shannon Briggs and lost via majority decision. What a career. 76-5. Unbelievable. 76-5. Of course, fought Muhammad Ali, George Chuvalo, great Canadian heavyweight. Fought in Zaire, Rumble in the Jungle, lost to Ali when he was just 25 years young. Wow, 1974. Unbelievable. Can't wait for that. I'm very excited about that. Maybe we can have like a team field trip and go see it.
Yes.
What do you guys think? You guys into it?
Yeah, theater's a couple blocks away.
Oh, yeah, this theater that you guys go to all the time, right?
Fantastic. Yeah, great.
What is it called again?
Alamo Draft House.
Alamo Draft House.
I've seen about becoming a member.
What does that mean?
You get unlimited movies.
Wow.
$30 a month or something.
$30 a month, unlimited movies.
Yeah, and a ticket to one movie is like $22. So
What?
yeah,
You're kidding.
Depends
No.
on the movie.
$22 now?
that's what I paid for Mario.
Oof.
What did you pay, Frank?
He only had me 21.
Wow.
I mean, I went off of
Stop
my
short.
previous tickets that I had ordered before you.
Wow. So a movie and a quarter, and you get any, like you could go 40 times in a month.
Yeah.
Why would they
I
do
think
that?
actually I think it's only one movie a day, so 30 times.
Oh, really? One movie
You go
a day?
twice though,
Yeah.
you're saving money.
That's unbelievable.
Why
And
just make it a post Wednesday show thing.
Yeah.
Just go and see a movie.
that's your thing?
Maybe. That's what
Wow.
I'm thinking about.
Oh, you're thinking, okay, got it.
Yeah.
And why is it called Draft House?
Because they serve like food and alcohol.
They serve beer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, any kind of drinks. They serve giant milkshakes. Frank got a milkshake at Mario.
What flavor, Frank?
Strawberry.
It looked delightful. Chili con queso. Frank says it's the best in the tri-state area.
Chili con queso. Wow. And what is that? Just chili with cheese?
Oh, yeah. I mean, by definition.
The
Nice translation there.
the movie theater has the best chili with cheese in the tri-state area. That's what you're saying? I have a hard time believing this.
Honestly, yeah.
The food's good, man.
Yeah.
The chicken club when I went, it was
Wow.
tremendous.
So you're having like a full meal.
Full meal.
Oh,
yeah.
that's so annoying. That would drive me nuts. So people are
What?
sitting next to you going like,
You don't even really notice it.
No one
I'm not
wants to
gonna
hear
lie.
this.
Frank was only 2 seats down. I didn't hear him slurp his milkshake, but once or twice.
2 seats down? You guys put a 2-seat buffer between you guys?
No, there was more than
Yeah.
just me and Frank going.
Oh, well, it was a whole affair. Anyone else from the show go?
Nah.
2 seats down. I get it. There were people in
Yeah.
between. All right. I thought I was picturing a scene where you and Frank are reclined. Is it big seats? Recliner seats?
Big seats,
Giant
big recliner seats. You got a whole tray table in front of you.
Wow. And you're sitting there eating. And you're like, hey, Frank, how's the chili con queso down there?"
Actually, everyone is super quiet. They're very
Yeah.
serious about it being.
Oh yeah, they're very serious. Oh man, they also do this pre-movie thing. These like customized, like curated, like I don't know how to describe.
The only thing I don't like,
Tell me.
Yeah.
they don't sell any balls.
That's true.
What was that
They just put
boing sound?
That was my. I got a Slack notification.
Oh,
It's falling
okay.
apart
Jeez.
today.
It was, it was in the own show. Yeah,
There
so
are no
let's do
rules
that.
anymore.
You'll fall asleep. It'll be great.
It actually worked out. The timing was perfect there. He's like, you know what I don't like? Boing. No balls. It just like, it felt like it was, I thought it was a drop that you did. And,
Yeah, it
and,
feels like a radio show.
and the audio was so low that it seemed apropos to everything that I'm hearing or not hearing on today's show.
Frank
Yeah,
put
just,
it in himself.
throw
You
that
know what
one
I
in
don't
there.
like? Boing.
Yeah.
No balls.
He's doing his own drops. That's tremendous stuff. All right. I look forward to that outing, April 28th, only in theaters. Now, as we discussed, great moment on Saturday, Zak Cummings retiring after a 32 pro fight career. He made his debut back in 2007. A fixture in the Missouri scene. He gets to fight back in his home state, gets to fight against the veteran Ed Herman. He gets a big win. He had not fought in 3 years, puts his gloves I think he took him off, puts him down, and then Ed Herman retires as well. A crazy thing about that, it was about April. Where was it? What was the date for that one? It was April 15th. Yeah, April 15th, 2017, exactly 6 years prior that the UFC had been to Kansas City. He fought on that card as well. He beat Nathan Coy. He caps off his career with a win on Saturday over Ed Herman in front of his family and friends. He joins us now to talk about it all. There he is. Hello, Zach. How are you?
I am great. Great, man. Thanks for having me on.
How's the retirement life?
It's still trying to take it all in, figure things out.
Yeah, I bet it is all very fresh, but what a way to go out. I mean, to like have that moment in front of your home, your home crowd. This is where I was talking about this. This is what we miss when we are doing all the events at the Apex and stuff like now there's a story here about someone on the card who's getting this opportunity. But what's so interesting about this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, like I was listening to your pre-fight stuff, your post-fight stuff. If this fight wasn't in Kansas City, are you not retiring? Are you still fighting? Like, did you just feel like the stars were great? Like it was perfect for you. The story was great. Let me just do it now. But in your heart, it kind of feels like you still wanted to keep fighting.
Yeah, I love this, man. And like I kind of said before, the build up, I had a bad back injury and I was, that's why it's been 3 years. It's been, it's been some time. I didn't know if I could even do this ever again. And like, getting back in fight camp and fight shape and just, enjoying this journey. Like, I love this stuff. And really, like, I would love to do it again. But yeah, if it wasn't in KC, if like everything didn't happen the way it did, I don't know if I could call it quits. But I know I cannot. I know that moment was special. And I know that like, you can't force that. You can't fake it. Like, it was just very like authentic, and it just made sense at the time. And it's still a decision I'm trying to wrap my head around and everything. But yeah, and then the moment happened with Ed too that I really wasn't expecting. He kind of acted like he was willing to shop around and fight outside the UFC in some of his interviews. So I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't expecting it. But man, I just that moment was just so perfect. It was hard to pass up.
So you say you haven't fought in 3 years prior to this fight. Is it true you suffered a pretty grueling back injury and it stems from sneezing?
Yeah, apparently the fear that I never knew I had. I'll fight anybody in the world, but sneezing scares the shit out of me. I've been battling a herniated disc for a while. We've been kind of keeping it at bay, doing some physical therapy on it. And then it was really bothering me one day when I was preparing for, I think the Sam Alvey fight was the one that was on the books. And, it was getting worse. It felt pretty rough. And then I got in the car to go to strength and conditioning, and I was just in a really awkward position. And I had a really big sneeze, and man, it blew the disc all the way out. It was dangling to the vertebrae, below it. And just a lot of times, like when you get these herniated discs, they push out a little bit, they touch the nerves and they go right back in. And this one like went down, it would not retract. And it left me bedridden for about 3 months.
Whoa.
It was the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. There was no comfort. I couldn't get comfortable anywhere. I was stuck in bed. My wife had to help me get dressed. I had my little 3-year-old girl at the time, had no clue why I couldn't play with her, pick her up, anything. I had a baby that was due like pretty soon. So, I thought that was the new normal, and I was not good with it at all. Like I went from, being, a top level athlete, to even just a coach and training in the gym every day, to someone who could barely get out of bed. And, quality of life was just, it was rough, man. Family was good and family life was good, but, just me where I was and then where I was stuck for months, it was rough. And I even came okay at that point. Like if I never fought again, like I've done some cool stuff. I've been all over the world, dreams came true and stuff. And then I was not okay with having that little girl look after me and not understand why I couldn't pick her up and play with her and stuff. And that was the hardest stuff. But over time, I finally got surgery, got it clipped out. And just slowly back in the gym and got a little bit improved more and more, but I really didn't push the pace of like hardcore blending training until after I accepted this fight. I really didn't know if I'd be able to get through it or not, but I felt great in there.
By the way, how grueling was the recovery post surgery?
I mean, honestly, it was hard because I was in so much pain because of like the nerves were completely blocked off that the second I had surgery, like, was instant relief. So I felt great at first. And then like I had to realize that they like tore through all of my muscle to get to it, and I had to like recover from actual surgery and the scar tissue and all that. And I had to kind of re-strengthen all my core back up. And it was a long process to kind of get through there. But the just being not in pain 24/7 in every position was gone. And that was like a major relief, man. At least that was where I knew that things were going to get better, because that moment and that time, that was the rough stuff and everything. So just having that pain taken away instantly from the second I came to from surgery, it was much better. And then it was just, physically learning how to get, strengthen and do physical therapy and just kind of continue to get back and, see what I could do, what I couldn't do. And that was still a process, but it was a process that I could deal with. The other one, that's the one that kind of makes you second guess life choices.
Right. Yeah, I bet. Now, correct me if I'm wrong about this. I heard this as well. You couldn't get on this card initially. It was full. And then you told them, I'll retire if you put me on the card. Like, I'm going to have a retirement fight here. If you don't say that, do they not put you on the card?
I don't know, but I wasn't about to risk not being on this card. It's one of those where I found out they were coming to Kansas City. Honestly, with like just a lot of the craziness going on in Kansas City, I really didn't think they would come here this soon. And I was really surprised, so I call Jason House, my manager, and he didn't hear anything. He represents most of the local guys. And like while we were on the phone, he texted Mick, and Mick confirmed it. And I was like, bro, like, I don't care what it takes. We're making this fight happen. Like, no matter what, like, I've got to be here. I came here. I was on whenever they came 6 years ago. I'm one of the longest standing like Missouri guys left. I'm one of the original OGs out here. That it just had to make sense, and someone had to represent this city. And I'm happy they allowed me to have that moment.
Oh my God. Yeah, it was great. I was wondering, and I feel like you're going to say no, but it's like, usually you retire, you have your moment. The other guy doesn't retire as well. Did you feel like the moment was taken away from you a little bit because now it's both of you?
Not at all. Not at all. If anything, I think it made it that much more memorable and that much more special. Like, I honestly felt like I took away from Ed, like to be honest, because, I'm coming off the win. Like, I could not retire and it'd be okay and stuff. And like, dude, he was, he's been in since 2006, the Ultimate Fighter 3, the longest reigning, UFC competitor. Like, he is special. Like, he did something truly special. And I mean, I know that, I lasted, a decade and I did my own thing, but like, I feel like he was, I feel like there was a little bit more to his, and I feel like I took away from his, honestly. So I felt grateful and just kind of, the ability to even like share the moment with them made it way more memorable to me and stuff. But yeah, I felt the other way. I felt guilty that I took away from something from him.
When you guys went on your knees afterwards and it seemed like you were hugging, did you say anything to each other?
I mean, I just, I don't even know, like, you're so emotional, you're saying stuff. I mean, I think I was apologizing that, he had to be feeling this and that he didn't get to go out on what he wanted, and I thanked him very much for being the warrior that he was, and thanked him for the battle and stuff like that. It was very emotional, and there was hugs, there was tears, but yeah, it was just so much mutual respect between us, and some of those respectful words that was traded, but it was just kind of along those lines for sure.
Is there any part of you that wonders if in a year or so you're going to get that itch? Now you know how it goes with MMA retirements, and since you're kind of like still wrapping your head around it, like, do you think that's going to happen?
Bro, I got the itch today.
Yeah,
like, I mean, Yeah, it's just one of those where, I mean, I'm always going to have it, you know, I mean, I live my life on competition. I love this stuff, you know. I own a gym now, and we had, did some rebranding and stuff. So, Ignite Jiu-Jitsu and MMA Academy is my spot here up, in Kansas City. And, I'll be coaching a lot of these up and comers and sharing knowledge on the back end. I own a fight promotion, actually right back to work, actually
This
own
weekend.
a promotion that has this weekend. So, Synergy Fighting Championships, check it out if, you like some local fights with local talent, but I mean, I'm just constantly doing that stuff and going to try to compete in those ways. But I mean, it's, the itch is there. I mean, I love this stuff, and I've had so much fun on this journey. But again, it was everything perfect for that moment, and like, do I ruin it by not doing it again? I don't know. I mean, I could always probably go back down and fight at 85 again and continue to do this. I felt great at 205. I mean, I might be a little tubby, but I still move. I'm strong there. I hit hard. Obviously, the power followed through. So, it's we'll see. We'll see how life takes me and stuff. I mean, I know I'm not going to get any of these crazy, opportunities like the whole Jake Paul thing. I don't have the big name that people's going to call out for, and they know how dangerous I am. So I'm like the worst thing in the world for someone like that. I've got the power in the chin, but not the name. They're going to stay away from me. So, I'm not going to be calling out any crazy, like, big money fights like that. Cause I just, I'm the worst case scenario for that type of stuff. I'm very dangerous and, don't have millions of followers. So, I don't know, we'll see how things go. We'll see how life takes me, but the gym and the fight promotion, that's the two things that's getting most of my time right now. And, we'll see how life goes. But, that little girl, she looked at me, she wanted me to fight again. She wanted to witness it, and she got it, and I don't know. She looks at me and says, "Let's do it one more time." Maybe I don't know. But I know I can't beat that moment.
Yeah. Oh man. The moment where you're like mid sentence and then your daughter comes and hugs you, incredible stuff. Did she enjoy? How old is she, first of all, and did she enjoy it?
5.5. She loved it, and she loves this sport. She loves training. She loves all the guys on the team and stuff. And it was pretty cool to see her get to witness, me do what I do before I hung it up. Something my youngest daughter, I've got one that turns 2 in July. So, she won't ever get to experience it, but it was cool that one of them got to. And I mean, I still don't know. I mean, like, she's 5.5. She probably doesn't fully understand what's going on, but she figured that she knew something was pretty special. She knew it was big. So it's a moment that we get to share for the rest of our lives that I'll cherish forever.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. By the way, speaking of your promotion, you said you have a show this weekend, April 22nd. We have the poster for it. We're going to show it now.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I love this. And the website to watch it, my eyesight sucks. What is it?
Synergyfights.com.
Say it again.
Synergyfights.com is the website, and then it's the pay-per-view will be on MMA Futures.
There it is, MMAFutures.live. Yep. Is it true you have open scoring?
So it depends on where we fight at, right?
Okay.
We do. I'm right online. I have fights in Missouri and fights in Kansas. Kansas has been trying to be pretty progressive, and they started having open scoring. I was pretty against it at first, and I've allowed it, and I really enjoy it. Man, I like knowing where we are, and I think I know this sport, but then even I'll look up and if I think the judges got it wrong, at least I know it now. So it's I'm not against it at all. So this one's on the Missouri side, this will be normal and be close scoring, but I have another one on the Kansas side, June 17th, and it will be open scoring and stuff. And more and more we do it, I'm definitely on board. The things whatever we can do to kind of fix judging, I kind of wish there was 5 instead of 3. And, I mean, you might not be able to change the scores. So at least if you know them, maybe that helps. it's a huge problem in the sport, and I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm willing to try new things to try to figure it out. That's for sure.
I'm a huge fan of open scoring. I feel like that's the least. I mean, I've talked about this ad nauseum on the show, but like I feel like it's the least you guys can get in a fight is just know where you stand going into a fifth round, a third round. So I saw your tweet about that, and I know Kansas has really been leading the charge. Colorado as well, maybe another state or two. I love that, and I actually think it's fun. Like this idea that it takes away from the excitement or the mysteriousness of the fight, I think is hogwash. So kudos to you on that. And by the way, as far as like the promotion goes, is this something you always wanted to do? And how difficult is it? I know it's just kind of like a Missouri-based regional promotion, but still hard to put on a show. How hard is it?
I mean, it's a lot of work. I have a great partner with Chris Gregory, who loves this sport. He does a lot of stuff on the, he's a great matchmaker and gets a lot of these talented kids that maybe a lot of people don't know of. And man, he is a nerd of the sport. He's always been that way. He's never he's had a couple amateur fights, but he's just where he's always traveled and been a big fan of local MMA. And so he's been able to put together really good matchups and fun matchups. And that's one thing that our fans love is they're always going to have real good matched, evenly matched and entertaining fights. And we try to, for me, it's like being a fighter, being a coach, being a fan. Like I know what I like on the fighter end of things, the coach end of things, the fan thing. So I try to present that, in these experiences, and being there live is what really is most important to me, and then we're working on building the pay-per-view and all the stuff when we stream. And we're just like as a fighter, I'm just trying to learn each little by little in each show. And I feel like we're definitely building something special here in the Midwest. And it's been something that I enjoy and I've kind of dabbled in over the years and started other promotions. And this is definitely, it was just off and on a little bit. And then when COVID happened, a lot of the local shows disappeared. I own a gym. I've got a lot of fighters that want to compete, and there wasn't a place to really showcase that skill set. And then I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and there wasn't really any promotions down there. So it just kind of made sense to get a little regional traveling event going on. And it's been pretty special so far, and I'm really excited for the future of it.
I think you alluded to this earlier, but with everything going on with James Krause, have fighters from their gym come to your gym?
Yeah, I mean, it's been definitely a process of ever since everything happened here. And, all I know is I really wasn't involved in anything.
Yes.
And I opened I had to make some adjustments and rebranding and everything because, I did own a Glory location. And then, I had to do some rebranding, make some changes, but I've opened my doors to, any pro that not have to feel like they need to move away. And, we still have a lot of good talent here, and the ones that want my time are going to get it, and I'm going to do whatever I can to help get these guys to the next level because a lot of them deserve to be there, and I don't want anybody to feel like they have to move away from home to make their dreams come true, and I'm doing whatever I can to make sure that that's an opportunity for them.
I heard you say in the post presser, which I thought was super interesting, but definitely comes to mind for me as well. Like one of your favorite memories. Your 10-year run in the UFC was the Dublin card being co-main with Gunnar Nelson under Conor and Brandao. Unfortunately, you lost that fight, yet it came to mind as a memory, as a highlight for you. Why is that?
It just the whole experience. It was different. It was one of the first times where I took the fight not short notice, but it was a few weeks, and they did a really cool job of it was free television over there and all the lead up, the build up to the fight. And I didn't know what to expect. And all of a sudden, I show up in this random country and everybody knows me. And it's just the local crowd was, even though I was fighting, Gunnar was kind of a, even though he's from Iceland, he's very much of a teammate and family there. So, but the reception was great. Everybody was super respectful and just great over there and awesome. And it was just an experience that I wasn't expecting and ready for, but it was also something that really that just stood out, man. It just, obviously the fight didn't go the way I wanted. I had a great first round. a good punch landed, shattered my orbital, and I had to make some adjustments mid-fight, which obviously I made the wrong ones trying to go to the ground with someone like Gunnar Nelson.
Yeah.
I should have just kept it standing, but but the whole experience as a whole, I knew that was you could see that was kind of at the beginning stages of Conor, like really becoming Conor, and seeing the back ends and like the build up to it, and then see what happened after that fight. It was very memorable, and it was something, like I said, like even though I lost the fight, the experience of that whole event will definitely mean a lot to me and stay with me for everything.
Man, one of my favorite, I was there as well. One of my favorite experiences. I'll never forget that week, that crowd, that arena, the atmosphere, everything about it was amazing. I remember your fight very well. And you're right. The fans were super, they were super educated, super knowledgeable about everyone on the card. They were so excited that the UFC was back. I know you lamented the fact that you never fought for the belt, won a title, whatever. But man, finishes at 170, 185, 205. Pretty damn incredible. So kudos to you. Congratulations on a great run. If this really is the end, congratulations. I hope you remain healthy and can enjoy time with your family. But obviously, we'll be seeing you around as a coach. And good luck with the promotion as well. Good luck with the show this Saturday. Thanks for coming on, Zach. Appreciate it very much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, there he is. Zak Cummings joining us. Great stuff from him. Great performance on Saturday. And shout out to Short Fuse Ed Herman as well, who is 42 and has been in the game a long time. I was at that Tough 3 finale way back in the day. His fight against Kendall Grove was a great one, a decision loss for Ed Herman. But that season of Tough was great. Tito Ortiz, Ken Shamrock, back when Tough was something. I was working as a producer for SpikeTV.com, and I produced the pre-show for that card. It was where was it? Was it either at the Palms or the Hard Rock? I'm going to say the Hard Rock. Hard Rock, yeah. June 24th, my mom's birthday, 2006. Incredible.
Wait, when's your mom's birthday?
June 24th.
It's my mom's birthday.
Wow. You see? Friends again, Frank.
Brother?
Maybe. Not sure how that makes sense, but sure. What a card. Kenny Florian, Sam Stout, Michael Bisping, Josh Haynes, finale, light heavyweight, middleweight, Kendall Grove, Ed Herman, Keith Jardine, Wilson Govea, Rory Singer, Ross Poynton. Ross Poynton was the man. Caleb Starnes, Danny Abadi, Luigi Fioravanti, Solomon Hutcherson, Matt Hamill beat Jesse Forbes, first round, and Mike Nichols. Every single fight on the prelims ended in the first round. Sheesh. Either sub or KO. Anyway, Ed Herman been fighting in the UFC since 2006. That is amazing. And prior to that, had 16 fights outside of the organization, fought the likes of Scott Smith, Joe Dirksen, Damian Maia, Alan Belcher, David Loiseau, Aaron Simpson, Tim Crater, Jake Shields, Jacare Souza. Of course, he volunteered to fight Jacare on the final Strikeforce card, January 12, 2013. Lost that fight via Kimura. Tell us, ladies, Derek Brunson, CB Dalloway, Nikita Krylov, John Vellante, Patrick Cummins. I mean, on and on it goes. Alonzo Menefield had not fought in a year and a half or so, and he called it a career as well. So that was a great scene on Saturday. And shortly thereafter, I think it was at the next fight. So we had Zak Cummings. Then we had Bill, and we had Ed Herman. Then we had Bill Algeo do his thing. And then the following fight was the Clay Guida thing. He loses to Rafa Garcia. He then takes off the gloves and hints at maybe retiring with his short hair and all, and then says he wants to wish his mom a happy birthday. And Dana White was upset about this. How do you guys feel about that? Like, was that such a big deal? I know he did the old bait and switch, but I mean,
I don't know if it was a huge deal, but yeah, he knew what he was doing there. I mean,
was it? Of course he knew what he was doing, but like Dana seemed really pissed about that. No.
Yeah,
also referred to
did.
it as some person.
Said, I'm
I
pissed.
don't. Yeah. I think it's very clear he was pissed.
He also
TV,
called it
man.
some person, right? He's like, oh, he wanted to wish some person. It's like, it's his mom.
His mom was in attendance too, rocking the Guida's mom shirt.
Oh my God, Mama Guida,
Yeah.
legend.
I don't love the fake retirement. If that's like really was his plan, he was like, I'm gonna fake it just so I can say happy birthday. Don't love that.
So you think? So he should have just asked for the mic? Yeah, I guess it's the old bait and switch. I don't know. It didn't bother me that much.
At the end of the day,
I thought it was sweet.
I'm not bothered enough by any of it, by what he did or by Dennis' reaction to really care.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a little much. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I can't get up for either.
No, I don't think you're crazy. Yeah, I just
don't care.
This isn't a battle.
It's his mom. I mean, let him have his moment with his mom.
And listen,
do it backstage. You know?
If we start opening the door for everybody to get mic time after losses,
what's more annoying, that or everyone asking to be a backup fighter? I would say,
I will
happy
say
birthday to your mom.
You did call this one.
I mean, it's like every week. Let me be the backup.
Yeah, it feels like it really is happening every week now.
Ugh.
Bad precedent.
Which when was the last time a backup fighter stepped in?
Oh,
in a championship bout.
That is a great
in a
call.
championship. I don't.
I mean, that's what they're calling for.
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
calling to be
It wasn't a backup fighter, but
man,
Iaquinta versus
yeah,
Habib.
but he wasn't the backup.
He wasn't
Where
the backup.
Someone,
That was a day of.
that is a great call. Didn't even think of that. Someone designated as the backup weighs in and gets.
Has that ever happened? I don't think so.
Which makes this all that much more
Right,
dumb.
would it not just be more useful to be like, whoever wins, I want the winner.
Yes.
I want the next title shot.
Or just start. The UFC has now anointed more backup fighters than number one contender fights. You notice that they never.
Casey confirming it's never happened. I didn't think it's ever happened.
Yeah.
Wow, that makes it even dumber.
Even dumber. But they never. Do you realize they never label fights number one contender fights? They never do that. They'll never say if Arnold Allen wins this fight against Max Holloway, he's going to get a title shot.
Yeah.
Why? Or even a clear-cut number one contender fight where it's two guys and there's no one else. Like, it's very clear.
Why not do it?
Why don't they ever do that?
Oh, because you get locked into it. They want to change their plans on the fly.
And they're okay with locking in backup fighters that aren't even warranted
for anybody but Colby
Covington?
I don't think it's.
What is
I
the
don't think it works
official
that way.
theory on the Colby Covington thing? Like, why is he so adamant on that one?
I got nothing.
You got nothing?
It was all moot anyway because Jorge Masvidal put on a very mediocre performance and retired. Gilbert Burns didn't blow anybody's doors off, so Colby Covington was probably going to get that shot anyway, and it was all for naught. It was the debate about it, all the machinations didn't really matter.
I just don't understand. It is such a great way to sell a fight if you say this is a number one contender fight. That raises the stakes.
Did they replace him with interim title fights?
There used to be an interim title fight epidemic as
that's
well.
A great call.
It was like every single month there was another one, and they got rid of that. They phased those out.
That's a great call. Yair versus Josh Emmett was a number one contender fight.
Yeah.
A real one.
Yes.
Real number one contender fight. So, yeah, to Connor's point, those have become the number one contender fights.
No.
But there's assumptions like people will assume Holloway versus Allen, like there's a number one contendership on the line, at least for Allen's side. People will assume for Charles Oliveira versus Beneil Dariush, there's a number one contendership on the line, at least for Dariush's side. I think they're okay with people assuming it and not being locked into a guaranteed outcome. They get their cake and eat it too. It's smart by the UFC. They should never say this is a number one contender fight ever again.
Now let's start a hotly contested debate. Should interim belts be silver?
I'm okay with it.
My vote's yes.
I dig
My
that.
vote's yes.
Is this a debate? Are people talking about this?
Not lately, but I've
By the way,
seen
I
it
kind of
be
love
debated.
it. I kind of love it.
I love it. There's some people out there that hate it.
Why?
Someone made a Photoshop of what it would look like. I love it.
Well, first of all, I like the old UFC title more than the new one. I'm not.
The belt. The belt.
Same.
As a new age guy, I like the new one more than the old one.
Yeah, I get that.
I like the ruby part of it. I hate everything else.
It's whack. But yes, that's amazing.
Because then you can pull up on the stage and you got your silver interim belt.
Yeah.
The champs got their gold belt.
Yeah, you got to give respect
It
to
looks
the
kind of
champ.
weird when they're both like the interim, like Yair and Volk will both have the gold belt.
Yeah, no, that makes
But is there like if you earned that title, do you not want it to feel like not the quote unquote, you know what I mean? Like
It
silver
isn't.
represents like second place.
It is. It is the interim. Now, if you're defending it like 3-4 times like Kenan Barao did or whatever that number was, then maybe we can have a discussion. But I love this idea.
They could just convert yours to gold, I guess, at that point. You know
Yeah, yeah, right. If you defend the interim belt,
yeah,
turn it to gold. But yeah, I mean, all these pictures Yair's taking, like it would be Grasso gold,
yes,
Moreno gold. Yair.
This is a little different. I'm sorry. It's like the IC title. It's like the Intercontinental title.
Yeah, it's the interim championship belt.
I dig it.
Oh, and then if you defend it, then Dana comes up with a wand and touches it, and then it's like do 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 do, and then he touches it, and then that becomes gold. How about
that? A little Zelda jingle?
That was a little. See, you see,
like
look
that.
at you. Here's the question: should Beneil Dariush, Charles Oliveira be for the silver title?
I mean,
yeah,
but
is it an interim belt? Is it
I don't think it needs to be an interim belt.
Is it a number one contender fight?
Okay, now are we doing number one contender fights and you get a silver belt too?
No, I'm just asking.
No, he's saying why not just throw a silver belt on it? I don't think you need to. I think it's implied. That's the thing, and I think that's how the UFC can continue to operate this way. Because it's not guaranteed for Charles, is it? Like, do we feel like it's guaranteed that if Charles wins, he gets the shot? I could see Dustin sliding in there, right? Like
it feels like they're
Charles is such a big star. If he goes out there and finishes Beneil Dariush,
okay.
I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying is it assured? Whereas for Beneil, it feels we're pretty confident, right? If he gets it done,
he already has to, unless he gets on the mic.
So
like, I'll do 6 more fights.
Why commit to Charles if you don't have to? The UFC gets no benefit from that.
So in case you missed it, on Friday night, news came out that this fight that's supposed to happen in New Jersey, May 6th, Beneil Dariush versus Charles Oliveira, which, by the way, Beneil Dariush 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wins in a row. Arnold Allen 10 in a row. NBD, he doesn't get a title shot. But anyway, this fight has now been canceled, and someone asked me because for reasons somewhat unknown, but Oliveira has withdrawn. And someone asked me, do you think that they're going to find a new opponent for Dariush on May 6th? And my answer to that was, and this is me just, keeping it real, how many tickets have they sold? Because if they sold the majority of the tickets, which they have, there's no push, there's no rush to replace the fight. That's just the truth. That's what, if they need to sell tickets, they will add, they've added Tony Ferguson at the 11th hour. They added him to the Diaz Shemaev card. If they need to sell tickets, they will find a reason. If the tickets have already been sold, does that feel like a bit of a bait and switch? I guess you can make that case, but obviously when they were selling the tickets, the fight was still on. The part that's a little bit sucky is that there's no rush to replace the fight if the tickets are already sold. And now guess what the story is? The story now is they're just going to move it to June 10th. That card needs some tickets to be sold because Pena, you know what I mean? And so it feels...
I see what you're saying.
Well, there's also the pay-per-view portion of it too. It's not just tickets, right? Tickets are obviously an important part of it, but there's also a pay-per-view. Now, are you 100% like buying a pay-per-view because Charles Oliveira versus Beneil Dariush is on it? Most of the time not. It's more going to be the headliner, right? It's more going to be the main event. But that's not insignificant. Like that pay-per-view is now taking a drastic hit.
Okay, so let me push back on that just a little bit. Number one, most, if not all, the places that the UFC is going to these days are places that are paying them to go there. That's just how hot they are. And so venues, states, notice that there's a lot of like publicity, like sort of tourism type stuff every time they're going somewhere. Yeah. They're paying site fees for the UFC to come to them. You know what I mean? And this is now common because it's such a hot act. And so if I am someone paying for the UFC to come, I want to try to get that money back, right? And how do you get that money back? You get it back via tickets sold. The other thing that the UFC has in their favor is, and merchandise and food and all that stuff, but tickets are obviously the main thing, is that, ESPN has already not prepaid for the pay-per-views, but, that was what was so good for the UFC for that pay-per-view deal that they signed back in 2019. They bought exclusivity, right? So a lot of this pressure isn't on the UFC anymore, which is a great spot. This is not a knock, by the way. This is the dream. This is the dream of every fight promotion. And so, like, for a New Jersey or a Prudential Center, they're like, all right, are people gonna ask for, refunds? Are people gonna, I don't know, sell? Oh, who the hell knows? But if the tickets are sold, there's less pressure. So someone was asking me who has tickets to the fight, like, do you think they're going to replace them? I'm like, not if they sold all the tickets. And it sounds like they've sold the vast majority of them. So I wouldn't be surprised. I said this before the reports came out that Dariush and Oliveira are getting moved to Vancouver on June 10th. Not surprised. Now I see Gilbert Burns and Bilal Muhammad campaigning, and I know Dana White said, and so let's see. Let's see if they do add it. But to me, it makes a lot more sense based on the situation that they're dealing with. They just push that to June 10th and use that to beef up that card because Lord knows it needs a little bit of beefing up.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree with all your points. Like, there's nothing to agree or disagree with. You're 100% right. That's exactly right. My point is there's also that margin between, okay, now we've got that fight card set, and can we push it a little more on pay-per-view, right? If you're a fan and the difference between this is a skip and this is a buy is one of those like high-level fights, getting to see Charles Oliveira or Beneil Dariush, that might be the thing that kind of pushes you. It's that margin. But yeah, you're right. The money's in the bank for the UFC. They don't need to do much. And if you literally just shift it to the next pay-per-view, now you might pick it up. You might pick up their sale pay-per-view wise on that next one and beef up the local sales for that. So it could be best of both worlds for them. But you're right. They're not incentivized in really much of any way at all. It's really just, it would be just pay-per-view driving at this point because those tickets are going to go.
What I would love to see, what I would absolutely love to see, or would have loved to see before they seem to have decided this, was Poirier Dariush.
Yeah.
And I know Poirier told us that they wanted to do that fight and he wasn't interested, but I think his stance has changed. And I did ask him if he was open. Well, I asked him if anyone had reached out. He said no. And I said, and I asked him, would he be open? And he said yes. But it seems like they just want to keep that fight. Nothing for Poirier at the moment. Still nothing for him. It sounds like they're just going to wait for Gaethje. But I mean, we're talking
I'm mad at that.
Yeah, but it's going to be like almost a year for the guy. You know,
Beneil, if you think if it was Beneil Poirier, he wins auto title shot as well.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that.
I think you could put Dustin in a title shot now. What is it even?
Yeah, I mean, you beat a guy like Beneil. I feel like you've earned it. He hasn't lost to Islam.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're saying for Poirier as well. So we're talking a silver belt.
Yeah, for both. I
like it.
Why not?
Obviously, because now, but
because Eric was saying, does Charles get it? Well, in this case, he hasn't lost to either guy.
Yeah.
Or he hasn't fought. Islam hasn't fought either guy.
I don't think he needs to. Listen.
Not over Beneil. People would go crazy.
No, not over Beneil. But if Beneil loses, right?
Sure.
Why couldn't Dustin slide in there? I love Dustin versus Justin. Please,
I know.
I don't care what it takes.
It's just so far away.
I'll wait.
I was trying to beef up May 6th. Which fight
they got a little beef up with Movsar Evloev, Bryce Mitchell.
But look,
that's better than the JSP match.
People were very upset when I posted the picture, or I retweeted Jedi's picture of the lineup. Algeo, Henry, Andrade, Yan Xiaonan, Drew Dober, Matt Frivola, Movsar Evloev, Bryce Mitchell, Kron Gracie, Charles Jourdain is fun, like out of nowhere fight. Kron Gracie back. And then Kennedy Zichuku, Devin Clark, Chaos Williams, Rolando Bedoya, Marina Rodriguez, Virna Jandiroba, Phil Hawes. I mean the prelims a little bit. I don't hate the look with Dariush and Charles. It was fine. Here's the thing: they've been stacking these pay-per-views as of late, in terms of like the big fights, the pay-per-view fights, the title fights. As a result, you're going to get what you're getting on June 10th, and you're going to get something that feels a little bit less. Like London was great, and there were some injuries that even made that weaker than it probably was. Obviously, John Jones. Couple of weeks ago in Miami, like there was 3 pay-per-views in the span of a month.
It feels like 88 and 89 are going to be like a slight dip, and then 290 will be right back for International Fight Week.
Is this just like this is the accepted reality of what we're dealing with now? Like there's just some pay-per-views that are just going to be
people
skips.
Get all upset because it comes to their easy for us to say, but when it comes to your market, you are like, I wish I got the John Jones fight or something like that.
Well, we talk about like leave the apex to go to these local cities, right? But that creates the problem.
Yeah, you got to make the cards better.
Now you have to do Max Holloway and Arnold Allen in Kansas City, and you can't put it on the pay-per-view. That could have been a co-main event, make it 5 rounds just because it's so important on this pay-per-view, but it can't be because now you have to go to Kansas City. So this is the nature of the UFC's roster at this point. We have to accept that like the strength at the top of these cards is not nearly what it was because of the aggressive number of events that are happening every single weekend. And I don't necessarily have much of a problem with it from that perspective. Like, I guess I've accepted it. Like, and to their credit, that's what they want people to do, right? Just accept.
Well, look at the lineup for the next two cards. The one on April 29th doesn't even have a main event at the moment because Tarikin is looking for an opponent.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Moicano fight was good, but like, you don't have to worry so much about selling tickets. Putting a Max Holloway in Kansas City makes a lot more sense. Putting a Sanhagen and Chito Vera makes a lot more sense in San Antonio than it does at Apex. So the business is changing. The business is evolving. I don't hate the New Jersey card, but I just saw a lot of belly aching about that. And
Dober Frivola is going to be awesome.
There's fun fights on that card. Like there like Crow and Gracie coming back in and of itself is an event and fun and going to be interesting. Jourdain's an awesome action fighter. Like it's going to be fun. But yeah, it's missing star power. It is lacking in terms of star power.
Yan beats Jessica Andrade. She maybe is in title contendership. Andrade back to 115.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
It's tough. But Volk Yair, Moreno Pantoja 3. I wonder if they're going to call it 3 or call it 2 because does the tough one count? I don't know.
I count it. I count it.
I think it should be.
I don't think they officially do though.
It's so dumb.
It says it's an exhibition bout. I'm calling it 3.
Anyway, is that big enough for International Fight Week? Aren't you planning on going to International Fight Week?
I'll be there. Me and TST.
Yeah, even though
the flights are just ridiculous.
You bought your tickets?
No, I haven't bought them yet. I've just been looking at the prices. They are crazy.
So last year we had Izzy, we had Volk Holloway. Like, do you feel like this is International Fight Week worthy stuff?
I mean,
you're gonna get your Bo Nichols. You're gonna get your big names.
I'm a huge Volk fan.
Yeah. Okay.
Top 3 fighter for me.
Okay.
And then like I'm a flyweight guy, so I'll find a way to love it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, like,
feels like you could use like.
There's no John Jones. That's been confirmed.
Yeah. No John Jones confirmed.
Seems like they're targeting MSG, which I'm cool with.
Yep.
That's going to be huge. John Jones, Endicott's own fighting, but that means he's not fighting till November. Okay. I just was wondering, as someone who's making the trek, you've never been to Vegas, you've never been to International Fight Week. Have you been to a pay-per-view? Remind me?
No, never been to a pay-per-view.
Never been to a pay-per-view? Your pay-per-view debut? So wait a second. What's going to happen with the watch party? Or are we breaking the fourth wall here?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay.
I don't know what's going to happen, TBD. We got to figure that out.
Live from T-Mobile?
Now we're talking.
Wow.
Now we're talking. Let me call up the boys over at the UFC, see if we can figure something out.
You think they'll roll out the red carpet?
Oh, for sure.
They'll be like, what? We love you.
Come on in.
Yeah.
We do our own watch parties, but you guys are welcome to do yours.
That's true. Maybe you could do a collabo.
DraftKings Sportsbook, they just opened a big facility.
Did they? Where? At T-Mobile?
Vegas. No, in Vegas, like $85 million.
You're kidding.
No.
To do what?
Host employees.
Oh, to work?
Yeah.
Like an HQ? Not for the public to visit?
No, I think they do have something for the public too.
Should I check it out this weekend?
I guess I got to go check it out too.
Yeah, you should. I mean, they should roll out the red carpet for you.
You'll have paper bet slips, and people will still say that you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fake line for sure. I mean, looking at it right now, we got 2 auto flyweight unders: Davison Figueiredo, Manel Kopp, and Brandon Moreno, Alexandre.
Oh, Figueiredo pulled the old switcheroo on us.
Yeah, that was great.
Said he's moving up, now he's moving back down. He's like Clay Guida out there.
Yeah.
With the fake retirement. Maybe I'll check. Is that open now? Maybe I'll check it out this weekend when I'm there for Garcia and Tank.
Garcia and Tank, yeah, for sure. That'll be sick.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Has Volk Yair been confirmed main event?
This is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, I'm very nervous about Saturday. I'm going to Tank Garcia. As you know, I'll be there as of Thursday. I've got a lot of fun things planned.
Do they have the seat ready for you that Garcia requested?
That's a good question. I need to ask about that. I have to ask about that. That's a great question. I have not inquired. I don't want to be too, aggressive when it comes to that. I'm just happy to be in the building.
He did say you can pull up.
He said it. I mean, I have the clip. Yeah, I have the clip.
You can show that to the security guard.
They're like right here. Yeah. Actually, and then I asked Oscar. Remember Oscar said I could sit right next to him?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's been said. Here's the thing, though. Never done this before. All my years, this is a first for me. Never, ever done this, and I feel very nervous about it. So by the time we got around to booking the flight, it was either a 10 a.m. Okay, these were the options. 7:30 a.m. to JFK. Doesn't work for me. 10 a.m.
These are landing or departure times?
Departure. I like the 6 a.m. like first one out, get home. 10 a.m. land at 6, not great. Or 3 p.m. land at 11, which is horrible. 11:45. I got to do the show the next day. All bad. Here's the problem about the first two options, which I would have probably taken. All they had was middle seat economy. Middle seat economy. I mean, what am I?
I'd suffer through it.
Man.
So what airline? What airline?
United.
United. Okay. It's looking like I'm gonna have to get on the big yellow bus, Spirit, out to Vegas.
What?
International.
What?
I'm telling you,
They even let you bring a wallet on this.
Frank, you buy a
They will,
carry-on
'cause they want you to
and
buy the
stuff
water.
me in it for real.
Oh my God! I've never done Spirit.
No, I am blown away by the
prices?
Flights. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And what are we? 3 months away?
3 months away.
It's July 4th. It's July 4th.
Yeah, it's a big
it's
weekend.
the week after.
It is the week after. Yeah, it's true.
I mean, whatever. It's just
Okay, but here's the thing. So this is what can I tell you what I opted for? Let me tell you what I opted for. This is the history of the whole
let's
situation.
Let's go.
I'm so nervous. I opted for red eye Saturday night.
Oh my gosh! After the flight, what time does the flight take off?
11:30 local time.
Oh my!
I'm gonna have to go from the arena. Never done this
I've done that
before.
once. I've done that once.
It's gonna be nice when you get home.
It was great.
Did you like
kids
so
who are
this?
wide awake?
It was good because I wasn't sweating it out. Like,
Why were you not sweating it out?
The thing that I needed to end ended at that time, and then I got on the plane.
What is this thing?
Yeah, what is this thing? You're very.
It was UFC 237 in Brazil. I left the arena and went straight to the airport.
Yeah, well, in Brazil, there's less options, right? But in this case, I don't want to get home. So the pros are, I get home Sunday morning. I can go to soccer. I don't miss anything on Sunday, right? I'm home by 7:30. The cons are, I'm probably going to be exhausted.
So you're not concerned about the leaving too early. And
well, here's the thing. I saw that the pay-per-view starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. The pay-per-view main card starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. I think there's 4 fights on the pay-per-view. It's an 11:30 flight. Now, typically, if there's nothing going on, I like to be there 2 hours in advance, meaning I leave 2 hours and 20 minutes in advance if it's Las Vegas. This 2 hours, some people might say, is a little much, but I just like,
would be one of those people.
I like to be ready. I don't want to be nervous. I don't want to be anxious. I don't want to be stressing it out. Here's the thing. It's an 11:30 flight. To get there 2 hours in advance, I have to be there by 9:30. I might have to throw the 2-hour rule out the window. Could you imagine if I have to leave in the middle of the Tank Garcia fight? I did all this to get to the Tank Garcia fight.
Well, to your point, it starts pretty early. The main card starts at 5 local, right? So that's you got plenty of time there.
Oh my God. Wait a second. I just
What?
I was doing the math. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, but you just reminded me it's 5 p.m. Pacific.
Jeez.
Wait, so you thought you only had 3 total hours to get the fight in and get to the airport?
To get 4 main card.
What is
boxing
wrong
fights.
with you? How would you even have taken this flight if you thought that?
Yes.
Oh my God, this whole time.
Are you out of your mind?
The Tank and Garcia are not going to be walking until like 11:30 Eastern time.
What?
Oh, but I'm still good. If they walk at 11:30, that's 8:30.
you're-
I still have 3 more hours.
So what do you do?
my
Bring your
God.
suitcase
I
stuff?
feel so good now.
How did
What a
you
relief.
think that was possible?
I
Is my
agree.
question.
I'm with
How did
Rick
you
here.
even think that was
I'm
possible?
thinking there's so much going on, and I don't think you realize.
Middle seat morning would have been the way to go.
You think so? Despite all of this?
No, now I'm saying
Now I'm
you're
good.
doing correct math.
Yeah.
You're fine, but I would have done middle seat morning if I was you.
Even knowing this information that we
No,
just...
not knowing this information. Doing your math, the version of this
Yes,
that you
but now that we know all the information,
Yeah, I
what was
would
the way
take
to go?
I would take the red eye, 100%.
Because the thing is, I don't have to do anything post-fight.
Yeah, I would take the red eye, 100%. Easy call.
Wow, I forgot 5 p.m. Pacific. Oh my God, I got 6.5 hours to go from the main card to the flight taking off. Now, the part that I am stressing out about is, what do I do? bring my clothes to the arena? Like, when I bring my suitcase to the arena? That's a
You
little
should
bit
have
weird.
time to go back to the hotel based on that.
Quick shower?
Yeah.
Now you're pushing it.
This
I
is
don't think so.
yeah. What are we doing?
6
We're showering?
hours.
I need a
and
quick
you
shower.
can
I'm gonna be around-
shower and pick up your clothes.
Oh,
This is making me relook at flights, and it's just like giving me this whole new anxiety to Las Vegas. Like, I'm talking like $600 for a round trip to Vegas.
Can I tell you something?
Spirit.
That is not a bad deal at all.
Wow,
I don't know where you live. $600
He lives in
$600.
round trip from JFK?
JFK, Newark, LaGuardia, whichever one.
That's not, I thought you were going to say like 1,500, 1,800.
What?
600 is easy.
What is this? What is
Yeah,
this?
Yeah,
flying
it's
to Japan.
2023.
Yeah, I'm not flying to Japan, dude.
How much did you think it was going to cost?
$300.
To fly to Las Vegas in July?
Most times it's pretty cheap to Vegas.
How much do you pay when you fly to Miami?
Sounds like he is not used to paying under 600.
How much should I pay? Yeah, it's something like that. Everything's crazy.
$600 to fly to Miami?
I just paid $2,200 to fly from Montreal. Family of 5, of
Yeah, that was a
course.
family of 5.
But I mean,
And how
still.
many bags?
8 bags. We got free Premier 1K. Shout out. But I'm just saying, honestly, I thought you were going to say like 800, 900, 600 in July.
Ariel, how much does milk cost right now?
Yeah. Like, what is a dozen eggs to you?
Can I-
$25?
what is a dozen eggs
Is a
right
gallon of gas $10 for you?
First of all, I don't drink milk, like I said, but I did have to break that. I've got a great story for you guys. When I was in Montreal, my dad likes to go to this hardcore Italian, like super authentic, opened in 1956 in Little Italy in Montreal, Italian cafe called Cafe Italia. And I walked up there
Creative.
with him. Yes, you have to walk up. Oh, there's all these like Italia 90 posters and Azzurri this and F1 that. I mean, it's as authentic as it gets. And I walked up with him. You have to. It's almost like the Super Nazi situation. Like you got to walk up and you know, order your drink and like move off to the side. And right as we're about to order, I was like, "You think they have almond milk here?"
Oh, man.
He's like, "No almond milk. Forget the almond milk. You take the milk."
Read the room.
And so I had to have a cappuccino with whole milk. Could you imagine?
And how'd you
the horror.
How was it?
It was all right. They did a little sprinkle of chocolate on top.
That's nice. That's nice. You
Yeah.
like almond over oat?
If it's the barista kind, like the frothable kind, almond is number one. Yes.
If I'm going like a plant-based, I would definitely go oat. It's just like it's creamier to me.
It depends on the brand.
Doesn't
It
add
depends on the brand. If it's the good kind, if we're going good kind versus good kind, almond. If we're going bad kind versus bad kind, oat is actually better. There's nothing worse than like a silk almond froth. That tastes like burnt styrofoam. So if it's bad kind versus bad kind, and when I say bad kind, I don't mean like bad kind. I mean like the type that you put in your cereal. There has to be the barista blend. You understand? It has to be like a special kind. Bad kind versus bad kind, go oat. Good kind versus good kind, go almond. If it's good oat versus bad almond, go oat. Good almond versus bad oat, go good almond.
I don't understand any of this because I'm going to be flying Spirit Economy in the middle to Las
Yeah.
Vegas.
Oh my God.
Have you ever asked
Can you
them
start a
what the-
GoFundMe for this? I mean, this is crazy that you're doing this.
Have you ever asked them what the good oat
What makes
or
it?
almond is? Yeah.
Like, what makes it good?
Yeah.
I don't.
The
It's
logo.
probably literally the exact same.
No, it's not.
It's probably
It's
the
not.
exact same carton.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, trust me. I've tried every single one.
Well, what is it? You haven't asked? You haven't been like, how do you make this good?
Well, I have it at home as well, and so I've tried them and I've frothed them
it is
myself.
a brand thing.
It is a brand thing. Yes, I'll
Called
tell
the
you.
What
barista.
brand is it? Let's give it a shout out.
It's the well, okay. So it's
What are we drinking?
It's called barista. Here, I'll tell you right now.
How much is it?
Barista almond.
Yeah, that's a good question, Frank.
Yeah, that is.
$25 a gallon.
Okay. Here it is. Pacific Foods. That's a great one. Pack of
They
two.
fly it out from the Pacific.
$14.90 for a pack of 2.
Wow.
How many ounces is that?
By the way, so
Half
worth
gallons,
it.
probably.
So worth it.
Pacific Foods almond milk.
Pack of 2.
Yeah.
It gets lonely at the top, Ariel.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh my gosh, we're talking about the packs are like what? What is this? This is like 12 ounces a piece.
Then if you want the best oat one, it's
Yeah.
probably the Oatly one.
I was gonna say
Six-pack.
I'm not a big 6-pack. You don't just get like a
Well, I'm looking at the 6-pack picture
Does
here.
it pair well with the beluga caviar or
Nah, not a big
Wow,
fan.
second
Khalifa.
beluga caviar joke today.
What was the first?
Yeah, what was the first one?
Oh, you guys must have missed it. Sorry, we get here early.
By the way, just in case you're wondering, Oatly is the best almond. Khalifa Farms almond, Oatly's the best oat. Khalifa Farms almond, not good. Not a big fan. Doesn't froth well. And I see this other brand here.
How do you froth it? With like a little.
You only
mixer?
drink this with coffee, right? And,
Yeah.
Oh wait, cereal too?
I don't really eat cereal, but
You shoot back a glass of it on its own.
I was gonna say, do you ever crush a glass of almond milk?
no, that's crazy talk. What am I, psycho?
Okay.
He's stalled.
cool,
I think
cool,
he definitely does.
I don't do that. But how do I froth it? I put in a thing and I go. Brrr.
So you have the little mixer, or you have a.
No, I do it manual.
Japanese whisk.
It has to be manual. Brrr.
You're as quick as the electric whisk.
I do. I've developed incredible wrist strength.
Do you have an at-home setup?
Have you ever made matcha?
I do. Okay, so I do have a Nespresso at home. Hate it. Don't want to use it anymore. Thinking about splurging to get like the one with the beans and the grind, like the real deal.
Steam comes out.
I want the whole thing.
The
problem is the upkeep is such a pain in the ass. You got to clean it. You got to
You
do
just
all
hire
this.
someone to do that.
Frank's
mean-
available.
You mean my
have
butler?
someone-
My butler? He could do it.
Yeah,
I
but
feel
no,
embarrassed
just
asking
your
him
barista.
sometimes.
You know, hey, make me a fresh oat milk.
Oh, you mean like go to the store?
He's got
Takes
the
your
counter
shoes
in
off
his.
for you when you get
He's got the
home.
counter in his house.
You mean go to the shop?
No, have the guy from the shop live in your house.
Oh, that would be amazing. In the house out back. By the way, the amount of people that have come up to me who are like friends who don't know usually what I do for a living, who have said, "I'm sorry about the time I came to your house and didn't take off my shoes because of us talking about it in the club," has gone a little bit uncomfortable. I'm like, no, I wasn't talking about you. Of course, I was talking about them. They're like, no, that was just a bit. That was just a bit for the show. Of course, I don't care. But I do care. Is the
No, that was just a bit. But now that you mention it, could you please take your shoes off?
yes, I
Wouldn't
No,
really
he would
just
never
been-
ask them to do it.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I was gonna say. Wouldn't it have just been easier to ask them to do it instead of them finding out that way that
know?
you secretly despise them all?
Them's the breaks. What's Joe talking about back there?
He's trying to get our next.
Mr. Rob Font.
Legend. All right. Well, Rob Font is coming up. By the way, how about this coming through the wire, as they say in the business, with Carl Roberson? Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, I haven't read deep into it, but I did see the headlines.
This is a story on MMA Fighting. Damon Martin wrote, ex-UFC fighter Carl Roberson has been charged in connection to a robbery in New Jersey where police say over $200,000 of jewelry and valuables were stolen. The Howell Township Police Department announced the arrest in a press release with lead Detective Ryan Jackson confirming Roberson's identity to MMA Fighting on Monday. Roberson was arrested and later released on bail. Yes, it would be the same person. Mr. Roberson, I'm familiar with his UFC career. It is definitely the UFC fighter. I'm well aware of that. He said, I'm aware that he's been released. He was lodged at our county jail for 2 to 3 weeks. I'm not sure the time frame. Since then, he has been released. According to the initial press release, Roberson, 32, is one of 2 men arrested following an investigation into a residential burglary where the suspects allegedly pried open a rear door and once inside made their way into the master bedroom where they allegedly located and stole over $200,000 in exotic jewelry and valuables. The suspects were captured on home security surveillance cameras both inside and outside the home. Wow. The suspects were wearing masks at the time of the robbery, with the homeowner offering a reward for information that could lead to their identification, arrest, and conviction of the culprits. Wow. Roberson spent the better part of 5 years with the UFC after he joined the promotion following a win over Ryan Spann at the Contender Series. He ultimately put together a 4-6 record in the UFC. He exited the promotion in July 2022 following a 4th consecutive loss inside the octagon. All right, so we'll see what happens there. That is a crazy story. Big story from a couple of weeks ago. Miami card, UFC 287, Adrian Yanez on some kind of roll, looking like he is, going to be climbing up the bantamweight ladder, and he ran into the juggernaut that is Rob Font. What a win for Rob Font. First round TKO, 2 minutes and 57 seconds. In addition to that, got the performance of the night bonus. In addition to that, snapped the 2-fight losing streak. Rob Font joins us right now to talk about it all. Hello, Rob. How are you? Rob, can you hear me? Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks for joining us. You still got the shiner. Is that from the fight?
Yeah, man. He caught me with a solid right hand, man. It's still there. Swelled up instantly too. I was a little pissed about that, but it's all good. It's slowly coming down though.
Yeah. Wow. Because obviously the big story coming off this fight was you knocking him out. And so was that like the only legit punch that he landed on you?
Yeah, it was. I think it was like two, like it was two right hands and a solid jab. But yeah.
That was a big one. Obviously, he was on a roll, and there was a lot of buzz surrounding him. Best boxer in the bantamweight division, all this stuff, young guy. And you were on the losing streak. Did you feel like this was, one that, like, they're all must win, right? I kind of hate that question, but like, did you feel I got to stop this? I gotta just do something impressive here to get this back on track?
Yeah, 100. Yeah, definitely. It was tough. Going back-to-back losses. Obviously, I've lost before. I've lost some big names, but to go back-to-back the way I did, it was the first time. It felt like in the Aldo fight, it was the first time I got hurt and I took damage, like serious damage in a fight. And then the Cheetah fight felt like the first time I ever got just beat up. I feel like it was like, all right, that's what it feels like to get beat up. I got beat up in that fight, and it was all right. Let's take a break. We took the year. We had a baby, so there was a lot going on. So it was much time needed off, and obviously losing 2 back-to-back, and especially the way the Cheetah fight went, and having a year off, like people, obviously they forget or they quickly write you off, and I definitely felt that. It felt like obviously I needed to fight for my team, for myself, and I also needed a finish, and because I haven't finished the fight since the Marlon Moraes fight, so there was a lot that I felt like I had to do, but it felt like this was the right guy to do with. There was a lot of hype behind him. He's bringing a lot of hype behind him, especially coming off of back-to-back finishes the way he was doing, but he wasn't. We didn't see what everybody else saw. It felt like it was more. He was beating guys he was supposed to beat. He was his finishing guys he was supposed to finish, and it was more of like he's good, but I don't think he's just there yet. And if anybody, if you want to come back to coming off a loss, it'll be. I think this would have been the right opponents to kind of pick if he had a chance to pick, and they offered it up, and it was like, all right, cool, let's do this. And obviously it was a little risky fighting backwards, fighting the number 12 guy, and obviously I'm ranked number 6, but it comes with I guess losing two in a row, so that comes with the territory. So it was more of like, yeah, all right, there's a lot riding on this fight, but like this is still a good fight for us to go out there and make a statement.
You mentioned the year layoff. Your last fight prior to this one was April 30th of last year against Cheeto. And congratulations to you and your wife on the new addition to the family. The year off in between fights, was that more because of the baby, or did you feel like, physically your head, I remember Calvin, who's obviously a teammate of yours, took a long break after the Holloway fight. Is this just what you felt and what your coach Tyson Chartier felt was best for you to just take that time off?
Yeah, definitely. It was more of like it was a little bit of, obviously we saw how well Calvin, did with taking a year off. I needed the year off. Again, like it felt like it was the first time ever feeling like really getting beat up. It felt like we rushed that fight. The Cheeto fight, we felt like we should have said no. And it was just a lot of like first times, like in that fight. Obviously I didn't make weight in that fight, so it wasn't a great camp. It was basically just trying to make weight and get to the fight. So it was a lot of things that we had to like tighten up, and it just felt like time, and obviously we needed to heal, and obviously the baby, it only made sense. And then so yeah, it was definitely a team decision. It was more of like listen, we're not even gonna pick up the phone call until around December. Like if Sean calls, like we're just saying no to everything. And he actually called. I think they were trying to offer me a Frankie Edgar, and I think that's what they called him.
MSG.
Like, yeah, they was like, no, we're not taking it, we're not interested. And so it was one of those, like, as a team, everybody, we sat down. So listen, we're going to take the time, get back, and we'll obviously reach out to Sean around December.
Man, how hard is it to say? Like, that's a big time fight. MSG, Frankie Edgar, retirement fight. Was it hard to say no?
Yeah, it was definitely tough. Like, Tyson made it a lot easier. He didn't tell me until afterwards. But, like, so he, but we said that. He said, he's like, I'm not even gonna let you know. It was just like one of those things. But it was tough to know. It was tough to know that it was like, and it had been a great fight. I felt, in a big name and a big spotlight. But it's obviously the health came first, and we stuck to our word and just took the time off.
Man, so you feel, obviously you guys trust Tyson. He has guided your careers, the whole team perfectly, but that's a big opportunity. Like when you found out after the fact, were you like, man, I wish this is one we could have talked about? That shows the trust that you have in him, that he says no and doesn't even tell you about a fight like that.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, like it did sting a little, but not enough to like to really talk about it again. It was more of like, well, this is what we said, let's stick to it. And
okay.
Like you said, if anything comes up, and that's anything comes up, like we're not doing it. So it was like it'd have been more of like, like it'd have been stupid to even bring it up, because I would have thought about it. I would have kind of like, so I think he played it smart.
Do you think if they would have went to you directly, you would have said yes? Yeah. That's the difference between a fighter and a coach, manager type. So you're lucky.
You need the guy.
Right.
Yeah, you need that guy, to kind of like, like make those right decisions for you. Kind of like, he knows me, he knows it had been, it's okay. It's only a couple months before, but I'd have like started self-negotiating, trying to figure out how we can make this work. And I think it was the best move, to hang out, chill out, really just take some time off, heal up, lick my wounds, spend as much time with Catherine, my fiance, as possible to prep for the baby. And then we had a smooth birth. It's been the coolest thing. I thought fighting was cool. Giving birth was even better, So like everything went smooth. The vibe was right. Everything was just right. And then we got back to training camp. And obviously we were training. We were like still trying to get better, but it wasn't, the conditioning wasn't up. The sparring wasn't up. Like it wasn't, we weren't like fight ready, but we're still getting better, still doing what we had to do, had the baby, and then just picked everything up from the conditioning to the sparring to like, bringing in certain guys, bringing in, traveling back to get on the road and going to different gyms, different boxing gyms. And it was fun to get back, but also like, I think I was so like, I took so long to kind of get back to that routine that it became fun again. It was like, I couldn't wait to get back, to the gym. I can't wait to spar. It wasn't just like, all right, you got to spar tonight. It was like, oh man, it's been so long since I've done this. And I felt that again. But I also felt like the urgency to get in there, get the job done, then get home to kind of just hang out with the baby before she falls asleep. So there was a lot of first time things in this camp, but it was all smiles, all good. The weight was on point. I was eating way more than it definitely wasn't that Cheeto fight. It was just, we weren't rushing. We started early, drinking as much as I want to, eating as much as I want to, not as much as I want to, but like in amounts, and then you slowly seeing a bunch of improvements throughout each week, from the wrestling to the striking, to the defense, to the footwork, and just slowly seeing. And it's kind of like, almost like you almost get mad at yourself, because like you could have, if you was on point like this, you could have been feeling the same way in the Cheetah fight, or even in the Aldo fight. And it was just like, I think I needed to step back, take that time, get beat up a little bit to kind of see like, hey, like let's start early, let's not get too heavy, let's not, let's not take those extra vacation days or whatever, because when I got the Cheetah fight, I was in the Bahamas, and when I first started, I was usually saying no to those trips. I was usually like, like being that grumpy guy, like, no, I'm fine, I'm training for a fight, and I was just like, but I don't know, I guess just time came over, and I was just like, yeah, I'll just do that. I'll go ahead. And it wasn't like I was completely out there like partying like that, but just saying yes to a lot more than I usually do. And I think it caught up. I think I needed the time to kind of like see what, what I had, what I could be missing up, and then obviously seeing the physical change in my face is like, all right, it's time to like really tighten this up. And I think it was the right time to kind of just chill out, take the break, and get back to work.
Is this your first child?
Yeah, first child.
I saw some footage. Are you a big basketball player?
Yes and no. I wouldn't say I'm like that good, but I saw you and your girlfriend. You were playing 1-on-1, and she's very pregnant in this footage, and you guys are going toe to toe. She's going strong. Like she looks like, I don't know, what is she, like 8 months pregnant or 7 months pregnant there, right? 8 months pregnant. She played high school ball. We actually met on the basketball court in Florida. Like she was real good. And then obviously we try to stay as busy as possible with her pregnancy and kind of keep it moving. She wanted the ball, so I was like, let's go, let's do it.
Did you let her win?
Yeah, you know, like no, it's funny, like it's one of those things, yeah, she can't drive the way she used to, especially when she's pregnant. But if I leave her open, she's hitting those shots all day. So it's kind of like I'm like half in, half out. You know, like you know, if she drives, like I give her to her shit. But it's interesting. And now, like even now, like we kind of like we still play. You know, we get after it. Like we used to run a lot of like full court when we were younger, and like she was doing her thing. But yeah, it's pretty fun to kind of see, especially seeing her pregnant still kind of work out was pretty cool.
So how old is the baby now?
Just about 4 months, about 2 weeks.
Wow. So first time as a dad, what was it like fighting?
It was fun, man. It was good. It went so smooth. Like I got knock on wood. Like I don't want to like, but it seemed right. It seemed simple. It seemed easy. Obviously we brought in my mom for the fight night and the weigh-ins. Calvin Cater, his mom was out there for most of the week as well. So she helped out a lot. Obviously we had the whole team. And then Kathy's an all-star. Like she's been around kids since I met her, like from all her like time babysitting friends' kids or nieces and nephews or whatever. And then her mom owns a daycare. So like she's been around kids her whole life. So it wasn't like a thing in at that. Like my baby, she's just so chill. Like she just she lets you know if she's hungry, she lets you know if she needs a diaper change, she lets you know. Besides that, she's just hanging out. Like even after the fight, she hung out with us to like 5 o'clock in the morning, just sitting there watching, observing everybody. Wow. Like, she just watching everything. Like, and it's like we had a pretty big group in the Airbnb, and it's just like music and everything's going. We even had the fight going in the background, and she's just like watching and just observing everything. She's not shy. She doesn't like start crying over new people. And like again, maybe it's just the stage she's in now, but it's been pretty smooth, man.
Do you feel like you're all the way back now? Do you feel like those 2 fights were just like a little like now you figured it out with the time off, your life is in order? Like, does the confidence feel like it's all the way back even more so than prior to the streak?
Yeah, 100%. I really do. Like it was tough going into it. You know, obviously in that cheetah fight, it just felt like everything was off. You know, like it felt like I had a bad attitude about the week, had a bad attitude about the weight cut. Like obviously the weight cut didn't go smooth, and then even in the warm up, I was like, all right, let's just get this over with. It was just like I fought for a check basically, and that's all I got. You know, it was cool because like obviously like Dana FaceTimed me at the hospital and he hooked it up. He even gave me my win bonus which is great. I fought for the check. I got both checks, but was it really worth it though? Like my face is all jacked up. I'm out another year, you know, like it just like, and this one felt like I fought for myself. I fought for the knockout. I wanted to get creative as possible. I fought for, you know, like more than just that check. The other one was just like, just make it happen. I don't want to say no again. It was like one of those, like, I don't want to turn the fight down. I'm also like rushing it because I want to get back in there and get another W, but like, maybe should I said no and hung out and just relaxed? Like easier said, you know, now that you know what happens, but like it was a lot of like, but this fight was just completely different. This one felt right. We had everything. Everybody was on point. All the teammates, from all the coaches, from nutrition to conditioning to wrestling, everybody was just on the same page. Sparring went good. Confidence went good. I was talking a lot with Micah from the PI. We had a weekly call, so that, you know, just mentally we checked every box from nutrition from the mental to the conditioning. We just made sure we wrote everything off, and knowing that, you know, knowing what I did for like say like the Cheetah fight, or knowing what I did to this fight, like my confidence just kept going. I'm getting higher and higher, especially once I got to Florida. Like everything, like I was just like, and then obviously when I get there, it's kind of like that feeling of everybody looking past me. He's talking about Sean O'Malley and not worrying about, you know, the Rob Font. He's sitting there trying to get a Sean O'Malley fight, which I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. Like how do you beat the number 6 guy, instantly gets you fighting Sean O'Malley? I'm like, all right, this guy, he's obviously overlooking me too. Like, I'm like, maybe he's young. Maybe he's just like, it's like he's young, but I'm like, oh, he's 30 years old. It's not that young.
Yeah.
You know, he's not like 18, you know, like, so I can't use that. I can't say, I'm like making excuses for him. Maybe he's just young and whatever. He got cameras in his face and they got to say something cool. I'm like, no, he's actually not that young. And he knows exactly what he's saying. He knows what he's doing. I'm like, bro, like he's definitely looking past you. And it's like, let's just go out there and make a statement. And obviously, like we try to sell him as much as possible and make him seem like the biggest monster like possible. But deep down, we knew what we had, we knew what we did, we knew the work we done, and it's kind of like it's like our little secret. Like, we're gonna know what we're gonna go out there and do. Obviously, easier said than I won, like, but it was like, man, just put the money on me, because you see, like, and I came in as an underdog, so like, just put the money on me and let me go out there and get to work.
So this win, where does it take you? Like, it's been 2 weeks now. Have you thought about who makes sense next?
Yeah, I mean, I think automatically I gotta, like, I would say, even though he's coming off a couple losses, Petr Yan, and Cheeto, obviously, like, I would love to get that rematch back. The Cheeto rematch would be huge. Petr Yan fight would be huge, even though he's coming off a couple losses. If I can sneak in there and somehow get a Corey Sandhagen Merab fight, which I doubt, like, that'd be great. Obviously, O'Malley's not fighting anybody I'm assuming he's not fighting anybody until it's for the belt. And I definitely don't want to fight backwards again. So I figured that Deiveson Figueiredo fight made sense. I know he wanted to come up. He had a big name, ex-champion. He wanted to fight. But obviously that's not happening. He's staying down. So that's not in the play no more. I know there's the Cruz and Garbrandt rumors, but I'm not even sure if that's even happening. Like, I guess I would fight backwards for like a Dominic Cruz type of fight, but I would love to fight forward. So yeah, there's fights out there. We'll see how it all plays out. It seems like, unfortunately, I probably have to fight like a guy coming off a loss. It's the only thing that's kind of like weird when you're fighting. You're in the top 5, and you're fighting backwards, and like a big win. I did get up. It is a big win, but it doesn't really move me. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really move as far as in the ranking. So it's tough. But Pedro Munoz just won. Obviously, we already did that. So there's and I fought like most of everybody in the division too. So it's kind of like I'm in a weird spot. But regardless of whatever happens, I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna be patient, and I'm excited to find out who it is.
There's some talk of them coming to Boston. I would imagine you want on that.
That'd be great. Petr Yan, Roth Font, Boston. That'd be crazy. That'd be insane. Great
that would
fight.
Be a great fight.
Yeah. But we'll see. Like, do you know? Like, I heard August. Is that what you're hearing?
I know it's in the next few months, but everything keeps changing. They were supposed to go to Calgary. Now they're going to Vancouver so it's hard to know for sure. But I knew they were supposed to go last year. And then they switch it to San Diego. I would be shocked if they don't go this year, and I would imagine they would want you on there as a local guy. It makes all the sense in the world. Next month we get bantamweight title fight. Just curious, do you have a pick in that one, Algeo or Cejudo?
It's gonna be a fun fight, man. I'm excited for that fight. I think the build up and the lead up to the fight is gonna be interesting. Yeah. They're gonna do. It's hard to really pick against Henry. He's beat a lot of big names. Yeah, obviously you got the whole Olympic medal, two belts. He's a fun, entertaining guy. There's a whole character behind him. The champ, man. He's doing his thing lately. He's the bigger fighter. He's the longer fighter. He's a wrestler. Obviously, not on. You would have to give Henry. Like, you would have to give him the edge on wrestling on paper, but this is MMA. If he can kind of stay long with his shots and be be real tricky in which he does anyway with his kicks and elbows, like, it can make the takedown a lot easier. But trying to hold down a smaller, shorter wrestler like that is damn near impossible, man. Those guys don't just pop up. But it's an interesting fight, man. I guess my money says I want to see Henry win, but I think I want to see Champ that keep doing his thing and get the belt and defend it against Henry. So I'm going with Aljamain on this one.
And how do you feel about O'Malley? I mean, O'Malley fought in October. By the time the winner is ready to go, that would be probably October, right? How do you feel about that?
Say it one more time.
Well, O'Malley's last fight was in October against Yan, right? And this title fight is in May. So by the time the winner of this fight is ready, is probably October, November, something like that. So he will have been out a year in between fights. You like, how do you, as someone who's in the division? I know you took a year out. You still hear me?
Yeah, but I can hear you now. My bad. I don't know what's going on.
No, it's all good. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I was just curious about someone who's in the division, how you feel about him getting a title shot after being out for a year.
I think it only helps him. I think he'll be well rested. I think If he's smart, he's obviously grinding. He's wrestling as much as possible. He's trying to get better, which I'm pretty sure he's doing. He's not getting banged up. If he's smart, he's not in the gym going at it with fighters and getting little bumps and bruises that are unnecessary. It gives him time. He's in a good position. He doesn't have to fight anybody. He definitely is. It seems like he doesn't need the money, so it's kind of like it's not like he's in a rush to get to that belt. I think it only helps him. I've done it twice. I know what a year feels like. It happens pretty quick, especially like when you're training and you're trying to get better at something. And the way the UFC, they just keep putting out these shows. Before you know it, he'll be right back in there. So I think it only makes sense for him to kind of wait out, and I don't think the year will affect him at all.
How great was Miami? Did you love it?
Oh, it was awesome, man.
Yeah.
It was so good to be out there. I'm in a sweater right now. I'm like, oh man, it was so good to be back in that weather. It made weight cut so much easier. It made just walking around to the car. It made everything so much easier. Just like the weather by itself. And then Miami's cool. I had some family come out. We spent Easter in Boca Raton, and then I drove up to Tampa to check out my sister and my cousins that live up there. So it was overall great trip, great atmosphere. I love Florida, but it is one of those states that you got to get in, get out, because you can definitely get in trouble out there.
Yeah, for sure. Someone on Twitter asked me to ask you where you got the shirt that you wore at the pre-fight presser. He liked it very much at the media day.
Oh, I got that from Express at the mall.
All right.
Basic stuff. I saw that shirt and it screamed Miami all
it
over
was.
So definitely Express.
Yeah, some guy on Twitter said, please ask Rob where he got that shirt. Whoever you are out there, now you know. So go get that at Express. Congrats, man. Congrats on a great win, a great performance. Much respect. That was super impressive. I mean, I think Yanez is one of the great young fighters. I know he's not super young like we said, but to do that to him, first loss in the UFC was supremely impressive. You reminded people of just how good you are. So much respect, and hopefully you get on that Boston card and you get one of those big fights in the summertime. Looking forward to that as well.
Oh, man, appreciate you, bro. Thanks for having me on.
All right, all the best. There he is, Rob Font joining us. Big win for him, big time performance against Adrian Yanez. And I mean, prior to that 2-fight losing streak, beat Sergio Pettis, who's the Bellator bantamweight champion, beat Ricky Simon, beat Marlon Moraes, beat Cody Garbrandt. That's a freaking great run right there. And then, of course, met Jose Aldo, met Marlon Vera, and we spoke about that situation. But then comes back against Adrian Yanez, who was on quite the roll himself. Had won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fights. 3 of those outside of the UFC orbit, one of them in the Contender Series promotion. Whoops. So great stuff there from Rob Font. And look, taking some time off, apparently not the worst thing in the world. Maybe we should all try it. Maybe we should all try it.
What are you telling us?
Well, I'm just saying with this audio. Here, the door open, massive echoes. It's just a whole thing. It's a whole thing, Frank. Okay. Maybe I should have. You know what? Maybe I should have stayed in Montreal. Maybe I should have. Maybe it was better over there.
With this attitude, yeah.
I was hyped. I came in today. I was like, it's good to be home. This is my home.
We're glad to have you, Ariel.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Still to come, Gillian Robertson to talk about her big and maybe somewhat controversial win over Piera Rodríguez. And then we close the day with the great Bobby Knuckles, Sir Robert Whittaker, who's waking up at 7 a.m., probably before that, to join us. And that will be in an hour or so. I do want to give a shout out to our good friends over at Squarespace. We love Squarespace. Wow. Came in hot with that. What's happening? What is this? 1930s rock? As always, this episode is brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace. With Squarespace, you can build a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell anything. Personal blog, travel diary, cookbook, a blog where you teach people about like audio tech and stuff like that. Who knows? Maybe a newsletter. Maybe it's a place where you can complain about your work environment. If you're a fighter, maybe you want to sell merch. Anything under the sun. Go to squarespace.com and please support them because they support us. After building your new website, take advantage of the Squarespace Video Studio app, which is super easy to use to create stunning video, manage email campaigns, and gain insights into your audience with powerful analytics. You can head to squarespace.com/MMA Hour for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Again, that's squarespace.com/MMA Hour. And it's very important when you check out and you're ready to launch, use the offer code MMA Hour, MMA Hour, one word, to save 10% off. And it's very important to support those who support us, because if you use those codes, that's how they know you're a part of our family and that we sent you. So please support squarespace.com for all your website or domain needs. They are very good people. Also good people are good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. NBA playoffs. Ooh, what a first week, huh? I mean, including the play-in, which I wasn't really a fan of initially, but it was fantastic. And then the first weekend was great. All kinds of drama, all kinds of injuries as well. And dare I say, yes, I know the Knicks are up 1-0. I mean, with the potential injuries to both Tyler Hero and Giannis Antetokounmpo, doesn't it kind of feel like the Knicks just have like a cakewalk to the finals? Like, I feel like it's right there. Am I crazy? No? You think you guys are winning game 2?
Yeah, maybe 5 games.
You think it's a gentleman's sweep?
Yeah.
4 in a row? I think game 2 is,
the Cavs played their worst game.
What is this worst game nonsense?
Play, and
by the way,
lost
Knicks
by
didn't play that great.
Play, you could lose by like 30. Like,
what is that? I've seen this from you. I've seen this from you. We played our worst game and we almost won. Like, what does that mean exactly? Like, you've lost games. You've actually lost games. What did you lose? 30 games this year?
You know who really played the worst game? The Hawks. Bounce back.
Oh, they did.
Take home court advantage.
Guys, I don't want to get into a competition about playing terribly, because the Hawks are going to win.
The Hawks are toast.
Stink.
The Hawks are toast.
Okay. Yeah, it was a bad game.
Someone clip this off. We'll come back to it later. Don't worry.
You think the Hawks are beating the Celtics?
Gentleman's sweep, yeah. 4 in a row.
Heat winning against the Bucks. I know Giannis was out, but that was still, pretty big time for an 8 seed. I think you guys have a good shot in game 2. You still have Donovan Mitchell, but then you come back to the friendly confines of the Mecca. You got to be a little worried, right? This season,
when you finish the promo, I got to take on
this season is a disaster if you lose in the first round to the Knicks. Fair or inaccurate?
No, but I have a good take after.
All right. Anyway, get in on all the NBA action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can make a $5 pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. Download the app now and sign up with the code THEMMA. That's the code THEMMA. Very important. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And remember, massive boxing this weekend. Tank against Garcia. Bellator in Hawaii. Big time stuff. UFC back at the Apex as well. NHL playoffs. NBA playoffs. MLB in full swing. What's not to like? Can you bet on XFL, by the way? I'm not sure. Is that up there?
Absolutely can, yeah.
You can. Wow.
Yes, 100%.
Well, if you're the kind of person who's betting on the XFL, you probably have a gambling problem. And if you do, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Massachusetts, call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts in Kansas, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in required. One bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing NBA bet. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Yeah. Please support them because support us. That I feel like that song is from what's that movie with Jim Carrey?
Liar, Liar.
No,
The Mask.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless.
I feel like that song is from there.
Yeah, it seems. Okay, so a song has lyrics. These are pieces or tracks.
Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Now we're getting into that.
Just saying.
What is that? An acapella?
No, that would be the opposite.
How nervous do you think Shaheen is that Suns are down 1-0? Anyway,
Pretty
he can
nervous.
ask you, Rick.
Is this a thing? Like, is raising banners after game 1 like a thing now?
If you're a Knicks fan, 1,000%.
I just don't know.
Are you kidding
All
me?
right, so here's
we haven't
the
been
take.
up 1-0 since 2013.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't had much success in
No.
40, 50
So
years.
yes.
Here's the take, and it's along these same lines. You talk about coming back to the confines of Madison Square Garden, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't think Madison Square Garden is that special anymore.
You don't think it's
Like,
that spot?
First of all, has there ever been like any what's to celebrate in the last 5 decades from a basketball perspective? Like Carmelo's, what was it, MLK or Valentine's Day game or Christmas game, whichever one that was. Like,
Wait, 5 decades? They won a championship.
Okay, so 4 decades. When are we going? No, 5 decades, right? 70s.
Yeah, it's 5 decades.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, so they've celebrated 2 championships in the last 5 decades. How many championships have the Cavs
those are on
celebrated?
the front end of those 5 decades.
All right,
so let's
fine.
go 4 decades. It's been fight stuff at MSG. Like, is it like, does a 25-year-old kid really go to MSG and be like, wow?
Oh, Rangers got a few cups in there.
No, I'm
one.
talking about basketball.
There's still the celebs. There's still the aura, the lighting.
You can get that in LA too. You can
Anyway,
get that in Miami.
I'm telling you right now, Donovan Mitchell terrifies me, and he's a local guy, so I'm not writing them off.
But I say all that to say I respect the Knicks, man. They're a good team. They're a
fun,
good
Jalen
team.
Brunson.
They play hard. They're really efficient. They don't mess up a lot. Offensive rebounds, second chances. But the Cavs missed a ton of bunnies, free throws, gave up a ton of second chances, things that you can fix. I'm fairly confident.
Rick says, is MSG any more special than Quicken Loans Arena?
Yeah, no. It's
Honestly, is it?
tomato. Is it even called that now? Isn't it called like Rocket Mortgage or something?
If you're an 18-year-old kid, is your dream to like get to play at MSG? Like, what's been special there from a basketball perspective?
I'll tell you who wanted to play at MSG.
Who?
Donovan Mitchell.
And then he's not,
No,
right?
That's our fault. We screwed that up. RJ Barrett would have done that deal 10 times over.
Oh, he's also like KG's era, Jordan's era, Kobe's era. These guys, LeBron, they died to play at MSG. They're from an older generation. There's history there. They remember these moments. It's like, when's the last time? Like, if you're a kid, have you ever seen anything special happen at the Garden from a basketball perspective?
Insanity.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, it was great. It was awesome. In the 90s, we were a class franchise. We were like the bells of the ball.
And that's all I'm saying.
I don't know what you're saying. It seems like you're trying to convince yourself that the Knicks are a sad sack franchise.
No, I'm not.
We've made the playoffs more than you guys have in the last 6 years, just for the record. One more time.
Wait, really? In the
Yeah,
last 6 years?
Yeah, your last playoff appearance was 2016, right? Or 2017?
No, 2018.
Whenever the last LeBron. Okay, we made the playoffs in 2021.
In the last 15 years, the Hawks have made it more times than all y'all.
Very impressive.
We had a stretch where we made it like 12 straight years and never made it past the second round.
Yeah. The Knicks are good. I like the series a lot. I'm still pretty dang confident. Didn't dissuade me that first game. But I like the series a lot, and the Knicks are good.
It'll be fun.
Are good.
It'll be fun. We're not doing a bet, right? It's just
I
like
feel like it's a little.
I mean,
late,
I can't
right?
believe y'all did that. Like
The series.
we dropped the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, you get the Cavs versus the Knicks in the playoffs, and we don't even get a
Right.
friendly wager about it.
Yeah. Why didn't we do that? I don't know.
We dropped the ball.
We dropped the ball. I feel like bragging rights.
I think we were both just assuming the Cavs were gonna, sweep them.
No, not me.
it
Not
went
me.
under the
I'm
radar.
very confident.
Why?
I like the team. Jalen Brunson's the best player on the court.
Yeah, I mean, you just talked about Donovan Mitchell, and you're gonna.
I'm terrified of him, but I didn't say he's the best player on the court.
I mean, jeez.
Jalen's my guy. If he can stay out of foul trouble,
I have
we-
another
By the way, if he stays out of foul
Knicks-related
trouble,
hot take.
we win that game by 15.
I
All
have
right.
another Knicks-related hot take.
Oh, great.
Julius Randle's better than Jalen Brunson.
Incorrect.
Sorry, I know every Knicks fan wants it to be that way because he's their big
No.
new signing, and that validates all the stuff that they always say. But yeah, Julius Randle's just a more.
The chat is saying there's too
better-
much NBA talk, so
better
we have to move on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
All right.
Light the beam.
Light the beam.
Light
In
the
fact,
beam.
Chat never said
That was a fun series.
how or the game? Yeah. How did the Parlay Pals do this weekend?
We lost.
Yes.
The Arnold Allen pick cost us.
I'm sorry.
Me and Frank took care of business. Rick, welcome back.
I actually feel
Thank you for the Parlay Pals.
this. The pick should be nullified because you remember I went out of turn.
I mean, yes, you jumped at the opportunity to cost us the W.
Yeah. By the way, so why can't you guys go? I've never missed a week. I've never been. I guess Rick.
Yeah, neither have I.
I guess you and I. Yeah. So why can't you guys go 2 now? You and Frank Parlay.
Is that what you want?
I still
maintain Parlay for UFC Vegas 71.
I still maintain that it should go to the sole survivor.
All right, me and Frankie will do a parlay this week.
You know what? Just go for it. Ariel wants this so badly. Just keep going.
Did he lose intentionally to force the issue?
No,
Frank, we can run this for a while. Me and you.
God bless.
All right. All right, so we're struggling. We'll decide on Wednesday. How was the rest of the week?
Okay. It was good. It was good. We go 5-5 on singles, but we hit, I believe it was 4+ money plays, so can't complain about that. Also hit the one parlay that I took, which is always good. Trying to keep it tight, trying to limit it. We are back though. We are back in the win column. Slight win, but what we're doing, unit by unit, we're going to try and find ourselves in the green in 2023. It's a long road, but I think we're going to get there eventually. 3 straight UFC cards, we have found profit. Only about 2.25 units of profit, but either way, it's better than being in the red. I do have to say that. Shout out to the Thanks, Frank. Shout out to the Draft King, Alex Trudeau. Great picture of him. Nice little lineup from him. Max Holloway, Billy Q, Ion Kutalaba, Bill Algeo, Gillian Robertson, and Gomez. And then the MMA Hour Verdict League, an update on the standings. Harry Byrne, 23. Goosebumps, Walk Away, Moynihan Francis. Doug Las Vegas. Can't forget him. And Joey Rubs coming in 5th. Let's shout out some big hitters, though. We got a crazy one this week. We got some video evidence to show on the big hitters.
Look at this animation.
Oh, yeah. It's great. Ain't it, Brian? A little bit of money's going to come down.
Woo, make it rain. Those are legit Benjis.
All right, let's start with Bryson Stricker, plus 383,208. Let's go ahead and show this video. He was in attendance. The parlay finishing on max money line. In attendance, got to see it cash. $10 into 38,000. I mean, as you can see his reaction, I don't know if we can hear this at all. Him getting hyped, but he goes Jocelyn Edwards by points, Robertson money line, Munoz points, Kutalaba KO, Azamat decision, Barboza by KO, max money line, $10 into 38,000, and he got to watch it happen live.
That's incredible. Insane. That is amazing.
I mean, shout out to him. Honestly, I felt like that reaction was like a little bit quelled. I think I would have run out of the arena. I don't know what I would have done.
It's funny you say that. I thought it was very obnoxious.
Oh, really? I mean,
it was a little over the top.
We got the I'm hymns in there.
It's like,
but how are you reacting?
That's like 4 gallons of milk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, should we put this in Helwani bucks here? Like, should we make it 38 million off of?
By the way, is that 383,000?
Yes, $10. He turned $10 into 38,330.
Okay, 38,000. If it was 383,000, I would have said, all right, fine. It's justified.
That's your reaction? Dude, I react bigger than that when I hit like a minus 125. Okay?
By the way, we did have somebody win hundreds of thousands of dollars in the big hitters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. $1 into like 400,000. I mean, either way, Bryson Stricker. Shout out to him. I think that's like the second or third video submission we've gotten. We keep it moving. Robert Blenke. Unfortunately, I think I did see this on his profile picture. Robert is an Alabama fan. Sorry about that. Unfortunate. But he does hit an 11-pick plus 22,082 parlay. Turns $2 into 443. 11 legs. A lot of sweating going on there. But congratulations to him. We keep it rolling. NM90 tweet. He hits 2 parlays. One with Gillian Robertson, Brandon Royval, Bill Algeo, Pedro Munoz, Ion Cutelaba, Azamat Murzakanov, Edson Barboza, Max Holloway. That's plus 22,240. Hits another one with a lot of similar fighters. Turns 750 into 878 and 40 cents. Not a bad night at the office. I will certainly say that. A couple more to go here. DC Crypto Cass. Hopefully this makes up for any losses he took on crypto, but he turns $2.50 into 438. Barboza by KO, Holloway by decision, Murzakanov by decision, Cutelaba by KO. Just a beautiful bet there. 4 legs plus 17,453. All on the main card too. Tune in late, cash all that money. One other one, Locks MMA, the Locksmith. He hits 4 parlays. Got your Knicks in there. Got some Yankees action in there, as well as Edson Barboza, Clay Collard. I mean, this guy was just all over the board, really taking advantage of the sports book. 4 parlays, $330 into 2,672. And then just one last one. Out of Fight MMA, plus 1,600. This was just a beautiful one. Holloway by points, Brandon Royval, round 1. $15 into 260.
Damn.
Congratulations to the big hitters. Every week, these people just rake it in.
No one sprinkled anything on Creator Clash?
I didn't get any big hitters from Creator Clash now.
Can you bet on Creator Clash?
I have no idea. I couldn't even tell you.
What about John Hennigan? You guys see that?
No.
Come on.
I saw it. Yeah.
No, I didn't.
John Hennigan, formerly of WWE, John Morrison.
What's his name? Morrison.
Knocking out fellow Montrealer of Epic Mealtime fame.
Epic Mealtime, dude.
Harley
shout out to
Mornstein.
Epic Mealtime.
You remember Epic Mealtime?
Oh, yeah.
Knocked
yeah,
him out.
watched a lot.
He got done bad, though.
He did.
Epic Mealtime got knocked out?
Oh, big time. By John Morrison.
See this?
Or John Hennigan. Yeah, it was all over the internet on Saturday. Frank, breaking news.
Not my internet.
Oh, go ahead, Ariel. Breaking news.
A little slow on the trigger.
On the keys today.
And it was also
They
like...
took my iPad away.
And it was...
Wait, they really did?
Yeah, now I have to double click.
Oh, my God, yeah. I'm just noticing this.
Also, why did they take it away?
Abuse of power.
I was iPadding too much.
Weird.
Slacking my way.
Anyway, I mentioned that because the victorious John Hennigan on the show on Wednesday.
Wow. Wow.
You can't act excited about this. You didn't even know who he was 3 minutes ago.
John Randall Hennigan.
Yes.
He's
Coming off
about
the big
I'm
knockout.
watching it now. The knockout of Harley.
Yeah.
Here we
you put
go.
your boxing on fire.
I was,
Whoa!
You know
He
what?
fell out of the
Yeah,
ring.
he did fall out of it. That was not even the actual knockout. That was the knockdown.
Wow! They're giving him the count as he's like in the crowd.
You
like,
rolled out.
his way back. He's like, hold on, gotta get to the stairs.
Influencer boxing is on fire.
I mean, they legit had like 18,000 people there or something.
The most important fight of the
arena
year
looks packed.
was announced.
Oh, yes, I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to
He
say?
got knocked out.
Anthony
Our
Taylor,
boy.
Saul Poppy?
Saul Poppy.
I feel like it's overdue, huh? We need him on the program.
It's way overdue. Saul Poppy.
That's May 13th.
Yeah.
How did
Saul
Anthony
Poppy
Taylor become a fixture in this world?
Because he's smart. This is
Yeah.
where the money's at.
He's really smart.
He's doing what Dylan Dennis like kind of faked at doing, pretended to do, and then didn't successfully do. He's carving that lane out.
He can
brilliant.
Yeah, no, it is brilliant.
But unfortunately, like Saul Poppy's about to put the hands on him. Like
He's solid.
he's good.
Yeah.
He's like the best of these influencer boxers by a bit.
Why do they call him Saul Poppy?
He did like Salt Bay. He used to do this with his hands.
Wait, he used to work for Salt Bay?
No, he would he used to do this like pretending to like sprinkle the salt. But his thing the first time I saw him was on TikTok. He used to do this fake running in place. Literally, he used to just do video after video after video, just fake running in place. And then he kind of built himself up a little bit more. But yeah, Saul Poppy's coming. That dude's the truth.
Yeah, he's the man. Did you guys see the Joe Joyce fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Zhilei Zhang. I kind of love Zhilei Zhang. This guy's awesome.
I mean, yeah. Joe Joyce was like a minus 1,200.
Yeah. No, I
Huge upset.
saw minus 950, but maybe you saw somewhere else.
50. Yeah. Close
Plus
enough.
550 for Zhang in England. He trains in New Jersey here. Even sparred with Alex Pereira before their respective fights. that was a huge win over the weekend in England. And speaking of Alex Pereira, he did officially confirm the day after our last show on Wednesday. So I think it was Thursday morning. Pereira putting out his own content on his YouTube channel and everything.
I love it.
Smart.
Yeah, very smart. He is officially going up to 205. How do we feel about this? Any thoughts? You love it?
Well, I mean, as I said when we were talking about like Izzy's options, if Alex wanted a rematch, I'm pretty confident that he could have gotten a rematch. And I would have preferred that fight over anything else. But because he's wanting to go to 205, no issues with it. Think he's going to be super competitive at 205. Love the potential matchups that we're going to get. So yeah, I'm all aboard. 205 Alex is going to be scary, just as scary as 185 Alex was.
Okay, so then let me ask you guys this. Why can't he get a title shot at 205? If he was going to get a title shot at 85, does he have to actually do work at 205 to warrant that?
Yes, he does. Because the reason he got a title shot at 185 is the same reason he got a title shot at 185 the first time, which is he has history with Israel Adesanya. He was not getting that opportunity without that.
How much work do you think he needs, though?
1 or 2.
I was going to say, win one big contender fight.
Especially if it's a knockout, the way that he
Who's
does.
that guy? Who do you put him in there against? So we have Smith coming up, right?
Man.
We have Walker coming up.
I'll be honest. I wouldn't want to be the first one that faces him.
Oh my God! Imagine like a non-dehydrated. I guess that would be a fully hydrated, like a non-weight cut version of Alex Pereira. Strong as an ox.
Yeah.
But it's also just like from a technical striking standpoint, like he's a real problem. Like he's a very difficult dude to face. And if you're somebody who's cut their teeth at 205 for a long time, like he's a different thing than we've seen at 205.
I'd love to see him versus Yuri. That's not the fight that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think
he's going to get the title shot.
Yeah.
His first fight.
But just like in general, him versus Yuri.
Him versus Jamal Hill would be incredible too.
Oh, it'd be amazing. You know yourself.
Him versus Jan. I'm down for that.
Rakic?
I'm down for that. If that's Rakic's return
coming back.
fight.
Oh.
Pretty much anyone in the top 5, I would be hyped to watch him fight.
Anybody in the top 10? Is there really an option that like we don't like? I think they're all. Everything's open.
Paul Craig, I wouldn't want to see.
Because he takes him to the ground?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
He like exclusively goes to the ground. Go watch the Ozdemir fight.
Here's the question. Do you give him like a Ryan Spann type, which I think would just be all, standing?
Yeah, it'd
right?
be crazy.
But is there a case to be made that Ryan Spann is too low in the rankings? 10. Like, do you give him a top 5er and then he's
I
fighting?
feel like he's going to want a top 5 opponent.
Yeah, and
maybe Rakic is the guy.
Do you
given the
want
timing.
to rush him to a title shot? Like, if you want to put him against a top 5 guy, and if he wins that, put him in a title shot, then yeah, I'd say you do that.
I mean, what about Ankalaev?
See, that I think is the toughest matchup for him.
Yeah, I think it's a real tough one.
And
I don't think Craig or somebody like that is going to quite frankly, I just think he'll be able to just keep it on the feet. And
I don't know if with Ankalaev we're standing and banging.
Ankalaev, that's going to be a fight where it's going to be a little more mixed in with the grappling, and it could be hard. But I will say, it seemed like Jan gave a pretty good blueprint on how to potentially battle Ankalaev, right? Like if you're getting fresh Alex, being able to stuff at least the first couple of takedowns, pile up those leg kicks.
I was going to say, Jan chopped the legs heavy.
Yeah, pile up those leg kicks.
Anyone, though. Anyone. Yuri, Ankalaev, Jan, Rakic, anyone.
What's not to like?
I'm there.
Alex at 205.
I'll be there no matter
Alex
what.
at 205 is going to be incredible. So it looks like we're not going to get to see the Izzy fight.
Yet.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not giving up hope.
I don't want to see Izzy go up to 205.
No,
who
Alex
knows
could come back down.
Oh, come back down?
He said at any moment he could make 185.
He's going to love it up there. He's going to say, this is great. Why did I kill him? It's 20 pounds. Like,
It
it's
is
such a big gap.
That's putting the cart before the horse, though. If he doesn't have success at 205, you don't think the first option is okay.
If he doesn't have
back to
success,
85.
I think he's going to have success at 205.
I think so too, but it's not guaranteed.
No. None of those guys are like super duper big. He's just as big as all. He was freaking sparring a heavyweight. This guy Zhang is like
He's
6'8".
He's a big human. He's a very big human. And I think I said it last time, but like he's competed at that weight in Glory. Like he is
champion.
205er. Yeah. Champion against Artem Vakitov, who is a beast, like one of the best kickboxers. So
was he better at 85 or 205 in kickboxing, would you say?
Or
is it tomato
85 probably, but it's like, I'll say this. the person he beat at 205 is better than anybody else he's faced. Like Artem Vakitov is a absolute monster, and he beat him. So yeah, Alex he's going to fit right into that division, and I think he will have success as well. But yeah, look, if it goes wrong, if it goes sideways, you don't think he's the first option is right back to Izzy? That's what I would do.
Well, I just thought it was interesting at the post-fight press conference. Data said he's going to have to do some work at 205. Yeah. But other people have been in this. You know, I know trying to apply logic to any of this is is a useless task. But like other people have lost belts and moved up and gotten title shots and all. You know, yeah,
it's a fair point.
His situation was a little bit different because of the expedited nature of it all. But I don't know. I honestly, here's the thing. If Yuri doesn't come back, like if he needs more time, because he did go through a pretty serious injury and surgery, I have no problem with Jamal Hill, Alex Pereira as a title shot.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Still don't know about Rakic, and then I guess you could say Smith, Johnny Walker 7, but like I have no problem with Pereira just walking right in there for a title shot. No problem.
I feel like it's just him kind of calling his own shot, right? Like, who does he want? Who does he want to face? If he wanted a title shot, that's a compelling matchup for me. I'd take
Jamal Hill versus Alex Pereira would be incredible.
I'd take a shot at throwing him in there.
That would be incredible. Could you imagine?
But maybe he wants hey, give me Anthony Smith or somebody who's a top name like that I could really test
maybe
myself
it's the winner of this, or should it be the loser?
Either one.
Yeah,
I say give him the winner.
Yeah, they're fighting what, May 13th?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Queen City.
Shut up.
Could you imagine if he would have made an announcement and said, you know, I'm moving up to 205 and I want to be the backup fighter for Yuri and Jamal? I feel like we're not that far away from people saying that.
I don't think Alex Pereira wants to cut weight anytime that he's not going to
205, he doesn't have to cut that much weight.
I mean, he's still big, but yeah, you're right. Fair point. But yeah, I don't think he wants to cut weight unless he's going to have a fight.
So and Dana did also say Izzy is blowing everyone up. He wants to return by the end of the summer.
Yeah.
They do have a pay-per-view in August. Maybe they put him on that one. I wonder if now that they do have Charles and Dariush as a second fight, they'll just punt on Izzy. But like according to the people that I was talking to, he really wants to come back. And even Eugene, I think himself said 8 weeks, right? In our interview, he said that he would be down to come back in 8 weeks. And so if it is 8 weeks, I think it would be a Sean Strickland type, clearly at this point, right? I mean, it was pretty DDP, the nose wasn't going to be ready. Yeah, so Strickland, Izzy, you guys down for that?
Sure.
I'm okay with it, you know.
Whatever.
No? I guess you're not down with that. That was like
I'm down with it.
That was the least I'm down ever.
It feels kind of odd because Strickland would be coming off of a loss at middleweight?
Yeah, but he is coming off a win.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm fine with it. I just
at 205.
That's not the one that's compelling me. Like
DDP?
More.
But there's no one else other than those two, right?
I mean, Alex, that's it.
Oh no, but that's not a choice anymore.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Wow. I'm okay with Izzy getting. I mean, he's had some tough fights at 85. I'm okay with him getting.
I'm more intrigued that Izzy is just like right back on the horse that quick than whoever his opponent is.
That's what I said at the beginning of the last. Like his activity is unparalleled.
Well, Alex is also that guy too. It's the kickboxing thing.
Yeah. Are you talking about Volk or Pereira?
I was talking about Pereira, but yeah, you're right. Volkanovski as well.
The guy's fighting at the highest of levels. Pereira wasn't fighting at the highest of levels in MMA. I'm talking about.
I mean, once he got into the series with Izzy, he was. But yeah.
I'm just talking about like Izzy. What he's been doing since he came to the UFC since 2018 is insane.
Yeah,
the activity. Volk too. Right. Volk coming back in July after just fighting in February. Islam's only coming back in October. You know.
I don't know why in my brain I forgot about that Volk Islam fight. Yeah, 5 months.
I mean, there's some. Islam is only coming back in October because he has to fight on that card. Like
I'm just saying, the guy deserves some. They both deserve a ton of credit.
That team in particular, those two are the gold standard. They are active champions. They are trying to defend their belts.
And you never hear them say no. I don't want this, I don't want that, I don't like this, I don't like that. You never hear them openly negotiating. You never, like, I know sometimes as he says, like, this guy needs to do work and this and that, but like, honestly, the only times he has said that, yeah, he does fight them.
And
that
then
is
he
true.
fights them.
But the only time he really has said that, it's really been warranted, right? Like,
Yeah.
DDP probably does need another big win. On like, the reason why he's being discussed now is because there's no one else. Same with Volkanovski. Like, there was no one else. And then they did the interim title fight, and, Arnold got screwed. And BD. Yep. Anyway. We'll talk to Robert Whittaker about all this. I don't know what the hell we're going to do with Robert Whittaker. He's coming up in 30 minutes. This is a really tricky one. Whittaker Vittori just happened. Whittaker Cannonier, saw it.
Costa.
Whittaker Costa. That's the one?
Or Hamzat. Those are the two fights.
Whittaker Hamzat.
Oh, my
Hamzat or Costa?
Which one is more hype? Or is it Costa Hamzat? I feel like and then what do you do with Whittaker?
What do you do with Whittaker if you make Costa?
Honestly, I don't know.
I think you have more options with Costa that you can do different fights.
Can I tell you what I'd prefer? Hamzat say at 170. That would have made everything
like that
easier.
Train's out of the station though.
Yeah,
no?
things
like
gone.
We're at 85 now.
Would have made everything easier.
Sure. Like, I'm down.
Is Hamzat ever going to get a title shot?
Yeah. If they offered Hamzat
to fight again,
it feels like we've been
September.
talking about it for years.
If they offered Hamzat a title shot instead of Colby, I think he'd fight at 170. I mean, it's up to the UFC.
Nate Diaz is going to fight Jake Paul before Hamzat comes back and fights again.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably true.
By the time it all happens, maybe
crazy.
he fights in the summer, but
yeah, maybe we get an international fight week Hamzat.
Oh, then the $600 would be definitely worth it.
Yeah, $600 on Spirit.
And it's $600 on Spirit.
Wow, it's like $480 on Spirit.
And what's it on United? 600.
Yeah, like
by the way,
depends. Like if I want to take the right times, like not.
Oh,
like
now you're getting
red
greedy
eyes.
with the times.
Oh, from the man that just spent the last hour complaining about having to take a red eye.
I just said I was nervous about it.
780.
Whatever it costs to not take Spirit,
I was just gonna say,
I have taken Spirit. I have taken Spirit before.
If it's $120 more, you take the United flight.
All right, I'll just Venmo request.
If that's really what it is, if it's 250 more, if we're talking about like, don't you agree, New York Rick?
Yeah,
I think I got some points.
I made
around.
that. I made that mistake once. Never again.
To Vegas
never again. I think it was Vegas actually, but it never happened again.
I've never even been on a Spirit flight. Is it worse than Southwest?
You're welcome.
Yes, worse than Southwest.
No, really?
What? Yes,
not even close.
Yes,
I always thought Southwest was the worst.
These are not comparable products.
Spirit is number one.
Worlds. We live in different worlds.
What's so bad about it? The chair?
Oh well, the chair is just like a folding lawn chair essentially, but like that's all you get. Like
the space.
There's no snacks. There's no first class.
Snacks are very limited, by the way.
You have to buy water.
You have to buy water.
You have to buy carry-on. You have to buy water.
Yeah, you do. You have to buy a carry-on.
You can't even bring your wallet on.
You have to pay for carry-on?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Even if it's
you
like a
have to pay for
backpack?
The way they
Yes,
save
you
on
have
the
to pay
cost
for everything
is by eliminating the things that are typically given.
Wow. I never even
No
knew that was.
bathroom access.
No bathroom
No
access?
landing gear.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Sometimes just one wing.
Have you been on it?
No.
Frank owns it. Who knew?
Frontier, Spirit. Nah,
I've done a Frontier as well. I've done Frontier.
Is Frontier the same as Spirit?
No.
Yes, they're just
No, meaning
budget,
like,
yeah, they're just budget airlines.
which is worse?
They nickel and dime you for everything.
Yeah.
All right, my flight on Spirit Frontier was like $60 base, upgraded everything to first class or first class, or whatever their
bathroom
definition
access.
of. Yeah. I got the front row, so I had more room. I enjoyed Frontier. It wasn't that bad.
Is it true it's just a Greyhound bus with wings?
Yeah, that's it. That's it, Frank.
I have been on Southwest. I think I've been on Frontier. What about Alaska? Is it worse?
Wow. You're in your head. Southwest is like
his budget is
like how
my
we think of Spirit. Like,
By the way, for me, Southwest is the worst. Yeah.
I've actually had a few issues with Southwest. Yeah.
That and also Southwest is more of like a regional airline. Like you can't go Southwest New York to Vegas. So to go on one of those types from New York to Vegas seems like a big ask. Also, one step above Southwest for me is American Airlines.
Give us the power rankings. Just
By the way, American Airlines is like very, very budget. One for me is United, just because.
Really?
Yeah. Then Delta. I was a big Delta guy.
I've always been a huge Delta guy. You know, being from Atlanta,
Sure. No, Delta. But I felt like the planes didn't evolve. Air Canada is nice, although.
Although what? Because I have a ticket with them.
No, I love Air Canada. The new Air Canada planes are fantastic.
Have you ever taken like an Emirates?
Oh yeah, I've taken an no. You know what I've taken an Etihad. I've taken an Etihad to Dubai.
Taking one of those
was fantastic. You know, it's another tremendous flight. Qantas to Australia. Wow.
That was the
obviously
Concorde
never tried that.
The Concorde? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the supersonic.
That's a supersonic.
No, never done that. Never did the double decker. I've done the double decker a couple times. But yeah, no, those are great. Those are great.
Air France
done it. British Airways, of course, known it very well. But none of this Frontier, Spirit, American Airlines I put in that bucket as well, just for the record. Crap. Look, the planes are from 1974. 1974. No, British Airways class. It's class. BA? Come on. Anyway.
The Knicks were good.
Wow. It was actually 73. They won the championship. Let's move along. Let's say hello to our penultimate guest. A massive win for her. Perhaps she likes Air Canada as well. As a fellow Canadian, she was successful in her strawweight debut on Saturday. She's the Savage, the one and only Gillian Robertson joining us. Hello, Gillian. How are you?
I'm doing great. Just high off this win. Still super excited.
Yes. By the way, is that a radio banner behind you? Do you do radio over there?
Actually, I just finished an interview at ESPN West Palm with Dean Thomas. He works here, so we were just finishing up our interview.
Wow. So you're at the radio station right now?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you I thought you had like a whole radio setup at your house. I appreciate you doing this from the station. Thank you very much.
No problem.
So you are on a high. You're feeling good. Big win for you. Flyweight to strawweight. You debut. You look good. But you were doing well at flyweight. Ultimately, why did you feel like this was the right move for you?
I was just walking really small. I want to say my last 5 fights, I've walked under 130 pounds. And so last March, I did a bone density scan with the UFC PI, and they determined that I do like fit in strawweight better than I am too small for flyweight necessarily. And they deemed that I would be able to do the cut safely. So I just worked with the PI and worked with their nutritionist. And it was actually almost as easy of a cut to 115 as it is to 125.
Wow. Why do you think that was? Why was it as easy?
All camp long, I was saying, I want to suffer through camp so I don't have to suffer the week of. So I added a lot of cardio and a lot of sauna time all through camp. And then the week of, I woke up 2 days out and I was 117 pounds.
Whoa.
So it was really easy to make the cut.
When was the last time you weighed, in the range of 115?
All my fights outside of the UFC were either 115 or below.
Okay.
So it's been at least 5 years, I want to say.
And so why in the UFC did you fight at flyweight and not strawweight?
I just got in the house at 125 with the Tough House, and I just kind of stayed there. I was also walking a little bit bigger, maybe lifting a little bit more. So now I honestly don't really do any strength and conditioning. I just do cardio for weight loss.
Okay.
So I'm just walking a lot smaller than I used to.
And by the time the fight happened on Saturday, how much do you think you weighed?
Probably, I weighed 128 with clothes on.
Okay.
So probably around 125, I want to say.
Okay. And so are you staying at 115?
Yeah, I think that's my home now.
But now every time you have a camp, you say you're going to have to suffer for 7-8 weeks. That's no fun.
It is what it is. It's part of the job, and I'm willing to suffer for it every day. It's even my worst days here are better than any day at any other job for me. So I'm happy that I get to do the job that I love, and it's worth it when I'm going to have a belt one day. That is true.
By the way, what was the big meal post, I guess maybe weigh-in or fight, the one that you indulged? Have you had it yet?
Okay, so all through camp, everybody was just telling me Kansas City barbecue.
Yes.
So that was the first thing I had to do. And we went to a place right after my fight and got the best barbecue I've ever had.
Okay, so it's legit. It's not overhyped. I thought it was overhyped. I felt it's. You would say it's legit.
I would say it's legit. We got just a spread of everything, and it was so good.
Okay, all right. So overall, a great experience for you in Kansas City. The fight was great. Another submission for you. You continue your record streak. You are the queen of the submissions as far as women's MMA is concerned for the UFC. But there was that, stuff after the fight where she claims that she didn't tap. Have you watched the fight again?
Yeah, I have rewatched the fight, and I don't know. The ref said verbal submission. That was what it was deemed. So it's like you can't see her face, you can't see her mouth. I don't know what the ref heard. Literally, all I'm looking for is the ref to stop the fight.
Sure.
I don't even I'm not looking for her tap. I'm looking for the ref to pull me off.
Sure, it's not your fault at all, right? I mean, you're the one that's just going off of what the ref is doing. Did it annoy you that she was saying that? Do you feel like it took away from the win?
I think most people acknowledged what I was able to do, and I was dominating the fight anyway. On the scorecards, I won the first round. The second round, I might have got a 10-8 if it finished. So it's like, unless she came out and knocked me out in the third, there was no way she was going to win that fight.
Okay. So you're okay with it. Did you guys talk afterwards? Did she say anything to you?
Nothing, just a hug after the fight. And I told her I got a lot of respect for her. She's a tough fighter. She was undefeated before this for a reason, So, yeah, it's just respect.
I think there's even a photo where it seems like there was a quick tap there. I don't know. I think it was on your knee. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there was a quick tap. And I don't think it should take anything away from the performance and what you've done. How much does that record mean to you? Do you watch everyone else? Do you see, hoping that they don't tie you or come close to you? Are you very territorial about that record?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to make it so these girls can't catch up. I think I might be 2 or 3 ahead of Mackenzie Dern right now. So I'm just trying to make sure that she's not getting anywhere close to my record. Okay,
so this is a big deal for you. Would you like to? Are you okay with just being known as the submission, queen, so to speak, or are you hoping to sprinkle in a few, knockouts, TKOs, etc.?
I don't know. It's always nice to get some TKOs. I think I've won my record so far, but I'm cool with being known the submission queen, and I'm cool with just being able to finish fights. I like that in the UFC, I've only went to a decision. All my wins are all finishes besides one decision.
Incredible, yeah. And we saw you recently against Rose Namajunas at the Fury Grappling. What a performance that was from you. And I know it wasn't an MMA fight, but to do that against a former champion, heading into your strawweight debut must have given you a bit of a confidence boost, right?
A little bit, but like you said, it's not fighting. It's just jiu-jitsu. So I think that's a completely different world. And I know that my jiu-jitsu is just next level compared to all of the girls in both divisions. So I think going into any jiu-jitsu match, I'd expect it to go that way.
Really? Even that quickly? I think it was 65 seconds, right?
That definitely was a little bit more of a surprise how fast it was done. But I have a lot of respect for Rose. And it's going into that matchup, I had a lot of respect for her jiu-jitsu. She's very crafty. She got a lot of her wins in the tough house off of her back, just slick Kimuras and things like that. So I didn't expect it to go that fast, but I knew that when I went in there, I was going to show her that there's levels to this.
Now that you're in her weight class, is that a fight that you are trying to get?
Not right now, but maybe after 2 or 3 more fights. I definitely want a top 15 next. Then we'll be looking top 10, top 5. So definitely in the near future, that's somebody I want to see across the cage for me.
You said on Saturday, Tabitha Ritchie. Is that still who you're thinking, Baby Shark?
That's a name that I threw out because I know that she's available. I'm honestly, anybody top 15, I would be down for. I'm just trying to move up the rankings. And honestly, if I want to be champ, I got to beat them all. So,
sure.
Or I got to be better than them all. So I don't care who they give me. I just want someone top 15.
Is there a submission yet that you haven't pulled off that you really want? Like one that's eluded you? Is there a Gogo Plata, something that you really want to get?
I would love to be the first wrist lock ever in UFC.
Okay. Why that one? I mean, that is a hardcore one.
It'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just something you don't see often. It's something that I don't know. It'd be funny to get. I tried to go for a bump flu this weekend, and she was posted on my hip. I'm like, that would be another cool one.
Wow, that would be. You've never have you flying armbar? Have you ever gotten that? No, right?
No, I've never finished one yet. I'm like I've attempted them a couple times and been able to utilize it to get other things, but I've never finished one yet.
There's still. I mean, Gogo Plata would be pretty sick if you ask me. Twister would be pretty sick. Flying triangle would be pretty sick. Not to put any pressure. I mean, you're still doing great, but yeah. I wonder if you're the type of person that is trying to check off as many possible on that list.
Yes and no. I'm like, I know what I'm good at too. I know that my rear naked chokes are my thing and that I'm good at arm bars too. So I'm like, yeah, I know that when those are available, I'm going to capitalize on the opportunity every single time.
Why do you think you're so good at the rear naked choke?
I'm just very opportunistic with it. I see it where girls don't see it, and I attack it before they're ready to defend.
So what do you mean by that? You see it where other girls don't see it?
Just people, they're always looking for the choke whenever they got their hooks and whenever they're on the back. I'm like, I'm looking for it at all times. I have a specific feel to my choke that I feel like it's even hard for me to teach it to people. It's hard for me to describe it to people because it's just once I'm locked down on the neck, it's over.
Who introduced you to jiu-jitsu?
Dean Thomas.
Wow, like way back when?
I started training at his gym. I started cardio kickboxing at his gym when I was 16 and then started training jiu-jitsu probably a year later.
Okay, and that was just for fun, right?
Yeah, it was just for fun back then, but I definitely loved like the harder side of it. I like the sparring parts and things like that back then too.
Sure. And now was Dean in your corner on Saturday?
Yes, he was.
He was, yeah. So I'm sure you're very happy. And then you get to go on the show afterwards to talk about it all. Good coach, tough coach. How would you describe him?
He is the best coach, but definitely a tough coach. I'm like, he's molded me who I am as a fighter. Literally from day one to who I am now. I'm like, my game is completely based off of his style and his way of thinking. So he is definitely one of the highest level coaches in the game. And I feel like I'm almost spoiled by my mindset now. I feel like I can't work with a lot of other coaches just because he is so just next level.
And you're also training out of the goat shed, right?
Correct.
And
yes.
is that outside of Dean's world, or is he at the goat shed too?
Dean just comes down to the goat shed probably 2-3 times a week just to work with me. So Dean's invested in my fight career, and then the goat shed is also
wow.
just my team now.
And when did you make the move to them?
About a year ago, I decided to move. Oh, I moved down to Fort Lauderdale, and now I've made the full move down to Miami recently.
Okay, and why did you move to the Goat? What a name, by the way, Goat Shed. Tremendous stuff. And I think they manage you as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, why did you make that move?
I travel to a lot of gyms around the country, really, and I just feel like the environment there, the team there, they have a lot of really good smaller boys, so it's like ideal for me to work with. We have a small amateur team of girls, and it's just, I feel like it's a good environment for me. And I've worked with Dean for that, like on the side, pretty much just me, Dean, and a few other people for the last couple of years. So I just really needed a team. I needed that push. I needed just a little bit more intensity in my training that I wasn't getting just working with Dean. So them combined together, it's like, I feel like I'm a completely different fighter.
And they're in Miami.
Correct, yes.
Were you bummed that you weren't on the Miami card just a week ago?
I'm bummed that I wasn't on the Miami card, and then now the Vancouver card's coming up. I'm like, you put me in the middle in Kansas City.
Yes, what the hell? So are you not going to be on the Vancouver card?
I just think it's a little bit soon just with the weight cut. Just because it is a bigger weight cut for me, I think it might be a little bit too soon.
And so if, obviously you're a longtime UFC fighter, you're from Canada, you represent Canada. If they said to you, we want you on this card, and you say it's a little too soon, would you consider 25, or do you not want to play that game of going up and down?
I would definitely consider 25 for the right matchups, but I'm determined to make a championship run. I'm determined to get to the belt. And so it's like for that, I would need to stay in the 15 division.
Do you think it's going to be hard? UFC hasn't been to Canada since 2019 to not be on the card. Like when the day comes, do you feel like you're going to have FOMO?
Definitely. Like I said, it would have been ideal to either be on the Miami card or the Vancouver card. I'm like, that would have honestly just made my year already.
Yeah, but no barbecue in either of those places. So you did get the Kansas City barbecue.
Exactly. That was the greatest thing. Yes. Honestly, I'm a huge fan of barbecue, and Kansas City just didn't let me down.
Okay. We were talking about this before the show. Your hair, is it always red? Do you ever let it grow out in between fights?
I usually I dye it only right before fights, but it stays red.
Right, because it probably takes a long time, and you go straight down to the root there, right?
Yeah, so it's that's usually what I have to get done before fights is just the roots. So but that takes, I don't have the time to be girly. I'm like, it takes too long to do all like girly things like getting your hair done. I'm like, it takes about 5 hours usually when they're like getting the roots done and everything like that. So I only do it before fights when I absolutely have to.
Okay, and is it like a special kind of tint? Like, is there like a special kind of red that you go for every time, or does it not matter?
No, I don't, it doesn't really matter. I just like the red.
Okay, and for how many years have you been doing that?
It was right before my first pro fight. So I was 20 years old. I'm going on 28 right now.
Wow, and what inspired you to do that?
It was really just an impulsive decision, and now I feel like it's how people know me. So
Yeah.
I think I'm just kind of stuck with it.
Does it get annoying, like on the street? Do like a lot of people ask you about it? Do you get annoyed by that?
I don't feel like people really ask me about it. Maybe a little bit more looks. You know, I feel like I don't look like a normal person walking down the street, but nothing crazy.
And your natural hair color is what?
It's brown.
It's brown. And how does your family feel about it? Like initially when you did it?
Honestly, whenever I was a little kid, I was in high school, so I had to be like 15 or 16. My mom didn't want me to do anything with my hair, and I convinced her. I did the tips red and I did a streak red right here. And then I slowly, like over the weeks, just dyed it a little bit more and a little bit more. And I just kept on trying to make it more and more red. And then she got mad at me and then she told me I wasn't allowed to do it anymore. So I think, like, I don't know, once I was an adult, I decided to do it. She was okay with it. But when I was a kid, she wasn't happy about it.
And you were doing that on your own?
Yeah. When I was like 16, I think.
Wow. And why do you think you did that? Like, what inspired you to do that?
I really don't know. I feel like I've always just been a little bit out there.
Yeah. And the nails too, red, right?
Yeah, all red.
all red, everything. Are you big rockers? Like when you say you're out there, what do you mean by that?
I just feel like I've always been different, you know, like never one to blend in with the crowd. So I feel like this is just another way that I don't blend in.
Did you listen to a lot of Avril Lavigne as a kid?
I actually didn't. I'm not a huge music person.
Wow. Okay. Because it is very Avril Lavigne-esque, Canadian, all that. So like what made you, what did you do that was different than everyone?
I just feel like I've always been like, I don't know, focused on work. I've always been out of the box. I've never really like fit in places, you know. I've always until I went to a jiu-jitsu school, which I'm like, that's what I feel like is really like why I fell in love with the sport so much. I'm like, it was the first place where I fit in, where I felt like I was good, and I felt like I was really just, I don't know, I was able to be me, you know.
That you were welcome, that you were a part of something, and you weren't an outsider.
Exactly. Yeah.
The kids you grew up with, do they know that you do this for a living?
Yeah, I get a lot of messages on Instagram and things like that. People are like, oh, I don't know if you remember me. We went to school together. I've been following you over the years.
And are they shocked? Like, were you not the kind of person that someone in high school would have said would have turned into a pro MMA fighter?
Everybody. I feel like it's completely like out of left field for me, because it's like I volunteered with animals my whole life. I feel like I was more with animals than I was with people, just because I was like socially awkward. And then it's like I was just the quiet kid in the back of the class. So nobody would really assume that this is the career path that I would take.
What kind of animals?
I volunteered at the Humane Society since I was 7 years old. And then I started at a wildlife rehab and then a horse rehab. So really every time.
And what inspired you to do that?
I just feel like I always had a passion for animals. And then also my parents, they always just wanted to make sure that me and my brother were always working or had like something that we were doing extracurricular. So they put me in soccer at first, and it's just I wasn't the most athletic. It wasn't my thing. And they're like, well, if you're not doing a sport, you have to do something. So I decided to start volunteering at the Humane Society, and then I just kept on branching out after that.
Do you still work with animals now?
I don't really, just because of my time.
Yeah.
I'm like, so much of my time goes into training now. But my dog is my best friend. I adopted him from the Humane Society when he was 7, and that was about 8 years ago now. So he's an old man, but he is the best dog I've ever had. And I'm like, that's why I do everything I do.
And when you say Humane Society, what is that? Is that just for animals?
Yeah, that's for dogs and cats.
Dogs and cats, yeah. My dog's birthday is on Wednesday, and I've never owned a pet before, and we've had this dog for 4 years, and I was talking to my wife. I'm like, she's turning 5 on Wednesday. That means she's 35, and this idea that as of her next birthday, she's going to be older than me kind of blows my mind, because it's a very sad thing. Like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. You know, like it's fun when they're a puppy, they're crazy, but it's a short window with them. It's tough. I feel, I don't know. You're an animal person, so I guess you understand what this entails. But for me, I don't know if I'm going to be ready for all of this. I'm worried about this, is what I'm saying, Gillian.
Okay, it's definitely like this is the first year I've had any type of like medical issues with my dog at all. And honestly, it was right at the beginning of camp, and I was having breakdowns because he was in the emergency for like 3 days.
Oh no.
And it's just broke my heart. Like right now he's on pills and he's doing good, but he's getting older. He's getting up there.
What was wrong with him?
He has liver issues that probably won't be solved, but just can be maintained by pills. And the vet told us to make sure that he's happy and just give him what he wants now. And it's just going to be a process.
Oh man. So yeah, I feel like exactly. Is this this is not your first dog, right?
It's not my first dog, but I feel like it's the first dog I've had a connection with like this. Like he's definitely something special.
Well, I wish him the best, and I wish you the best as well. Congratulations on the big win. Very impressive. Once again, a new player at 115. How long before you're in, you feel very motivated right now, very determined to get into that title picture. How long before you're in that, in your opinion?
I think that I don't know. I'm thinking like top 15, top 10, top 5 opponent, and then we're looking in the title picture.
All right.
So maybe like 4 or 5 more fights, then I can start looking up there.
Okay. We need another champion from Canada. So, and hopefully Canada's first for you, right? I mean, that's number 1 in your heart still?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay, great. Love hearing that. Here's my Canadian flag just for you. Well done. The red is very familiar, the hair. Congratulations on the win. Enjoy it. Looking forward to what's next for you. Thank you for coming on.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure as well. There she is, Gillian Robertson. So polite, dare I say, like every Canadian on the planet. Yep. Great stuff there. She is a very talented fighter. She has won 3 of her last 4. She defeated Priscilla Cachoeira back in December of 2021. Had the loss to J.J. Aldrich. Beat Maria Gapova via technical submission back in September of 2022, and then moved down to 115. As she said, she has fought as a strawweight in her pre-UFC days. Beat Hannah Cyphers, but did miss weight in that fight. Lost to Cynthia Calvillo, but has had some notable wins in the UFC. Emily Whitmire, Molly McCann, Veronica Macedo, Courtney Casey, and then the ones I just mentioned. And so officially, how many subs is it? It's in submission grappling, she's 4-4. Has 2 wins in a row. How many subs total? It is, wait for it, 9 wins via sub, and I believe that's 7 in the UFC. Yes, 7 submissions in the UFC, that's most. Most finishes in the flyweight division, 7. Most submission wins at flyweight, 6. Tied with Caitlin Chukagian for most bouts in the flyweight division, 13. And 3rd most wins in UFC women's flyweight division history. Not a lot of activity these days, not a lot of chatting regarding the strawweight division at the moment. Still waiting to hear what they're going to do with Zhang Weili. It has been curious. Of course, Zhang beat Carla Esparza back in November. Rose's status still up in the air. We do have Yan Xiaonan returning, as GC mentioned, against Jessica Andrade. Marina Rodriguez fighting as well, so perhaps someone is going to emerge. I thought maybe they would do Yan Xiaonan versus Zhang Weili. Perhaps Virna Jandiroba makes a run. Mackenzie's out there. Amanda Lemos is out there. But yeah, nothing really jumps out at the moment. It is crazy looking at the rankings and seeing Alexa Grasso as champion at flyweight and not Valentina Shevchenko. Haven't seen that for a very long time. So there you have it. Big win for Gillian Robertson. And it's another big weekend coming up in combat sports. Like we said, we've got the UFC with the headliner Sergey Pavlovich versus Curtis Blades. Very important. You joke about the Apex, and these two guys are really big to be fighting inside that small cage. But that's a very important fight in the heavyweight division. That is a super important fight in the heavyweight division. The winner of this fight could make a strong case to be next for the winner of Stipe and John Jones. If that fight really does happen in November at Madison Square Garden, I mean, that's going to be a really long wait, and I don't know if the winner of that fight is going to want to wait or if the UFC will want them to wait. But still, Sergey Pavlovich is on a roll. He's 17-1. He has won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row, coming off the impressive wins as of late over Tai Tuivasa, Derek Lewis, Shamil Abdurakhimov, Maurice Green, Marcelo Gome. The only loss on his career was to Alistair Overeem. All his wins, by the way, on that winning streak in the first round. And Curtis Blades obviously had the weird situation with Tom Aspinall. That was the last time we saw him. But prior to that, had the wins over Chris Dawkins and Jairzinho Rosenstrike. Also on this card, Song Yadong, Ricky Simone. Solid fight at 135. Brad Tavares, Bruno Silva. Bobby Green, Jared Gordon. That's a fun one. I like that one. Ronnie Yaya still kicking it against Montel Jackson. Carol Hossa against Norma Dumont. Mohammed Usman, the brother of one Kamaru Usman, against Junior Tafa. Undefeated 4-0 fighter out of Australia. That's the UFC card. Bellator. Wait for it. Has Bellator 294 on Friday. That's headlined by Liz Carmouche versus Deanna Bennett. That's in Hawaii. Dana White on Saturday was asked about the Hawaii situation, said they couldn't get it done. It's down to dollars and cents. They wanted a certain number. I think it was $6 million. Maybe it was more. Couldn't get it done. But Bellator has called Hawaii home now for a minute. They've gone there several times. Sarah McMahon on the card against Arlene Blankow. Usually they do the Friday, Saturday thing. Usually the Friday one is a little bit thinner than the Saturday one. And that's the case with this one as well. The Saturday one has the finals of the Bantamweight Grand Prix. That's Saturday, April 22nd. Rafion Stotts against Patchy Mix. I mean, that is big time stuff. Alima Le McFarlane returns. Can't have a card in Hawaii without her against Kana Watanabe. Aaron Pico on the card. Ray Borg against Kyoji Horiguchi. That's a really fun one. Borg coming over to Bellator. Mads Burnell against Justin Gonzalez. Yancy Medeiros was a revelation for Bellator in Hawaii. He's fighting against Charlie Leary. Kai Kamaka III. Always fun as well. I'm going, wow, there's a lot of fights on this one. 13. So yeah, the Saturday card much better. Also, that's a big one for Showtime. They've got the two Bellator cards in Hawaii, but also Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, which we will talk about more on Wednesday. KSW 81 also going down on Saturday. And there's a one championship event on Amazon Prime on Friday night. And that is right before their debut here in America on, what would it be? May the 5th in Colorado. Same arena, by the way, hosting the BKFC card that is headlined by Luke Rockhold versus Platinum Perry. Eddie Alvarez also on the card against Chad Mendes. And then the following week, it's this one championship card, both in Colorado. So yes, a lot going on. And also I could tell you about the one championship card. Demetrius Johnson, who will be headlining that card against Adriano Moraes, is going to be joining us in studio on Wednesday. My good man. There he is, Mighty Mouse. Here I come to save the day. Dee. There's a lot of Mighty Mouse stuff here. So he'll be joining us on Wednesday I look forward to that very much. You know what I don't look forward to is talking into this microphone anymore. God, it's been a nightmare.
Yeah, you should keep messing with it.
No, it's just because I'm trying to is it here? Should I move it here? Should I move it here? What is going on? Should I move it here? Should I move it here? We'll figure it out one day, Frank. We'll figure it out one day. One guest left, and he is the star of the show. He is one of the best middleweights on the planet, former UFC middleweight champion, the man who is always so kind to come on the program so early. It's 7 o'clock in the morning over there. Let's not waste his time. He is the one and only Robert Whittaker. There he is. Robert, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Always with the pro setup there. The microphone, your microphone is 1,000 times better than mine. You got a better you got everything better than mine over there. I'm very jealous. Thanks for doing this as always. Have you been playing some guitar? What's going on behind you over there?
I have. This is just me knickknacks. It was a bare wall at one point, and people were saying it was looking terrible on the podcast. So, yeah, just thought I'd add some decorations.
Oh, okay, so the guitar is just a prop.
No, I did muck around. I picked it up during COVID, like I think 99% of everybody else did.
Yes.
So yeah, it's fun. It's like almost a meditative thing for me to do. You know?
Okay, you still play it?
Yeah, I still muck around on it.
Yeah,
you know?
what kind of music?
Just in case this fighting thing doesn't pan out.
What kind of songs are you playing on that? Like, what is the genre that you usually play?
I play a lot of like 90s tracks.
Okay.
So I muck around with like songs like Shimmer and things like that.
Ah, I love that. Yeah. At first I thought you were saying that you play the Macarena on it, but you were saying mucking around.
Yeah, mucking around. Sorry, it's still early. My words are still slurring.
No. It's because that's a word that is more. I felt like that was a little bit of a shot that we made you get up so early for this one. Was that a shot? Now I'm going to feel guilty about that shot.
No, definitely not.
Is it still summertime over there? Or has it gotten colder?
No, we're coming into fall. It's getting colder, hence the hoodie.
Okay, I understand. And by the way, what's the GQ thing over? I could do a whole interview just on your setup over here. What's the GQ little plaque on the bottom over there?
That was the GQ. What is it? Man of the Year award I received in I think 2018.
2018.
I had to look twice.
Listen, well deserved. And then those gloves on the top, where are they from? Or the one glove?
They're not significant. They're just what NCAS is that Vegas?
And yeah, NCAS. Yeah, I think it would be Nevada State and SAC. Or did they misspell it?
Yeah, okay, yeah, NSAC. It's a bit little faded. So they're gloves from they're gloves from a Vegas fight by the looks of things.
I wonder which one that is. Perhaps the Rafael Natal win? No, that doesn't feel significant, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking Gastelum.
Gastelum, okay. I was going to say Colton
Gastelum.
Smith. Maybe Colton Smith? No, that's too long ago.
That's just too long. Anything that wasn't last year or the year before probably is just buried somewhere. So they were just on top, and I was like, well, I do that. So I throw it up there.
Well, it's a great setup. Well done. Could I ask before we get into everything current? I really felt for you with the whole Sydney thing. No, it wasn't Sydney. It was Perth, but it was a home game for you that you couldn't compete. How frustrating was all of that? Because the part that I didn't understand was why couldn't they find you someone else to fight?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I was in talks with the UFC a lot, and we were in talks as well. And yeah, I guess it's just the way the chips fell. I was very upset with Costa kind of playing silly buggers a little bit. And I think you were the one that was like pretty sure he said he's not fighting. Like,
yeah.
And I refuse to admit it. Well, I can't think he's not fighting anyway because it changes the mentality for the camp and the training. But yeah, I was just putting in as much work as I could. It fell through. Speaking of the UFC, they didn't have anybody to fight because I think a lot of the top 5 or top 8 even were lined up to fight that month or had just fought the month before, or had just fought the month after. And I don't know. Another thing might be that they wanted me to be available for how the chips fell with Adesanya and Pereira afterwards. And yeah, I guess that's where it leaves me though. It's like still sitting here waiting.
Yeah. And they come to your, like, I feel like you should be a shoo-in anytime the UFC comes to Australia. So to kind of take part as a spectator and not compete with that great crowd, and they hadn't been to Australia in all those years, being like, it must have been difficult for you, right?
Well, yeah, it was difficult in a sense that the whole week I felt like I should be doing something.
Yeah.
You know, and it was a hard week to relax in. And you know, I also, the fact that I wasn't fighting, and I had told so many people that this time was the time I was going to fight.
Yeah.
You know, I did as many fan events as I could, like work myself ragged, and that was full on. So I still got to see a lot of people, you know. Yeah, it is what it is. Don't dwell on it too much.
Yeah, I am hearing that they might be coming back maybe in our fall, which I guess would be, I don't know if that's your winter or maybe your spring, I guess. Are you hearing that as well?
Is fall for you guys like Halloween?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, if that's a bit of a wait.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a wait. Yeah, I'm in a funny position right now with I guess what happened with Izzy and Pereira. Obviously, I was obviously happy for Izzy because I've spoken about it multiple times that like I really want to fight Izzy again. Like I really want to fight him specifically. I want to beat him for the title. I didn't realize how much I wanted to beat him in particular until, you know, it could have gone another way, until there was a possibility that I could have been fighting Pereira for the belt. And which is funny because I know you've brought it up as well. It's like, do you want to fight him or do you want to fight for the title? Like, what do you want to do? Right. And yeah, that's, and I always said, it doesn't matter. I'll fight anyone. I just want to fight for the belt. But in actuality, watching that fight and watching what could have been, I realized that, like, no, I want to fight Israel. Like, I'm going to beat Izzy the next time we come across, you know? And yeah, it's funny how important that, you know, stood out to me. So I guess I'm in a position right now where either they're happy for me to have that rematch with him, you know, and I understand like 3 attempts. I've seen the things like, oh, Rob's just going to keep fighting him. Rob, just give it up, blah, blah, blah. You know, you see the stuff. And it's like, yeah, but what do you want me to do?
Right.
Like, I can't quit. I'm in this game, and he's got the belt, and I want to win. I want to take that off him. I'm going to beat him. Izzy fought Pereira 4 times over the course of his career. You know, I'm only going to need to fight Izzy 3 times because I will beat him that next time. I am 100% confident that I will beat him that next time. And yeah, so there's that option. Or if I'm not fighting for the title, if I'm not fighting Izzy, then I want to fight much sooner than September or October.
Right. Okay, so there's a lot there that I want to ask you about. Number one, you were on, and this clip kind of went around, I think you were on like the UFC's Twitch stream when the fight was happening, and they showed you, and there's like a clip of you like when he knocks him out. You looked actually to me, and you tell me what you were really feeling, like you were kind of pissed because what people assumed was like, oh, now, you know, like if Pereira wins, then you're the guy. Like it's easy. But Izzy wins, it makes things more complicated, as you just laid out. Do you know the clip that I'm talking about? And were you actually pissed in that moment?
Yeah, and it's funny. I find it so funny. The internet is such a weird space sometimes.
Yes, it is.
Like, yes. Like it is. I can't even start to think about how weird the internet can be sometimes and what it is as a mechanism.
Yes.
Because you just fall down a rabbit hole. But I saw that clip and I saw everybody and their best friends commenting on that clip saying Rob's upset, Rob just saw his chance flying down the drain, Rob this, Rob that. Like and I'd like to say that my reaction to this was pretty much the same as my reaction to like 90% of every other times I've watched fights. The only difference is that because of where I'm sitting now, I don't have a space where I can stand up and walk around.
Ah.
But also, I didn't have a horse in the race. People tell me that Pereira is a much easier fight for you. Like Rob's going to beat Pereira. Mate, that's a nightmarish fight. Pereira's a great fighter. I was never at a point where I was like, I hope Pereira wins, so I'm going to just roll over him. This is not how it works. I was hoping both guys would knock each other senseless, and give each other brain damage. I didn't have a horse in the race, but when Izzy won, when the way he won and he looked on the back foot, he rope-a-doped him a little bit, knocked him out. That was a cool transition. So I was shocked like everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, and then when Izzy won, again, what I mentioned on earlier, is I realized man, I was happy. I was happy he won because I'm not running from Izzy. I'm hunting him down, and I'm never going to stop. For as long as me and him are in the same division and he's got what I want, I'm never going to stop. So and that's just that's just how it is.
So you say he's got what I want, but I wonder, if Alex was the champ and Izzy didn't have the belt, but considering the history with Izzy, and they offered you both, which one would you have taken? Izzy without the belt or Alex with the belt?
Okay, that's a tricky question.
Yeah.
Because I would take the title fight because that's where the money is. That's, you have to do it. It'd be silly not to. But I would always be trying to fight Izzy as well, because I remember you asking me this years ago as well. If Izzy didn't have the belt, I think I would have said something like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't really hold it. Nah, I want to beat him. I'm going to beat him in particular. Whether he's got the belt or not, I'm going to beat him, because that's a puzzle that I believe, has pushed me to another level, to be better than I was. And I feel like at a point in my career when, the growths are much smaller, having someone do that to you and be able to present that sort of change in you is priceless. So just trying to beat him and overcome him that way has just made me so much better for it. And you can see the trajectory of my fights. Every fight proves that. Every fight is better than the last to this day. So I want to beat him up, but I also want the belt. And if he's got both, then I'm very happy.
You've always said the right things to this question, but I'm wondering now, given the fact that you're so open about, the relationship with him, would you say it's personal between you two on your end?
Nah,
no,
definitely not. And less personal than it's ever has been, because in Perth, I saw him there. He was in the crowd. He was a few seats up from me. I walked up to him and I shook his hand and I said, I wish you luck in your fight. Because, mate, I guess, honestly, I think I've spoken at depth about the grudge that started with me and him against in our first match, and that wasn't really there in our second match, but definitely isn't there at this point now, because I think I've grown. I've grown as a person. My insecurities probably were getting the best of me at one point, but it just seems such a like saying it now, it seems such a silly thing to get upset about. There's so many other things you get upset about. I've got 4 kids running around shirtless half the time.
By the way, what did he say to you when you came up to him to wish him best on the title fight?
I can't remember exactly what we were talking about, but I left with a sense of he respects me. He respects my skill set, and I respect him, and I respect his skill set, and that's all there is. I think he said, if we got to fight again, we'll make it happen. He understands that I'm never gonna give that up. And I guess the day that I'm happy to roll over is the day that I quit, really, because that's the fighting spirit, right?
if the UFC came to him, and it seems like they have a pretty good relationship when it comes to this, and said like we want to do the Rob fight again, maybe in Australia, who knows? Do you think he would say yes?
Maybe. Fighting in Australia is pretty cool.
What if it's just fighting you anywhere, neutral territory, doesn't matter? Do you think he, like, just the idea of fighting you for a third time? Do you think he would say yes to that?
I honestly don't know, and I don't want to put words into his mouth. He knows I'm one of the hardest fights he's had, if not the hardest, just because of the rate at which I grow and the skill set I can employ. You know, he knows how close that second one was. You know, and that was after a pretty impressive win by him on that first time. So to put himself across from me for the third time, it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
You did say that you know for like 100% third time you beat him, and obviously every fighter is going to be supremely confident. But you say it was such like you are so certain of this. Why do you feel so certain about this?
For one thing, is going through that second fight and him not knocking me out, like, was massive for my mentality, for my space. Because before he beat me that first time, like I wasn't as worried about it. Then after that first time, I was like, it's a thought that's always in a fighter's head, especially when you fight the same dude, same reach. So that second fight, I went in with much more hesitation and worries than I normally do. You know, it crowded the headspace. So going through that fight and the worst result not happening, like I realized after that first round, after I got dropped in that first round because of how hesitant I was, okay? And after that round, I realized, hey, it's not going to play out like this. He's not going to knock me out. My defenses have improved. I'm not doing anything reckless. I can take him down. And yeah, I was much more free to do what I had trained for. And to have a camp in preparation for Israel, where with a headspace knowing that, like, he's not just going to walk up to me and knock me out. I can take the fight and land hands on him, like, throughout the entire course of the fight. I can take him down wherever I want. It's going to be a completely different dynamic going into the third fight. That's what I said. Like, the first fight was bad for me. The second fight was, you know, I was so close. I was so close. And that third fight, yeah, it's done. I'm going to beat him.
Are you surprised he knocked out Alex?
No, not really. Not really. It's not like it wasn't something he could have done. He almost did it in the first fight with him in MMA. Yeah, it wasn't crazy. I thought, going by the way I was feeling the fight was going, the way the fight was heading, Alex was slowly chipping away, slowly building up momentum to start, you know, landing some damage in those later rounds, which is what he does. I thought we were going to see much of the same of the first time they clashed, but like, to Izzy's credit, he hurt Izzy. Alex jumped on it, but was throwing combos with his hands down. And you know Israel had studied that particular movement. And when Alex is coming in to try and finish someone, his hands are low. His hands were by his waist, and Izzy took advantage of it. You know, you can't play with small gloves.
Have you, so it's been 9 days since that fight. Have you or your team made the pitch yet? Do you have any sort of sense as to what they're going to do? Have you talked to the UFC about the potential third fight?
We're talking with the UFC. Like, we have a good relationship, but they're quite swamped right now. You know the UFC story makers are trying to pick the pieces up, because in their storybook it went, Pereira wins again, I fight Pereira, Izzy fights me. That's this is just how the story makers work it. Okay, didn't play out that way. Now they have to make a new story, which makes big dollars. With Pereira leaving the division, it puts us in a position that we were in 2 years ago. So, yeah, It's hard to say. I don't know.
Are you surprised Pereira's moving up?
Definitely not. No, that's the least surprising thing of all that happened in the last couple of weeks, because he's huge, dude.
Yeah, he's gigantic.
He is absolutely huge. And props to him. I think he came out and said that. He said that I'm going up not because I can't make the weight, just because it's an option that I have.
Yeah.
I was like, I gotta, you gotta question. You gotta wonder how accurate that is. I'd say something like that too. I can still make middleweight, sure. I mean, welterweight. Nah, dude. He's a big guy.
His team, and I understand where they're coming from when they say this, but they're talking about maybe Sean Strickland. There's DD. Like, the only guys that he hasn't fought are Strickland and Dricus du Plessis. It doesn't seem like a lot of talk about you, and yet on the flip side, he did fight Alex 3 times and beat him in the 4th fight. Does that bother you at all that he got? And I know 2 were in kickboxing, so some might say not apples to apples, but very similar situations, right?
Yeah, it doesn't bother me because, mate, I understand the position that I'm in. I understand that I fought him twice and I want that 3rd fight. And if I have to ruin a lot of other people's days to get it, then I'll do that. It's happy to do that. That's kind of my argument. Is just that how many times he had a shot at it. It took him 4 times to get the win, where I know it'll only take me 3.
There is a precedent, right? Volkanovski and Holloway, right? Volk got 3. Holloway got 3 cracks. He was champion the first time. It's very similar to your situation. Even Demetrius Johnson and Joe Benavidez. Benavidez was 0-2, got another crack. So it's not like this is the craziest thing in the world. Do you feel confident that it happens?
Yeah, definitely. When is right. Anybody's guess, but it's not unprecedented. Like, it will happen as long as I'm doing the right things that I am doing, and I'm making enough noise. It'll happen. And I guess that's the beauty of having a ladder, having rankings. Like, that's just how it works.
We were trying to figure out if he is fighting someone else next and you want to be active, who might be available for you. Only 2 names came to mind, and that was Paulo Costa, who you were supposed to fight, or Khamzat, who I know there's been some things where he said he was going to fight you, and then you said you were never offered. Do either of those guys interest you?
So Costa upset me. I'm not fighting him because, mate, this is the 2nd time I was supposed to fight him and he's pulled out. And it just mucks everything up. I have to do a whole camp and I make expenses and costs and everything like that to get to a point where he falls away. This is the 2nd time he's done it. I want a fight that's going to happen. I want a sure thing. And Chimaev, he's not in the division rankings. Like, I'm not a huge fan of guys just sliding in, fighting wherever they want. It's a different place. Like, the rankings are there for a reason, right? I like fighting top 5 guys. Like, that's just where I'm at. I like fighting top 5 guys because they're the guys that they're the best of the best, and they've worked their way through the division to get there. It is so much harder to work your way through a division than to just slide in at the top, because, like, so much easier. If you have 1 fight or 2 fights and you get to fight, like, for your 2nd fight, like Pereira, there are a lot of dudes in the top 20 of the middleweight division that'll give Pereira a hard time, much more of a hard time than Israel. And that's the truth. And you know that. Everybody else knows that. There's some dudes in there that'll give him a nightmarish run for his money. And that isn't for a title. And that's the case for just about everybody. That's why I like these guys that are in the top 5, because they've worked their way up, much like I did. You work your way up and you beat all these contenders. And yeah, I don't know. I like that. I like it. It's a system that we have and should be respected.
No, I totally agree. The problem is you fought all the top 5 guys. So I guess the next one, the guy who isn't on your resume, who you haven't fought, is Costa, but you're saying you're done with that.
Isn't Drishkus number 5 now?
What I'm looking at right now, he's 6. So
so close.
Yeah. So, does that one interest you?
Yeah, like it does. As much as the Costa fight, I just want, if I'm not fighting for the title, I want a fight to happen. And Costa, the chances of it not happening are too great, mate. Haven't been paid since before Christmas.
Yeah.
Bought a lot of Christmas presents. The budget is tight.
Yeah.
I gotta stay around to whip out that guitar.
Well, go, but you haven't, since September you haven't fought.
Yeah.
That is not good.
So it's it's been a while, and I've been training, I've been preparing, and obviously I camped for Costa, and then after that I was preparing for whoever they might fill in, and then nothing came of it. So I just kept training and whatnot. But yeah, I would like a fight. I would like a fight. It'll happen. All the pieces will fall into place soon. I feel it.
I feel like you say that with a smile, like you know something. Do you know something that you're not?
No, absolutely
you know
not.
nothing? Okay. All right. You said that with like a smirk, like I know something you don't. That's the way I read it.
No, definitely not. Like, like if I had anything to give you, I would. I have like nada. So this is where I'm sitting. This is my headspace. I want to fight for the title.
Yeah.
If I can fight for the title, then I'm prepared for that fight. If he doesn't want to fight me, or the UFC won't allow me to fight him right now at this point in my career, then I will fight somebody else. And the date I would look forward,
Hmm.
I would like to fight in July, I guess. That's like a 10-week prep out there. There's International Fight Week then, which is a wicked card to try and get myself on.
Yeah.
Just because of like the International Fight Week.
Yeah.
Biggest fight week. Biggest week of the year for fights. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm preparing for in my headspace right now.
I like this. Okay. Now I feel like we're getting somewhere. And also Alex Volkanovski is fighting on the card. So there's a bit of an Australian connection there. Feels like that would make a lot of sense. Drickus told me last week he'd be ready to go in July. He had no surgery. So maybe that's the fight, a little number one contender action there.
Mate, he was getting no surgery. I would have done it for him for free. For free.
He can't breathe. That's a good one. I like this. I like trash talking Robert. This is good. Perhaps now, I saw you dressing up as a pro wrestler there. I think it was Macho Man. I didn't know you had that in you. Where'd you get that outfit, by the way?
It was Hulk Hogan.
Oh, it was Hulk Hogan. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, and they just had the colors on the back. It was just a bit of laughs,
But that was all that your stuff?
No, definitely not.
Oh.
It was the studio. The studio pitched the idea.
Yeah.
And we were like, why not? I'm in the area.
I loved it. You guys, Volk coming out, flipping the bird, which surprised me. I didn't know you could do that on Fox Sports in Australia. Here, you would get in trouble for doing that. You guys really leaned in. Well done.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna do something, you got to commit.
Yes, 100%.
Got to go the whole way.
So to recap, what we're shooting for is we're going to get the title shot. It's going to go your way this time. You're open to another fight. You just want the fight to happen. You're open to coming back in July. You want to come back in July, and then maybe it works out. You know what I think happens, Rob? Can I be honest with you? This is what's going to happen. I think.
Yeah. Tell me.
I think that he's going to fight Sean Strickland. Is what I think is going to happen, just because they want a quick turnaround and they want a somewhat winnable fight there. Gets his Strickland fight. He gets the payday. You fight Drickus. Number one contender fight. You fight Izzy in Australia back into the year.
That doesn't sound bad. Like, yeah, it doesn't sound bad at all.
Where you can will that into existence, or the next time you have a meeting with the UFC brass, just three-way me in, and I'll pitch it on your behalf if you're too shy. They love my ideas.
Well, Yeah, well, that was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, I guess that's the whole thing. I'm hunting for that title shot against Israel. I want that shot. It's just a matter of whether the UFC play it now or I have to gatekeep some people before that happens. You know,
when it's all said and done
it.
for you, old man, 80 years old, sitting on your porch with your kids, whatever. Do they have porches in Australia? Is that a thing, or is that just an American thing? I don't know. You guys have porches?
Porch? Yeah. Wow. Do we call them porches? What do we call them? I think the front porch.
Yeah, front porch. Do you think it will eat you up inside if you don't get that third crack?
It depends how it happens. If like I'm beating everybody and I still like it doesn't come to existence, I'll be upset because like it's a ripoff, you know. But if there's no other reason why it wouldn't happen. Like if I beat enough people, there's going to be nobody left to fight. It's going to be just me and him.
By the way, how was Dungeons and Dragons? My guy Frank over here gave it a 7 out of 10. What do you give it?
And okay, so unbiased. So I love D&D.
Okay.
So like I thought having like it being a D&D world, I give it like probably a 9.
9.
I'd give it a 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
I actually gave it higher than a 7.
No, you gave it a 7. Okay, Frank, type down.
Yeah, I give it a 9. I thought, but unbiased, I can't do unbiased. Probably anywhere between 8 and 9, because it's a D&D movie. Like there's so many throwbacks to like D&D stuff, if you like D&D stuff. And then just like the movie's funny. It's actually funny. It's well put together. Yeah, the script was so well done. Like
it's not a bit nerdy, the D&D stuff. I mean, I feel like it's a bit nerdy, no?
Nah, the way they did it was good. Like no less nerdy than Avatar.
Right, that's pretty nerdy too. Did you see Mario Brothers?
Straight up. I did it, and that's another movie that surprised the hell out of me. Unreal.
Yeah, it was unreal. Which was better? I saw it. I loved it. I loved it. I thought it was great. It was a lot of fun. The animation was great. Which do you rank higher?
Oh, they're two very different things.
Yeah.
Like I'd go to the movie. Put it this way, I never watch movies twice. I'd go to the cinema again for both those movies.
Wow,
just 'cause they were great.
Wow, that's high praise.
They were good. Like 2 of the best movies I've seen in a long time.
Whoa. Didn't you go to like the premiere of D&D? I saw a picture where like all the characters were
did.
How did you score that?
I did. I was asked. Just asked, like, hey, can I get some tickets? And no, they were great. They sent them out to me, and I got to go there with a couple of my friends, and we watched it. It was it was unreal. It was a good.
Did you dress up?
Time. I did not. I did not. But they did. They had like there were people that were dressed up there, and they had guys in armor and knights.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it's a big thing. You know, one thing I've like that reminds me of one thing I want to go to that I've never been to is a Renaissance fair. You ever been to one?
No. What is that? Where everyone dresses up like medieval people?
Yeah, and they do that for the day.
Well, you want to dress up as one of those guys?
Yeah, dude.
Why?
I want to go there, and I don't even know what medieval people do back then, but I want to do whatever it was they did.
Wow. Do they do that in Australia? Can you go to a fair like that?
I'm sure they would somewhere.
Wow.
Because if it is an open market, I am going to jump into it.
Wow. Have you ever been to medieval times? Have you ever been to one of those restaurants?
I haven't. Oh, I might have gone. I think I went to one in Vegas in the Strip.
Oh,
what's that place?
Yes.
What's that hotel?
Oh, is there a medieval hotel in Vegas?
Yeah. It's like a big castle.
Oh, is it Excalibur?
Yeah, Excalibur. They have like little dinners and events there where there's like jousting and stuff. So
you like that?
I went to one of those. Jousting, watching proper jousting would be good. Like watching the safe jousting, not so much.
Right.
But if you watch 2 horses going like 60 miles an hour at each other with long sticks, like who's not going to tune in for that, dude?
How is it that the 2 baddest middleweights on the planet, both like Izzy with the anime, you with the Dungeons and Dragons? I mean, I guess there's hope for all the nerds out there.
Let it be said, I also like anime. I just don't. I just don't dance and dress like it in public.
Oh my gosh! What about Alex rocking the Pokemon shirt? You saw that, or jacket before the fight? You saw that, Pereira?
Oh yeah, I did. I don't know what the reason for that was, but
I think he was trying to troll.
why
him.
not? Well, yeah, it makes sense.
Did you like his? Did you like his
like-
celebration? What do you think of it?
Yeah, I thought like the bow and arrow bit was like really, really cool. Got to give it to him. But I thought the bit with Pereira's son was a bit petty. Like, and he admits
He
that
said it
he's
himself.
a petty dude. Yeah, he's a petty dude. But like, dude, you can't hold a grudge on 5-year-olds. You know what I mean? Like, if I held a grudge with every 5-year-old that pissed me off, I'd be fighting for the next 40 years of my life.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess that's the definition of petty, though, right? Holding a grudge against a 5-year-old.
Yep.
So-
Like, and then can I just clarify something?
Yes, please.
Because he said he's petty, so he admitted it with such like energy, right? To everybody listening and watching, that doesn't make it a good thing. Okay, don't get confused just because he does it and admits it like a champ that it's a good thing. Okay, don't be petty. It's not good.
It doesn't excuse it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it doesn't excuse it. Okay, he may do it, but that doesn't excuse it. Like, don't be petty.
All right. That's a good note to end on. A pleasure as always, Robert. Thank you so much for the time. Good luck to you. Hopefully it works out. And this plan that we've laid out, that we've put into the universe.
That we just brainstormed.
Yeah, I liked it. I think we got to a good spot. You can clip this off, send it to the UFC brass. I'm sure they'll do the complete opposite because it was discussed on this show. So probably don't do that. I always appreciate, as I always have to say, appreciate you getting up early for us. Thank you so much. All the best. Great to talk to you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much for having me, mate. It's always a good chat. Have a good one.
There he is, the one and only Robert Whittaker. What a gent, what a mensch. New York Rick always says it. One of his favorites on the program, right? I think he went home.
Repeat.
Don't you
define favorite?
Don't you always say he's one of your favorite guests in the history of the show?
I love Whittaker.
He's the man.
He can't get it like a. Could you say that again?
Well, Frank cuts the audio. Like I'm putting
sorry,
on my
we're all
headphones
wearing
and then
headphones
the audio.
as we're supposed.
He's so good. He's so good. Yeah, actually, he's really come into his own as a personality, like engaging, joking.
Yes.
He's really,
unbelievably likable.
Yeah. What is it with those Australians? They're so likable. And what did you
trying to chop him at the knees on the Dungeons and Dragons?
No,
Call him a dork.
Well, he's
this
so much tougher than me that I have to try to.
Now it all makes sense.
What did
lie
you
about Frank's rating?
Yeah, what did you? I actually really thought you said
I
7.
gave Mario a 7.
For Mario.
Oh, I see. I knew something was a 7.
Why would you?
Okay, so what did you give D&D?
I'd give it like a 9.5.
Oh, well, so you actually upped.
I want to go
Whittaker.
see it again. And then you undersold it to him. So now he's like, why do I care if some guy gave it a 7? You know what? I'm going to come to New York and kick his ass. That's what he's thinking right now.
You gave it a 9.5?
That's Robert Whittaker for sure.
Really? I don't remember you saying 9.5.
Because you never asked me what.
No, you did.
No, it's just the Mario. It was just Mario was the 7.
Did you get all your luggage back from Montreal? Or
Yeah, no.
leave some of it behind?
It all worked out. Okay, so 9.5 for D&D is quite the rating, my friend.
I also saw it, and it was a good movie.
You saw it too?
And you've been quiet
Yeah,
this whole time over
That's
there?
what you
Not
should
only did
What's going on?
I see,
It's a
I saw
brotherhood.
D&D and I saw Super Mario.
What you saw? You didn't say
When did you
anything.
see Mario?
What the hell? Okay, give us your rating.
choose wisely.
D&D was a better movie, but I didn't enjoy it as much.
That makes sense.
If
You
that
don't
makes
like good
sense.
things.
Like, no, like a better made movie. CGI was incredible. Like really
Hugh Grant's
super
acting.
solid CGI. Hugh Grant was great. Chris Pine always solid. 8.5, right?
I'll
for
take it.
D&D.
Wow.
Mario, the nostalgia that it scratched, like it really touched that. So 9, 10.
Wow.
What does this
I
fader
enjoyed it
do?
a lot.
Which, by the way, which one are you watching? Which one are you watching twice?
Exactly. I'll put it that way. I'm not watching Dungeons and Dragons again, but I would watch Mario again, like
Can you
down
s-
the line.
Can you see Dungeons and Dragons without playing the game?
Oh yeah,
for
I've
sure.
never
Wow.
played that. It's very enjoyable.
What a sophomoric question.
Yeah.
Wow,
Sophomoric. Look at
I
you.
was trying to
big league me over here.
I was thinking I'd come in and defend you and that Ariel's being hard on you, but that just
What,
posted.
today with the audio issues?
Yeah, you've been laying into him, but after he just
I
took that
literally talked
unnecessary
to
shot at Connor.
the engineering team, and I was like, "Yeah, he's throwing me under the bus." He's like, "That's what you get paid for, Frank."
Yeah, you do.
Sit me back in.
You're positioned to handle this sort of thing. Well, I love all the D&D talk. I love all the Mario talk. I do want to end on a very sad note on today's program. Unfortunately, I don't know. Do we have sad breaking news?
Womp womp.
Well, it's just been brought to my attention. It is sad. I don't want to. I don't want to make light of this. How do we get the smiles off our faces?
That cracking sound, though.
Nolan King is reporting that the UFC officially requested event licenses for 4 more shows at the UFC Apex in Las Vegas.
Yes.
As soon as I heard Nolan King, I knew where you were going with this. I saw that as well. Unfortunate.
That's the one. That's,
I mean, this fight, Pavlovich Blades, like almost a guaranteed finish. Like it's gonna be awesome, and it's in the Apex.
Listen, you pay that extra money to get that private experience.
Look at this. For Apex cards, they can't even make the poster in color anymore. It's black and white. Unbelievable.
They mail it in. Oh, May 20th, June 3rd, June 17th, July 1st. I'm not working any of those Mondays. I refuse. I'm not coming back next Monday. I won't be here.
Great.
Summer Mondays on the MMA Hour.
I mean, yeah.
Love it.
Book them galore. By the way, International Fight Week, you can do like a Thursday show there if you want. But like
Okay, all right. Now we're talking. Maybe a little Radio Row. Then I can expense the flight.
By the way, if I'm a fighter and they book me on this, I am so insulted.
Why?
I'm so insulted. I'm so insulted. After seeing what we saw in Kansas City, I can't even handle it. Anyway, we got to go. It's too late.
There was a time where you put a moratorium on all
complaining.
This talk
yeah, no, I take it all back.
That lasted less than one day.
I take it all back. All right, we're going to be back on Wednesday. Thank you, gentlemen. Much love to you, Frank. I don't know if it works. Does the music even work?
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, it came in It came in midway there. It wasn't like a clean entrance.
What you reading there?
Oh, I'm taking out my Biggie Smalls sticker. This is so
This
good.
is quite the outro.
Look at this, Biggie. Should I put them on my thing right here? Like on either side, Biggie and Tupac, or is that too much?
Definite yes.
You think so?
Yeah.
What about Bruce? Not Buffer, Lee.
No.
What a day it has been, Frank. One of our longer shows. Some people were complaining to me like, 3.5 hours. What have we gone? 4:45 here? I mean, golly. Like I said, DJ in studio on Wednesday, so stay tuned for that. That's Demetrius Johnson, by the way, not, DJ Tanner from Full House. And then we're off to Viva Las Vegas for Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis. What a fight. Oh, my God. What are the odds as of right now? Do we know the odds yet?
Oh, we've known the odds. Tank Davis, a fairly large favorite.
Don't even touch it. No.
Don't even touch it?
I have to be unbiased. I'm sorry.
Of course, please. Tank Davis, minus 250.
Oh, my. Jeez Louise. Thank you very much, Olivier Aubin-Mercier. Congrats to him. Congrats to Bill Algeo. Congrats to Zak Cummings. Thank you very much, Rob Font. Congrats to him. Congrats, Gillian Robertson. And great stuff, as always, from the great Robert Whittaker. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say...